Chad, we are live. Hello, hi. Hello. We are here. We are live. Hello. Okay. Let me quickly catch up on chat. That is important. Really quick, also need to check some things. Okay. Hi, tourist. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Hi. Hi, Yippee. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Hi, Eliza. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Hi, Zoom. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hi, Chris Claudio. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Good morning, chat. How are we today? I am doing fantastic, Diagonal. How are you? Hi, Austin. How are you? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Man. We got plenty of stuff to look at. Plenty of things. Plenty of slop, in fact. In other videos, I got plenty. I am what I am. What? Okay, let me quickly check a few things. What are you? Zoom, you okay? You okay? I lost my experience. Yes. You don't keep them from the last time. It resets every single time. It resets every single time. Ooh, slop, yeah. Slop tubers. Yeah, I got a couple of things I need to look at. The first thing will be the VTuber blacklist video. Though I don't think it's the same VTuber blacklist that I've seen. There's multiple now. I want to be on that. I really want to. Ah, thank you, Frog. Also, we will receive a microphone upgrade. In fact, we will receive one. Frog threw money at me. Very interesting. So we will get a mic upgrade, which is pretty nice. I'm gonna play around with that, get the best settings for it. Nice. I swear my brother entered my bedroom since I was still mid-sleep. I thought it was my mother, and I had to go to school. Ah, okay. Interesting. Is the song viral on Instagram and TikTok? Yeah, never heard of that. Not even a little bit. Very interesting. Good morning, Poco. How are you today? Here's to 13 weeks of sobriety. I'm pretty good myself. I can also walk half a mile without support. Awesome. Very good. Good that you're recovering. And thank you for the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate it. In my 2 comments. It's called Dame Hungre. Look it up. Okay, I have no idea. Yeah, we got a couple of things. Like I said, we got a couple of things to look at, and we will look at a couple of things. Also need to catch up on all the... I got all the ref videos collected, so I can catch up to all the Ethan Klein shit and stuff. That as well. So yeah. And all the crash outs of the 3 people getting sued. I got plenty of shit. I've got some other things as well. So yeah. Because some send the barrage of videos. So yeah, I think we'll just turn off. Hi, Spaghetti. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello, hi. Alright, I think we'll silence the music. And we'll switch over to the reacting. Very nice, very good. You're welcome, Poker. Thank you. Okay. We'll start with a Hirohei video, in fact. So that's interesting. That's what we start with. My wisdom teeth are killing me right now. Thankfully I only have 2. And both of them are up. They're not down on the lower part of my mouth. Lower jaw, upper jaw. So, yeah. But, they already had to do some work on it. Like, they had to, yeah, they had to be a little annoying. And, At least for that, they have plenty of room. Like they're not taking up space or anything, so I don't have to remove them technically. I could, but I don't have to. Anyways, we got some tuber drama, some VTuber drama. Well, not is it VTuber drama? Kinda not. We'll look at it. We'll look at it. Yeah, I'll think we'll just get into it. I think we'll just get into it. So they did in fact make a VTuber hit list on Blue Sky. I just don't know if it's the same list I have. I do not know. We'll look at it. We'll look at it. Like I said, I do not know if it's the same. If it's not the same, I'll pull it up on stream. But I have another list of a VTuber hit list from Blue Sky. Very interesting. I have 3 wisdom teeth. 1 of them is up, 2 of them is down. I have all of them growing in, and there's no room for any. Aw, that's pain. That sucks. Mine are already out. Like they're out. Nothing's gonna happen with those. Nothing. They're all out. Thankfully. Anyways, Blue Sky made a hit list of VTubers they want cancelled by Hirohei. Also, if you like this kind of content, please consider liking and subscribing. We'll go in and see who's on that list. And if not, I'm going to pull up also the list that I have. We'll just hear.
Welcome back, guys. Thank you for tuning in. We've got something absolutely hilarious to take a look at in this video. Over on Blue Sky, we've got this initial...
Oh, this is the same... No! This is the same person I made the short about! Oh, no. Oh, no. What? Nah. This is the same person. So this person, this Mizukaya, person... Also... Why are our enemies either trans, retarded, or leftist? I don't know. I guess they all have something in common. Regardless. This person also said Pikami, Nazi, and Bao the Whale, Nazi. I don't know how these people come to this conclusion. Also Silverveil. 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 You know what the problem is? These people are so mentally ill that they still think that just because you played Hogwarts Legacy, that means you are a Nazi. Just because you played a Harry Potter game. And they still have that grudge, they still can't let go. This is the type of mental illness we're fighting here. It's just crazy. It is just crazy. It just is seeing a VTuber reacting to another VTuber before GTA 6. Well, technically, Hirohei wasn't a VTuber. Like, he started that for, like, a while ago. So that's interesting. Hey, Poke, did chatters have the @ sign at the beginning of their name yesterday? Because I experienced that in another stream yesterday myself. I have not seen that yet. No, I've not seen that yet. I don't know what you're talking about. Might be something new that not everybody has yet, I guess? Don't know.
OP that reads Kirsha, Nazi, Silverveil, Nazi, Rev says Des, Nazi, Pipkin, Pippa, Nazi.
Spoiler, none of those people are Nazi.
Who else am I forgetting? Oh my gosh. And this is just the start. The list goes on like 2 times longer than that as people like add on to it, other Blue Sky users. It's actually pretty entertaining. So shout out to all these VTubers though. Shout out to Kirsha, Silverveil, Rev says Des, Pipkin, Pippa, and all the ones coming up too. Which, by the way, I'm on the list. So shout out to me.
Yay, you're on the list. I need to work hard. You know why? I want to be on that list. It might not be true, but I want to be on that list. I need to do things to end up on that list. I'm working. I'm getting there. I'm doing it. I'm gonna do it. Oh my god, I'm a Nazi for playing Hogwarts Mystery. My gypsy ancestors will be so sad. Yeah, they're just gonna evaporate. They're gonna look down from you from like, I don't know, like on the planet and look at you mad.
As well, I guess. I don't know, it sounds weird, but you know what I mean. I'm just excited to talk about this. This is freaking hilarious. So the OP adds on to the list saying...
Oh, Snuffy? Snuffy. Up there. Snuffy. How do you come to that conclusion? Okay, Pikami makes sense because she played Hogwarts Legacy. Bao does not make sense, otherwise she got raided by Kirsche. In this case, I guess it makes sense. You have to consider this. For these people, you end up as a Nazi because you got raided by somebody they consider a Nazi. These people are mentally ill. Blue Sky is a platform. Like, it's peak content. It's just so odd. Yeah, the at sign the beginning of my name yesterday in another stream, and YouTube changed my name to my original name from like 17 years ago, which is Dark Person 3200. Ah, interesting. I've not seen that yet, no. Maybe a bug? Maybe a new feature that they're trying testing? I don't know.
Snuffy, Nazi. Pikami and Bao, Nazis. Like, bro. Imagine living like this.
History student here. History student here. You have absolutely annihilated. You have absolutely annihilated one of the worst terms and worst and darkest chapters in human history. And you have made it a common term. When I was a kid, in fact, nobody even used that word because it was so taboo. And now you've turned it into like a common, like, slop buzzword. You guys are out of your fucking mind. And this will come to bite your ass. Because the moment an actual Nazi pulls up, you won't be able to differentiate them from everyone else. Because everyone is one. And when everyone is, nobody is. Good day, what we started. The VTuber hit list. Hi, Cricket. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Wasn't Blue Sky the app that got immediately invaded by Nazis? Not sure those users' opinions are needed. Nah, it's just, what if Twitter wasn't bought by Elon? Just much worse. Why are you talking about religion? Nobody's talking about religion, tourist. Nobody. This is not the topic.
Person. By the way, who is this OP? Let's take a look. I guess they're a VTuber or something. I don't know. The bio says she, her, trans.
Brish. Streaming industry veteran. Why do I not believe you? Wow, what a veteran with 2.9k followers.
British streamer. Streaming industry veteran. Oh, wow. Photographer. Owner of the V-Sky Discord. And this is just so sad. Like, why can't Missouri, who claims to be a streaming industry veteran or something, right? I think that's what it said. Why can't Missouri just be happy streaming and entertaining people? Like, making some list like this on Blue Sky, it's just so unnecessary. And it's like, on one hand, I do find this hilarious and it is easy content for me. But on the other hand, like, I feel bad for this person and people like this because it just seems like a very, like, unwell thing to be doing. And I find it sad that this person can't just find fulfillment and happiness in streaming, you know, like acting like.
Because everything they see must have a political connection. Everything they look at, just everything. It's just sad. It's like same with the like femme extremist that their entire life they don't want to have anything to do with men, but their entire life revolves around men. Find happiness somewhere else. Why do you constantly engage with something that makes you miserable? You are incredibly retarded. I'm sorry.
This too, you got to do that. Like, I hope for a better future for this person, but let's continue. As mentioned, things continue.
I don't, because they don't do that for me. I'm gonna be honest, they don't do that for me. They don't do that for me. So why would I do that for them? Yeah, no, no, hell no. Throwing up the Nazi label like it's nothing is insane. So many of our men died fighting them. It is what it is.
Proliferate in the comments as we've got this response that says Bao was gleefully raided by Kirsche. I'm figuring she's at the Nazi table, Nazi. Someone else says Bao. The other person says, chat, it's not great. Maybe she could be informed.
Chat, is it are you Nazi when you get raided by someone? It's so over. These people are so over. It's so over. It is so over, red VTuber versus blue VTuber. Kinda. It is just so over. It is just so fucking over.
But then again, maybe she'll sooner notice a drop off in viewers than listen to a "she's a dang transphobe" message. Oh my gosh, they're like, what? And then they go after Leaf? Bro. Leaflet? Like, all these people are really nice.
Leaflet is really nice. Leaflet is actually really nice. It's just that her thumbnails are kinda wild at times. I have to admit that. Like, some of the thumbnails, and I'm like, yeah, that's kinda unflattering, but okay. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like, some of those are actually crazy. Mama Oko. Isn't Oko... I know Oko is a Bambiniku, but I know Oko struggles with gender dysphoria. Huh. Friendly fire. Nah. Nah, you gotta be retarded. Anna, they are supporting Anna and Yara. Well, I know that means this person most certainly evolves HRT for children. And grape fantasies. Cool.
And like, Leaflet's so freaking chill. And she just hit 100k subs, by the way. Congrats to Leaflet. But they're going after Leaflet too. Look at that. Frickin' Leaflet. That slime VTuber who has a bunch of thumbnails gleefully reacting to horrible stuff like slavery and
That slime VTuber like it's a slur. I want to be that too. I want to be called that slime VTuber.
Project 2025. Oh my gosh, dude. All these people do is lie about everything. So, okay, the slavery thumbnail thing, really? So the one where she was reacting to a video and that thumbnail was not even hers. It was the original video creator's thumbnail, and then it was just like her face over it that her editor put there. It wasn't a thumbnail like that was entirely of the creation that she made. And she wasn't even reacting to slavery, by the way, either. The video was about voluntary prison labor. There's just so much context to all this stuff, and these people just want to like rage bait each other on Blue Sky. I don't know what the Project 2025 thing's about. I haven't seen that, but I do know about the slavery one because
like it just the problem is it just does not make any sense. I know that these people leave out context. They love to leave out context and lie. All leftist VTubers do is lie, be retarded, and be even more retarded.
I saw people on Twitter trying to cancel Leaf for that too, and I made a video about it. It was all very pathetic behavior. I'm not surprised these Blue Sky people are acting the exact same way. And then we've got Laura says, Mama Oko and Hirohei are part of the problem. Oko has a whole network around them you can include. Opie says, never heard of them, interesting. They both went after Anna and Yara.
The network. The network is 3 people covering YouTube drama, VTuber drama. The network is Oko, which is a Bambiniku, Mizu, which is basically a femboy, and who was it? Lumi. That's it. I find that very interesting.
Wonderful. Hurls. Yeah, so that's a lie. I've never talked about Nyara at all. For those that don't know, Nyara's a VTuber, and again, I've never talked about Nyara.
And you should. She's completely, utterly retarded. Completely. She is completely and utterly retarded. She's again picking fights with Kisu and Rosybell. No, he's ignoring chat now. I'm not ignoring chat, there's just nothing to read in here. Like, I'm not ignoring anything. It's just not a part of the video.
I believe, is the Waypoint Vice journalist who tried to cancel Kirsha, and the whole cancellation attempt failed so hard that the articles ended up getting deleted, and you probably know that story. So I covered that in like a video or two, and I don't think I ever named Anna like by name. I think I just said like Waypoint Vice journalist. And I found the managerial editor to be especially amusing, actually, because that dude made some defense article like running defense for the Waypoint Vice journalist.
Fun fact, Kick asks Kirsha if she wants to take part in a Vice interview for like an article about Kick VTubers. You know what's funny? The same Anna is the only one who writes VTuber articles for Vice. which is really interesting. Like, it makes no sense. Like, it makes no sense. Why would Kick ask? Why would Vice be interested in an interview with Kirsch? Sounds like trying to get a gotcha, but I don't know. It's just odd.
Working under him or whatever. And it was like such a bad article, which is fitting, I suppose. But yeah, it was so bad. This guy tried to include like evidence of Kirsch's wrongdoings, and none of the evidence made any sense at all. One of the things was a Reddit DM screenshot, but the person who received it got the screenshot from 1 second ago. So it looked like whoever took the screenshot and like received the DM is the same person who sent it. So it looked like completely fake evidence that they're trying to use in this article. And then there was like a leaflet thumbnail included as well. It's like, dude, that's not even Kirsche. Like, the guy had no idea what he was talking about. By the way, icing on the cake is that thumbnail was the same one these people were getting mad about and trying to say like leaflet supports slavery. So that managerial editor was doing a similar thing of like trying to use the thumbnail out of context to smear leaflet in the article, where he's also trying to go after Kirsche. Whole thing once again made no sense and only made these people look extremely desperate. Oh, by the way, I think this Laura person also made a hit piece against VTubers, including myself in the hit piece as well, but mainly going after Kirsche according to my recollection and trying to link us to like neo-Nazi groups or something. It sounded so freaking crazy. Like anyone.
Yeah, it does. It did sound, in fact. It did sound, in fact, kind of ridiculous trying to link random VTubers on the internet to, like, actual groups of neo-Nazis. It's, like, absolutely ridiculous. These people are absolutely mentally ill. It's hard to dox VTubers. Yeah, kinda not. I mean, it depends. It's like a case-by-case situation. I mean, Kitsunero was apparently fairly easily doxed. So that was a crazy part. They did try that. It's not surprising.
One who sees that is going to think the author is a lunatic. So congratulations, I guess. And it goes back to what I said earlier, though, that this stuff is great content for me. But at the same time, I see people acting like this and it's just concerning. Like, I feel bad for them. I do hope these people can have a less unhinged, more like happy, fulfilling future. Now, let's continue with the post, shall we? A certain self-described genius who still hasn't spoken up about the Nazi harassment going on in her name. Who? Oh my.
They're censoring names? They're censoring names. Henya/Pikami. They're censoring names because those two are the same people. They are censoring, like they're censoring names like it's a slur. They're censoring names like it's a slur. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. Also, by the way, I've received more gore from leftists than I've ever received from anywhere else. I've received so much gore. I mean, real life dead people. I've also received dead children in my DMs before from these type of people. Not these people, but this type of people. So I'm not. This is kind of projection. Leftist VTuber like to call people out as Nazis while half of their side literal predators. Yeah, egg cracking, spreading NSFW art to minors, giving HRT to children, that kind of stuff. Yep. Very true. We have one dude who made his ex-girlfriend apologize to her rapist. He was also harassing disabled women, that kind of stuff. On one side we have too much immigration bad. On the other side we have apologize to your rapist. That's what we get. That's what we get. Or doxing. That's what's going on. That children what? Yep. What the actual hell? Yep. That's what I get. That's what I got. That's what I just recently got, in fact. Can't just post that, because, yeah. I think I've also received a trans person's dick before in my DMs as well. It is what it is. Again, not all trans people are bad, but there are retards.
Gosh, no way. Henya/Pikami. Wow. They're still mad at Pikami. They're still mad at Henya. They're now actually also calling Henya a Nazi, I guess, or saying she's like a Nazi apologist, whatever the heck. I can't believe this is real, dude. This seems like the sort of thing I'd be reading if I had like a dream about blue sky being crazy and it was like exaggerated in a dream or something, this seems like the sort of stuff you would see in some sort of like exaggerated dream or some like parody of blue sky. But this is actually reality. This is like what these people are really doing. As far as I know, Vabian, Vabian Yanners.
Baby and Yanners? How? 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 Baby and Yanners? Yeah, nah, bro. Why though? Hi, look, dead child, have a nice day. Nah, usually it's also accompanied with a death threat. Usually. The left love gore and never visit Tumblr. Never have, never will.
Have no qualms hanging with silver, not to mention all unapologetic use of the R slur. Adding literally everyone else working under Asmongold's mythic team.
Not to mention unapologetic use of the R slur. Oh. Oh, you mean retard? What? You're scared of a word? You're scared of a word? The retard? Well, suit yourself. You are in fact this entire thread is in fact full of retards.
Oh, the list just goes on and on and on. Oh, they gotta go after Fillion too. Fillion literally did a George Floyd joke, so like, and being an art thief helps, to be honest.
To be fair, I make George Floyd jokes as well. The guy wasn't a good guy. He was not a hero. Should he have died? No. But he's not a hero, not whatsoever.
To be really honest, it might be better to assume that any big VTuber is a Nazi.
Everyone. Okay, everyone, right? Everyone. That would include Gura. That would include all of Hololive. All of Face Connect. All of Niji Sanji, just everyone. Everyone. Just everyone. That would be almost everyone. From agency to indie. Is that what we're thinking? I learned yesterday that apparently spaz is a slur now too. Everything's a slur. My favorite slur is V-thought. I made that slur up, I don't care.
It might not be correct, but it's safer to make that guess than take a chance.
It might. These people are actually meant. I mean, you have Antifascista in your. Remember, if somebody supports Antifa, you can almost guarantee that they're a fascist. By the way, you can almost guarantee. If somebody considers themselves an anti-fascist, they're most likely a fascist. That's easily how you sort these people out. By the way. Also, it might not be correct, but it's safer to make that guess than take a chance and be disappointed. You know what that sounds like? You know what that sounds like? All Muslims are terrorists. That's exactly what it sounds like. That's exactly what it sounds like. All men are rapists. That's exactly what it sounds like. That's exactly what it sounds like. Even though it's not. But that's exactly what it sounds like. What are these generalizations? These people are actually retarded. I heard call someone the N-word. Is their chance to have cancer? What? Huh? How does that happen? Said by Jamal Bowman. In the CNN like yesterday. What the heck? How does that work? Wait, does that mean all black people, because they spam the N-word, right? Do they all have cancer? That's crazy.
And be disappointed. I'm just gonna sound like a broken record. How are these people real? How are these people real? And now Snuffy, thinking Snuffy again, considering she's silent.
Cottontail? Cottontail. Cottontail is a whore, okay, but that's about it. That's the worst you can say about her. What the fuck? It's just everyone. It's like Super Smash Bros. Everyone's here.
What? Wait, Snuffy? Cottontail next. Oh my gosh, dude. Would Cottontail count? Much as I wouldn't want to say it, she has hung out with Filion and such. If the shoe fits, shrug. Maybe just terrible person instead of Nazi. Dang, I have not been plugged in enough to know about Surveil. Mainstream VTubers are pretty cooked by the looks of it. Hey guys, you know, if random people on Blue Sky say you're cooked, it's so over, guys. What are we all gonna do? Oh no. Let's pack it up, guys. Dang, that's a lot so far. I haven't seen Silver go that far, but TERFs are usually Nazi bedfellows. For most names I see in the comments, people can be genuinely oblivious. Calling them Nazis are too much. However, keeping them on thin ice, calling out their associations, and not watching them over it is valid. All Nazis are bad actors, but not all bad actors are Nazis. It is easy to miss some stuff when a person been so normalized. Like I never liked Asmund, but I didn't click to me how Nazi aligned he was until he acts now. And how wait, what?
Asmongold is not a Nazi. Asmongold is, if anything, is pretty much the average centrist. Bro is a Bernie bro. What do you mean? How did these people make this? How do these people make this connection? How do they do this? How do they do this? It's crazy. Shrug, why the fuck are we replying on Blue Sky, bro? What the? Shut the fuck up. This is mental illness. This is mental illness on a website. Role playing. Okay, role playing. Never mind. The thing is, I don't get why canceling words while we're still using them. Just mask them. You're still using them, right? Even if you censor them, you still use them. Everyone knows what you mean. So why not just use them at all? If I say R word, everyone knows what I'm talking about. If I say N word, everyone knows what I'm talking about. Censoring kind of doesn't do anything, then just don't use them at all. It's like Super Smash, bro. It is. Everyone's here. They named most major VTubers, and it's not the list that I have. So I have to pull up the list that I have. Even if you don't say retard, I say R word, and everyone understands I meant retard. So what did I do? How does those people make those claims? Free speech, I guess. I guess some people maybe free speech is to some degree a mistake if that's what we get.
Until how he acts now, and how long he's done such stuff, for a decade at least. Wow, char Nazi name. What? I don't even know. I disagree. Some of these people are not just Nazi sympathizers, but genuine actual Nazis. And if you're in bed with the Nazis, then yes, you're a Nazi. It's the Nazi bar analogy. I've never seen anyone so obsessed with Nazis as these people. These people use the word Nazi more than real neo-Nazis probably do. This is like their favorite word. They love this word so much. They perpetuate Nazis.
No, the problem is that these people genuinely, they can't find any Nazis. Which is why they will try to make up some, because they have an enemy. Same with like anti-racist desperately trying to find actual racists. Do they exist? Sure. But not to the degree that these people act they are. They just try to make them up. They literally try to find problems when there is none.
More than anyone out there. Look at this conversation. What the frick, bro? The important thing is if they let them stay when they know it's Nazis. If they do the act of promote and or associate with other Nazis. And bad actors, condemn them loudly. But it can be easy to miss stuff when it's not in the right circles. Like I didn't know about JonTron's racism for years. These are large, well-informed creators. There is a certain point where you have enough of an audience that the chance you don't know or aren't tipped off about a person being a Nazi is zero. If we weren't talking about people with hundreds of thousands of followers, I'd give benefit of the doubt. But once you pass, I don't know, 50k followers, once you're in the 1%, no, you don't get benefit of the doubt. And yes, if I ever end up in their...
Okay, let me, once you're a big creator, you are automatically a Nazi at this point. Once you hit like 50k followers, or like also like Twitter followers are kind of useless, not gonna lie. Once you hit a certain amount of like subs, followers, you are automatically one. Well, at that point, to just rock with it at this point.
Position, that rule still applies. I'm not just saying it because I'm not them. Even if I was, I believe that because that's the standard I believe in. And lastly, we've got like 4 posts left, starting with this one that says, anything Silver did I should know? I roughly remember the wizard thing. I'm unaware of what happened after that. The other 3 are extremely obvious as far as I can tell. No fan gets to claim they don't know because their content and community reflect their views. I mean, given trans rights got set back massively directly because of Rowling, the wizard thing is enough in my opinion. It went from bad to genuinely deplorable. As far as I know, though, Silver is regularly hanging with Nazis.
Where do these people get it? And I'm gonna straight up say this. Trans rights were not set back because of J.K. Rowling. J.K. Rowling doesn't even have any political power. In fact, J.K. Rowling doesn't even say anything crazy. In fact, if you want to really boil it down to what J.K. Rowling says, it's incredibly simple. Biological men should not be in female spaces. That's really what it boils down to. And I agree. Biological men should not be in female spaces. I don't want biological men to be in women's sports. I'm sorry. That is unfair. For safety reasons, I don't want biological men to be in women's bathrooms, women's gyms. And straight up that she says, trans women aren't women, which technically, biologically, is a reality. That's why we have the pre-thing trans. I'm sorry if that hurts your little feelings. I don't care. I never cared. I feel like America's First Amendment right is slowly being bastardized. Kinda. It's been 90 years since Nazism, I think. Hard to find things from 100 years ago. Kinda hard, yeah. I want them to go to real neo-Nazis meeting and realize what that world is like, really like. Like, they would be shocked. Like, they would be actually shocked. But they will never actually look up anything about that. Because they're so up in their head and emotions.
So yeah, I don't even have anything else to say about how ridiculous this all is. Let's just finish this up. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Of course, I'm not trying to downplay it in the slightest, only dodging the name so I don't get weirdos word searching my stuff, I guess. I already had plenty of disdain for her over that situation. That's why I was curious to know if she got worse. Ah, fair enough. And yeah, no, she has not improved because us transes tried to bully her, and it didn't work. And she's still mad because of that. Lol, she's a clown. How was that act?
I mean, they straight up admit, like, they're not even, like, they're not lying, like, obviously, on Blue Sky they don't have to, right? Because on Twitter we get their ass beat if they were straight up lying, right? Because people would notice, right? Ref, Hero, other VTubers, they would notice. But here they're literally straight up saying it, that they were bullying her. And yes, they were harassing Silvervale. They were, in fact, harassing her so much that she was crying. Straight up. That's also where the term Twitter freak was created, if you didn't know. That was made by Silvervale. They also did add a great deal to Pikami's graduation, because she also received harassment. You have to consider this. You received harassment over playing a video game. Very interesting.
Actually, the argument being made here. Like, oh yeah, we harassed Silvervale, and she didn't like that, so she's a clown. Like, what the flip? That's such a bad argument. The final post reads, the usual doubling down, I suppose. I imagine the kind of audience someone would retain/attract after a stunt like that. Bro, what stunt? All she did was play Hogwarts Legacy a few times on stream like 2.5 years ago, or something like that, and get harassed by a bunch of people. Like, what stunt? Doesn't even make sense. It's very lucrative to keep appealing to them and to overall be a terrible person. What's the implication there, that you expected her to throw away her entire community that she spent years of hard work building to try and appeal to the people who hate her and harass her? And then because
that kind of makes no sense. That's why I'm saying never apologize to these people when you offend them. Never. Don't apologize when you offend these retards, because it's incredibly simple. They don't care if you apologize. They still hate you. Remember when Crime Boss, that game that dropped Kirche, tried to appeal to those people, and then those same people said you are Nazi developers because Chuck Norris is in your game. Yeah, that's what we get. That's exactly what we get. Those are the kind of people. Don't cater to them. Don't apologize. Don't do anything. Just ignore them.
Obviously, she wouldn't do that. You're saying she's a terrible person? Holy smokes. Like I said earlier, this sort of stuff doesn't seem like it would actually be a real conversation. Seems like something you'd see in a fever dream or like a parody of Blue Sky, but no, here we are. But thankfully, that's also the end. I've seen enough for today, guys. Let me know what you think about all this stuff in the comments. And shout out to every VTuber mentioned here. Uh, it's like a badge of honor, really. So yeah, shout.
For real, yeah. Judge me once again. The argument, the perfect saying: "Judge me by my enemies." That's exactly what it is. And I do also have a list. I have a second list, and there's more names on this. In fact, there is some repeated names, but there is some other names that I have too. I need to quickly pull it up. Give me a second. I have that list. I have a second list. Let me real quick find it. That I found off of Twitter, in fact. I have a second list, chat. Which is really interesting to look at. Give me a second. I do have lists. The power of lists. Real quick. It's on my phone. I need to send that over to my laptop. Real quick. I need something, no candies. I don't want to smoke so early. Another coffee, then be right back. Okay, take care. Alright, quickly. I have something. I have another one of these. You would not believe it when I say I have another one of these. That I can pull up. That I will pull up. Perfect. Let's see, in fact, if I can pull this up. That magical peak of a list. Should be fine, right? That is the one. Perfect. Do I have a picture thingy? No, I do not. Well, I have to make one. But I have one. Which is, that's just funny. And also there's a lot of based VTubers on there, it just kind of makes sense to put that on there. To pull that up. Okay, let me check. Where did that end up? Huh? Where is my list? Interesting. Did that not turn... Wait, do I need to download that again? Damn it! Nothing ever works for me. I hope Sonic is okay. She hasn't said anything. Yeah, maybe she's... No. Actually, she might be busy because she went out with her bro. Interesting. That doesn't allow me to pull it up. Very, very interesting. Again, maybe upload it again. That's odd. Man, I wanted to have that in this video. Yeah, like this. That works. Alright, second try. Once it's uploaded, I can use it again. Makes sense. Yeah, she's Bro, would you I hate that I have to do that through Google Drive because I messed up with I don't have quick share anymore. Oh no. Ah, I think that one is it. Is it that one? Ah, perfect. Found it. I found it. I have it. Never mind. Perfect. Found it. Neat. Good. Now I can use it. Let me add that real quick. So this is the other list, right? This is the other list. So here's a bunch of more VTubers for you to look at. On that screen, we do have Leaflet again. We had that name before. But we also have Kitsunero, which, by the way, all she really does is support men and make men support tweets. I guess that's what got her here. Powder, which in general is, yeah, similar situation. And also, she got shit for saying that she just finds Trump funny. Rosie Bell, which the only explanation is that, again, she supports makes men support tweets and supports men a lot in her videos, but also that she has a little bit of beef with Niara. Mari from Face Connect now because of the N-word slur. It is what it is on stream. Filian, we had that name. Ririgaki, which is basically just the French rat VTuber, which Antifa was literally after her. And Akimi Kurai, also very interesting. Yeah, Akimi is a little bit more unhinged. But it makes sense that she's here. But yeah, those are the VTubers on that list. That's the end of the video. We'll see what it is. We'll see if there's gonna be a part 2, maybe. Who knows? I'd be excited for a part 2. We'll have to see. But yeah. We've got some things. Yeah. If you like this kind of content, please consider liking and subscribing. Bro, Trump is funny. He should have gone into comedy instead of politics. He for real is like I just look at the dude and I don't know. It's just funny. It's really just funny. All right, next up, I need something more normal, not crazy unhinged motherfuckers. All right. We'll do this. Well, technically, this is also crazy and unhinged. But the other one was more funny, so I guess we'll do this one. The soggy cereal. I haven't reacted to soggy cereal in a while. I have not reacted to soggy cereal, so we'll do that now. Hi, Psyduck. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Hi. Anyways, I need water. That's the first thing I need. Hi, everyone, and Poke. Hi, GT. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Hi. Oh my god, I sent this. Yeah. I put it in. I'm gonna build a wall and it's gonna be huge. I'm gonna build a wall and dip it in gold and make Mexico pay for it all. That's the kind of thing I could see. Anyways, we got this one. Oh no, TikTok. Ha! TikTok. A classic. Exposing TikTok's creepiest scam couple by Soggy Cereal. If you like this kind of content, please consider liking and subscribing. We have covered plenty of, or well, not covered, but we have in fact looked at plenty of crazy bullshit from TikTok. So we'll see what this is about. I'm scared. I'm good, by the way. Is my suggestion in here too? I'm just wondering. I don't know. Maybe it might be. Maybe, I don't know. Might not be yet. I'll have to look at that. Anyways, let's go. I was just on VR with my friend. Nice. Let's go.
I couldn't have imagined my life without being married to you. We've cried together. We've laughed together. We're bonded like no other. Isn't that right, G? Come here, give me.
Oh no, is it about kids again? Is it putting kids in danger again? Oh no. Oh, age gap couples, actually, in fact. I think people are way too pissy about age gaps. I'm gonna be honest. Like a 2-year age gap is not you're not a literal PDF. What is this? Like, no. And a 2-year age gap is not crazy. That is not crazy. You can't make me consider a 2-year age gap crazy.
A good little smooch, you. Sir, this is the FBI. Stop right there. FBI?
Well, that took a twisted turn. That took a twisted turn. That took a twisted turn. Well, terrible.
You're under arrest for scamming your audience, and stop whatever it is you're trying to do to your baby. My baby? Officer, that's my wife. His wife? Rookie, take the shot. Whoa. Hey my bowl of cereal, I know that my past few videos have mostly been hey, this thing bad. And don't worry, I've heard you. So this one will be a little different, because today I want to talk about something a little bit more uplifting, a little bit more inspiring, a little thing called love, a special kind of love.
How does this even work? Oh no. Kinda, but not really. And I just mentioned once, but after that, it's adults. Okay, okay. Hello there, mortals. Hi, Joe. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello.
Transcends space and time. But mostly time, because I am, of course, talking about TikTok age gap relationships.
Bro, why did you... Is that a potato? I mean, you're both consenting adults. You're both consenting adults, okay? You're both consenting adults. But homie, bro.
Straight from the trap. I don't like paying no taxes.
So true. So true. Yes, dear. Yeah, oh no. Bro married. Bro.
Siempre lo hacemos bien duro. I bought a Benz straight from the trap. I don't like paying no taxes.
She went out for Titan. She looks like the She looks like the grandma from SpongeBob in the wheelchair with the episode where they sold chocolate. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh no. Came back from bookstore and found a very interesting book. This hoe got roaches in her crib. And also my does give it to me. Yeah, okay. Well, send me a Meat Canyon video if you need your dose. She looks like Aaron Yeager. That's crazy. The resemblance is uncanny.
Now, before sounding overly judgmental, I'll say that age gaps between consenting adults aren't inherently bad, as long as they're genuinely happy. And lowest age gap of couples I want to check out today is only 37 years?
She was 37 years old when you was born. Oh no. Oh no. Bro. The guy aged so much better than the woman. Yes. You know why? He didn't even age. He in it for the money. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Maybe he likes it dusty. I don't know. Crazy. Just wars are funny. It's up to you. I don't even want to know.
But somehow more shocking than their age difference being my age, if I hadn't been conceived for another decade, is their lore. Because every single one of these TikTok age gap couples is so insane.
When he almost comes and tells you to stop, but you keep going because he has genetics like you like. Bro. Grandpa got Nah, no. That child is gonna be conceived and he's gonna be dead. Oh goodness. He bleached his hair to look older so they match, kinda. Yeah, probably. I wonder which number is bigger, the gap between their age or his age. With Shanshi, he's like 40 and the gap between them is more than 40. He's probably like in his 30s at best. Or like at best. And at worst, like in his 20s. Dude is already planning for inheritance. Father, you know the pawn shop show? And no, I do not. Grandpa smelled the flowers. Wrinkles in his genetics. bro, did homie even get hard, or did you just extract it from his balls straight up?
I'm gonna have to get a therapy session after this video. Anyways, a couple I want to check out are King Kuran and Queen Cheryl. Now, I know that to the untrained eye, these two might seem the same age, but if you look real closely, you'll notice that he was...
Her body didn't particularly age that bad, but holy fuck, that face did age. Like a grape in the sun.
If you look real closely, you'll notice that he was 25 and she was 62 and...
25 and 62? What are you doing? Wait, is this Grandpa plant a small tree? Hard, she got the seed after he put it in the blender. Also, 25 and 62. 25 and 62. Are there some mommy issues involved?
They got married. And even better is that they first met 10 years before that. Yep, now that's something...
Hold up! Wait a minute! What? Oh, wait a minute. What? Nah. There's gotta be bait.
Real closely, you'll notice that he was 25 and she was 62 when they got married. And even better is that they first met 10 years before.
24 and his now fiancée Cheryl McGregor, 61, met when he was just 15, but there was no romantic feelings until last year. Well, they were both consenting adults now, so nobody can stop them. That is crazy. That is crazy. Why do I not believe this, by the way? Why do I not believe this part, regardless? Can't really do anything. It is what it is now. It's too late. Grandmommy issues. I just wanted a grandma. And now I got a wife. They met when her son hired him for a summer job. That's crazy. I want to live on this planet anymore. Jumps. Just jumps. I'm not with this universe anymore. Jumps also.
For that. Yep, now that's something we in the YouTube business like to call grooming. Or I guess that's more of a Minecraft YouTuber thing. I actually covered these guys back when my haircut didn't make me look like a replica of every other commentary YouTuber. And I gotta admit, they seemed ecstatic together. They made silly TikTok dance. They announced that they were going to have a surrogate baby.
His sperm and our surrogate's eggs is how we're getting our baby.
And ever since, I've been following their beautiful, thriving relationship.
Like, just imagine if that baby grows up and like goes to school and like his classmates are like, is that your grandma? No, that's my mom. Bro learned MILF from American Pie after deciding he has to have one. No, he said actually, yep. This is my pipeline into Gilf Corn. A hole is a hole, I guess. Terrible. Let me guess, there was no romantic interest in her until she got a lot of money. Or that. I mean, maybe they don't even have a lot of money.
Their live, their laugh, their love. Ow. Now, just to be upfront, I'm not being abrasive about their relationship just because one of them happens to look old enough to have met Jesus, or gave birth to him, who knows? No, I just feel...
Or dinosaurs. Do you know David Dobrik? Nope, I do not. Maybe she was around when the dinosaurs came into existence.
Obligated to be, because it just so happens that they're also some of the most awful people on the internet. For example, less than a year ago, they announced that they bought a 22,000 square foot facility to turn into a women and children's shelter located in Edwardsville, Georgia. And it was going to have everything.
Hello. We're at the women's shelter that we got.
That's in Edwardsville, Georgia. We are in the process of restoring it and bringing it back to life so we can bring something back to the community. This is something we're very passionate about. So
I guess this is kind of a little bit foreshadowing, but it's funny that right from the start, she clearly couldn't care less and is making shit up on the fly of what should be their passionate life project.
We're at the women's shelter that we got.
this is something we're very passionate about.
Hello, welcome to our shit-ass multi-million-dollar project. We're starting to help women and orphans and those wheelchair people. I guess, I don't know. I'm like 300 years old. I thought this was my bathroom. We are so excited for this, guys.
This is a 22,000.
Accurate. That's what it felt like. That's for what it felt like. Holy shit, I've seen that couple on TikTok. I'm pretty sure they broke up recently. Oh no. That's so terrible. I don't give a shit. Hi Zeppelin, how are you doing? Everything good? Hello.
1,000 square foot facility will include 40 well-lit rooms, a free daycare, state-of-the-art cafeteria, classrooms for GED, prep, trade school classes, and other business classes. We will also have a wing dedication to detox, rehab, and therapy. Some other amenities at the storehouse will include Bible study, horseback riding, swimming, an exercise room, free clothing, and free hygiene products. As you all can see, we have a lot of work to do.
How the heck are they going to afford what is essentially an entire city of amenities in their 22,000 square foot property that currently looks like the average Blockbuster?
All donations are accepted and appreciated. Please go to our website.
Aha! You can donate to their website. Well, it doesn't seem to appear in their description, nor in their bio, not on their YouTube, not on their Instagram. Maybe it's on.
Nah. Day ruined completely. My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined. Nein. No. Niet. Nein. No. What is this?
Their OnlyFans, or more likely, they took it offline after they were exposed for lying and running an entirely fake charity donation scam by the people of Adairsville who posted this. There's been a lot of static and circulation recently of a couple in Rome, GA who had posted a video of a large building in Adairsville that they claimed to have and were turning into a women and children shelter. They did not purchase this property.
Oh my god, this is so King Kwan new page. Bro will do at 35. She'll be like a dead. She'd probably be dead. They broke up. What a shame. Anyway, thank you, Poke. Hope you're doing well yourself. I'm doing fantastic. Hi, Samax. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Hi. Diagonal, thank you. Thank you for the $2 super chat and another $2 super chat. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Although I'm pretty sure they stayed together for that long because they got popular, not for the right reasons, obviously. Made money on TikTok. This exploitation of the elderly. I DM'd you, it's my dose. Okay, dear. We'll do that after this video. Pretty neat.
They did not lease this property, nor were they ever in contract for this property. Of course, the entire thing has to be a scam. If only we could have seen this lack of sincerity from the start. Apparently, the real owner of the property does believe that a women's and children's shelter in Adairsville would be a beneficial and incredible undertaking. He just doesn't trust Kuran and Cheryl. I mean, after this video, you probably won't blame him. The real owner has repeatedly requested that a video of them soliciting money for the property be removed, to no avail. And any and all donations they have and continue to receive are in no way affiliated or going towards this property or actual owner of the property.
So, nothing goes there. Nothing. Nothing. So they straight up lied. They 100% lied. Most certainly. Very interesting, very interesting. Not surprised, not surprised. Nah, I think he was maybe just in it for the money. Hey Doug, how are you? I'm doing good, I'm doing good. I will receive, how do you say this? I will receive fake artificial roses and a new mic bought by Frog. Huge W. I'm laying my bed, Smirks. Finally, I'm going to rot here all day. The rotting horse. That sounds terrible. That sounds terrible. The dude is with her for the insurance when she finally kicks the bucket, probably with a helping hand from him. Well, if they broke up, that doesn't really matter anymore, does it? They need the money to buy more swimsuits with each other's faces on. What the fuck? I wonder if there was ever a young guy who dated old women and became the man who had most dead wife in history. Bro, farming dead wives like Pokemon. I see it.
Storing it and bringing it back to life. So
Now, obviously, most of this couple's viewers haven't even seen this statement, so Karan and Cheryl were able to quite literally collect donations using the property data of a random person. If you don't want them to do the same with you, then I've got you covered with today's video sponsor, private internet access. With the rise of AI, recent studies show that bots are now responsible for more than half of internet traffic. Yippee! Technological advancement! What? No, that's not a good thing. What? Most of these bots maliciously scrape for data. But what about they collect your browsing behavior, but especially on public networks like that one cafe you love siphoning internet off of? Oh man. But with private internet access, you can hide your IP address and encrypt your internet connection. This way, it shields your digital life from the eyes of hackers, your ISP, and even government censors. Man, this almost sounds like a Black Mirror episode, which I wanted to watch a new season of, but it's not available where I live. Where do you live? The moon. Netflix did not want to pay for these licensing fees. Well, private internet access can also help you with that. If a show is unavailable on whichever streaming service in the country you live, you can just connect to one of their VPN servers in a country where it is available. So 30 million downloads and a no-logs policy, proven multiple times in court through third-party audits, Pia is extremely transparent. And if you go to piavpn.com/soggycereal, you'll get 83% off of private internet access with 4 months free. That's only $2.03 a month. And it's available on every device. So go check them out in the description. I always appreciate you all for...
I must always watch the ad, Eliza. To honor a former viewer, I must watch the ad. I must. I'm forced to. It is what it is. I'm forced to. Why swimsuits? More like diaper. Ugh. Back into the nursing home you go. Rotting Horse sounds like a brutal metal band name. I'm okay with that. Yeah, until you are the Rotting Horse.
Supporting my channel, and thank you Pia for sponsoring this video. Look, it's one thing to make cringy geriatric couple content, it's another thing entirely to exploit your audience by pretending to be Mother Teresa. I mean, she's already got the look down, and with this TikTok of Karan crying, everyone thought she also had the stature down, because everyone thought she was dead like Mother Teresa. Turned out he was actually crying because of the drama surrounding their surrogate baby they announced they were getting a few months prior. Because we all know the best place to vent about something as serious as a surrogate pregnancy is a public TikTok. I mean, that's where I'm having my therapy later. Which, for the people who don't know, surrogacy is a form...
You need a lot of therapy off of this one. And I may need one too. The thing is this. You want to have an age gap relationship, fine, go ahead, I don't give a rat's ass. You want to make videos? I don't care, I don't give a rat's ass. You want to be cringe? That's a problem. You want to scam people? That's a problem. We haven't even talked about the second. I think there's another couple for this. Oh god, the surgery baby drama. I'm so scared. I'm so scared.
Of pregnancy most common when someone wants a child but can't, in this case for obvious reasons, where another woman will then grow or carry a child for another person or couple, sometimes by having her egg fertilized with someone else's sperm, or by carrying the already fertilized egg of someone.
Why? Soggy, why? Why? Imagine you date someone who was a teenager. Well, dude. Hilarious. Hilarious.
Someone else. Now that's some peak TikTok drama. And Karan and Cheryl posted everything surrounding their surrogacy on their TikTok. The announcement where they clarify Karan's sperm will be used to fertilize the egg of the surrogate, since Cheryl is slightly past her
Expiration date. Not just like her eggs are no more. They're very dusty. They ain't happening. Why the kissing are already out? Well, so that it's now burned into your mind.
date.
His sperm and our surrogate's eggs is how we are getting our baby.
It's a traditional pregnancy, so we're not using Cheryl's eggs at all.
They shared confirmation of the surrogate pregnancy.
We're gonna see if she's pregnant.
Their gender reveal. Happy TikTok dances of the surrogate.
Does that mean grandma gets a granddaughter? I wonder if it's wrinkled. Why do you think about that? Her eggs are not hatching. There's just desert down there. It's just like, you know, when like the one of these grass thingies rolls by in like a Western movie, that kind of thing. Yeah, that's what it is.
Surrogate mother being imprisoned, because obviously the carrier of your child being imprisoned should be treated the same way as hitting the Fortnite grid. Now of course, this lack of seriousness when the alleged carrier of their child was being incarcerated rang a few alarm bells in virtually every viewer's head, including mine. This combined with the time that Karan mentioned she was a drug addict.
I didn't know there was an addiction involved the whole time we were having a baby, but yet I don't.
What? So the mom got the mom of the child got incarcerated.
Rang a few alarm bells in virtually every viewer's head, including mine. This combined with the time that Karan mentioned she was a drug addict.
I didn't know there was.
And a drug addict. What kind of surrogate mother did you pick out? You picked the worst one, probably. Out of all you lined up a few people and we're like, yep, I'll pick the worst one. I'll pick the criminal drug addict. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
There was an addiction involved the whole time we were having a baby, but yet I don't. There's just so much shit going on that I'm just. Does she think me and Cheryl doing this for likes and views? Lady, you have never told one day. I just need prayer. I need peace. Because I'm tired of fighting for something I've been wanting for so fucking long.
Or Cheryl posting ultrasound picture of this tiny little embryo on May 21st, and then 2.5 weeks later, having it turned into this big-ass chunky baby, made people even more skeptical. Plus, in the surrogate-related videos, which coincidentally happen to garner more views than their average TikTok.
Is that even a baby? That looks ginormous. That looks ginormous. What if that's just the picture of a woman and then like a pregnancy folder pulled over it? What are the chances?
They kept announcing their tour.
Y'all will be seeing our surrogate soon. And another update we're having, our first tour date is going to be in Biloxi, Mississippi, July 13th.
Yes.
And we will be there.
Where you could enjoy things like a picture or a hot dog. Or everyone who donates $20 to Operation House the Homeless will receive a complimentary 7 nights resort for up to 6 people. A guaranteed free vacation for $20? Wow! Oh, wait, it's just another one of their charity donation scams. Now, obviously, I would never be as heartless as to accuse someone of milking a made-up emotional story like the desperate desire to have a child with their 62-year-old geriatric wife, spiraling into a dramatic, heart-wrenching surrogacy saga and milking every second of it for millions of views. But I don't have to, because their surrogacy.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Well, tour date, bro. Yep. Look more like a mummy than a baby. Egyptian mummy. Wait. The baby or the woman? Did you hear about the brain dead woman who had a baby? Yeah, I'm aware.
carrier already has, who also happens to be a TikToker. Which, of course she is. Of course they tried to get a surrogacy carrier via TikTok. Because why would you go through doctors and therapists and a surrogate agency when you could actually make the whole thing up and use a random stranger on the app as scapegoat?
A lot of people want to believe him over me because I'm a crackhead. She's a crackhead.
I didn't know there was an addiction involved.
They knew I was an active addiction. The day that they came over to discuss it, I was with my baby daddy, and my baby daddy told me that I had to tell them. They still chose to go through.
So they willingly chose the drug addict. They willingly chose the drug addict. Yeah, go ahead, sure. What could go wrong? Just pick the drug addict for the surrogacy. Why not? Okay, these people are retarded again. I mean, the baby on the photo with the baby who seemed way too big. Yeah. I just thought it funny because the woman also looks like a mummy.
With this whole process, he knows that he's not the dad, but he obviously wants to monetize off every single thing.
Yeah, so apparently the entire surrogacy situation was made up. They didn't go through legal documents, no contracts were ever signed, because this never was a surrogacy.
I did reach out to my attorney. I just want him to stop. I just want him to stop making content about me and my daughter. I just want... He's not the dad. I'm not gonna allow you to monetize off her DNA.
You are not the father. Do a flip.
I'm not gonna allow this to be a public, huge, millions of views thing.
This was just a pregnant lady struggling with addiction and rather had her upcoming baby, who wasn't conceived with Quran's sperm, even though that's what he said.
His sperm and I surrogate.
Oh, so the baby isn't even his. There is no surrogate baby. There is none. There is none. Ah, very cool.
Its eggs.
Be adopted by another couple to provide it with a better life. And then offered her baby to Quran and Cheryl like an Amazon delivery package. But as she successfully beat her addiction,
I'm 187 days sober today.
And was constantly being harassed by the lies of Quran and Cheryl, faking this surrogacy situation and milking it for views,
I would have a little bit more sympathy if you didn't dog me and bash me the way that you did.
she logically decided to keep the baby.
When I got sober, when I came home and I got sober and I really realized what the hell was happening, I was absolutely mortified.
Because if they were already milking this child for views even before it was born, then imagine how far they might have gone after they...
Sell the baby. Sell it. That's a classic. That's peak. Sell the baby. You must sell the baby. Don't sell the baby. I beg of you. Don't sell the baby. Don't. It's just terrible. That's just terrible. A vampire wouldn't age that badly. The woman passed the mummy stage. She had yeah, true. A vampire would probably... Like, have you looked at the Twilight vampires? Have you looked at any other vampires? They don't look old. They don't age, right? They're technically already dead. In some cases they can just take 1,000 years. I guess for some things, yeah. For some fictional parts, yeah. But most of the time, they don't age.
received the child.
They are content creators. They are influencers. They don't work outside of TikTok. I understand that they need content, they need views, but I don't understand how we're doing this, why we're doing this about a child.
I'm really starting to hate these two people.
The amount of hate that I got on this is honestly so mind-blowing. A lot of the comments that I got on that video were people literally wanted me to relapse.
But who am I to criticize true love? Who am I to step on their happiness? At least it's really cool to see that they're still together. Emotional farewell? Oh no!
This ain't easy. Not for me, not for her. It's a tough decision I had to make.
Tough decision? No! Are you guys
No! No! They're gonna break up! Those two cuties! Oh no. No. I'm so sad. Fuck yes. Look at wrinkly dick downer. I don't know. Crazy. It is what it is. I don't feel nothing.
Breaking up?
This ain't goodbye forever. I'll see you soon. Sure, I love you to death.
You do.
I appreciate it.
Wait, is she dying? Actually, that wouldn't be that shocking. I'm kidding.
He's crying like a little boy, and she's like, okay.
I'm kidding. Jeez. Elon Musk has one crash out and comedy is illegal again.
Legalize comedy. Yeah.
I know, Karan got imprisoned for 7 years. Apparently he was charged with...
Oh, well, they're not breaking up, I guess. They're not breaking up. He's going into prison. Well, just put her in a nursing home and be done with it. It's like, instead of put the fries in the bag, it's put the woman in the nursing home. Put Granny into the nursing home. Love you to death is a threat at her age.
with 3 counts of felony, aggravated assault, 8 counts of insurance fraud, 2 counts of false statements and writings, 1st-degree criminal damage to property, 2 2nd-degree criminal damage to property, 3 misdemeanor counts of reckless conduct, and 2 counts of false reports of a crime. Why is it always the influencers, man? See, it kind of detracts from your responsible messaging of having to make a tough decision.
This ain't easy. Not for me, not for her.
It's not like you have a decision really, is it? Comedy is illegal again? Always has been. If you make jokes about the protected classes in this world, yeah, to a degree.
It's a tough decision I had to make.
When in actuality, you just committed a collective of 21 crimes.
He made a mockery of me. He judged me. He degraded me. He belittled me on this app, made fun of me for being a crackhead, made fun of me for going in and out of jail, dealing with things, having all these things. He made fun of me. And the whole time, he was scamming people out of their money, okay? And causing injury, causing serious injury.
But you're still gonna thrive in stride, so hey, should be waiting for me when I get home.
Yes, I will.
I'll wait for you. How long you got? I'm not gonna laugh at that. This is a tragic situation, and I have to feel bad for them. Or at least I should, if they hadn't both scammed their audience with fake charity.
Well. It is what it is. I think she's waiting, but she will be waiting, I think, for a longer time than 7 years. She might be waiting for the rest of eternity for him. After that one. You're already on borrowed time, technically, right? And what do? You get in jail. Congratulations. She's still alive? I don't know. Maybe.
And fake his surrogacy while harassing a pregnant recovering addict for millions of views. I mean, at this point, I'm starting to think that they might be mutual gold diggers who set up a fake relationship in the first place just to capitalize off of rage bait shock value TikTok views. And then again, they do really seem in love when they do Fortnite dance. Well, I think it's about time for my therapy session. The content I've gotta sit through, man. It's consuming me. There. It's okay. Thank you.
I mean, similar situation. He's going to prison, but she got the death sentence. That's crazy. Well, he's going to prison. She's going into a coffin. It is what it is. But yeah, the stuff that I have to sit through this stuff too. So I'm not surprised.
Can't take it anymore. Well, I hope you learned something this video because he sure hasn't and will always keep torturing himself for your entertainment. But you can cheer him up by subscribing to his channel so he can absorb all of your fibers and nutrients. Also, don't forget to check out private internet access in the description. And thanks again for sponsoring this video.
Oh, that was fast. That was quick. Let me go back to the video again. Alright, that is the end of the video. Well, now we know. Old lady, young man, weird TikToks, cringy TikToks, and probably soon a dead woman with a prisoner boyfriend, husband, whatever. Fake cigarette kid. It is what it is. It is what it is. Scams. We love to see it. We love to see it. Old people and young people. Yep, that's gonna be. He took hack maxing a bit too far. He took hack maxing a bit too far. He said, "I'm not just gonna hack max. I'm gonna granny max. I'm gonna max out the granny." Yep. Yep. It is what it is, chat. It is what it is. Yeah, Neko Sugar Girls. I would need to add that. But first, I think I need a break, so I'll be right back. I need a quick break, and then I need to do Deers, Does, and yeah, Neko Sugar Girls. I'll be right back, kids. Don't Gooner Gump. Returned. I am back. What were you talking about? What were you saying, dear? What were you saying? Guys, in GT gets a girl, then I get a girl. You both die alone and single and miserable. That's what I see. Also, well, time for Deer's Dose and then Neon Neko Sugar. Girls.
I couldn't have imagined my
Shut it. Sorry. Anyways. This is very obviously. But his hip bone broke after we were doing the father-son duo. You fucking degenerate. You fucking degenerate. You are in fact, I think you don't even want a girl. You're a power bottom. I feel like. You're a power bottom. Very clearly. You are very clearly a power bottom. Anyways. This is gonna be awful. We must do this. Fat shaming a streamer. Meat by Meat Canyon. As we can see, Queso is already quite massive. I wonder where this is going. I wonder where this is going. If you like more Meat Canyon reactions, you should like and subscribe. Let's just get into this. Let's just, oh god. This can't be good.
Pork Floyd? Oh, yep, you're banned.
That's not even too far off. That's not even too far off. Though even here, he already looks much more massive, and his beard looks much more ginormous.
Who said Snack Harlow? Get that guy out of here!
That's actually accurate. That's the problem. It's actually accurate.
Venturo? Okay, banned! Metallica? Oh, bro!
Does he get fatter and fatter? Does he get fat? Did he just get fatter?
Tyler the Inflator? Oh, bro!
He does in fact get fatter. He's in fact, he gets so heavy that the phone gets heavy. Oh no.
Mom! Timmy, what's wrong?
Oh, God!
What's wrong, Timmy? What's wrong?
My phone! It's too heavy, Mom! It's too heavy!
Okay, so here, just hold on. I'll help you. Just hold on.
EBS emergency broadcast system. Please stand by. There's cheeks. They're like dumplings. Oh no, I don't like where this is going.
Phoenix, Arizona has sunken in on itself! Government officials have not released this.
Large sinkholes appearing all around the globe. Motherfucker, poor Queso.
Statement as to why this could have happened, but billions of lives have been lost. My monitor just fell through the floor watching this guy?
He gets actually fatter and fatter. Bro.
Okay, buddy, banned!
Even Japan.
何らかの現象により地球に飲み込まれたというニュースが入ってきました。科学者の方たちはもうすぐ日本全体が飲み込まれるだろうと言っています。
They're all dying. They're all dying. The queso is growing.
You're getting too big. If you grow anymore, you will implode the Earth and destroy humanity as we know it. Oh yeah. Okay. Banned.
Now he looks like a ginormous baby. Not gonna lie. They even got tanks and helicopters. That is crazy.
Y'all called the military? Are you serious, bro? Come on, banned!
The madness. It's reaching critical mass. If this continues, it will create a chain reaction.
The density of this man. It's a critical mass. Wait, is he gonna turn into like a black hole? Bro is getting its own gravitational field.
Reaction resulting in a black hole. Not only humanity will perish.
It is a black hole. It's gonna be a black hole. That's crazy. My poor boy, he's not that big. Just sumo wrestler size. Oh yeah. He's not that big. Are you sure about that?
But a very galaxy as well.
Wait, Meat Canyon, Queso, Solos, Galaxies, Galaxy level? What's next, Universal?
Alright, I guess this year's gonna blow up now. Whatever, man. Banned!
It was our fault. We provoked him, and now we're all going to die.
Chat, don't fat shame Queso anymore. Don't do that. Don't do it. We might all die. You seen Akira anime, old movie? Yeah, I've seen that one, yeah. It's been a while though.
No, sweetie, don't say that. Don't say that. We did this, Mom. We did this.
He has not even acknowledged that his hands are being crushed. He hasn't even really acknowledged it once. That's crazy. What defense or or what kind of pain tolerance you gotta have for that one? That's crazy. That's crazy. Queso more like Fato. That's crazy. That is crazy! Banned. Well, that's a black hole. Is there more? No, that's it. That was crazy. Fat Man reminds you something from here. There, yeah, could be. Kira's animation is so pretty. Yeah, it was also I think mostly hand drawn. If not everything was hand drawn. Very interesting. Fatso, that's crazy. That was crazy. That was insane. Poor Queso. Homie went all out just to make an animation for him where he destroys the entire universe. That is crazy. Well, don't provoke a fat streamer, or you're gonna die. Nice. Well, next up, we gotta do the classic. I will send another. Watch it after some other videos. It's a different video from a different person. Okay. It's gonna be crazy, regardless. Anyways, this one. Neon Neko Sugar Girls, Episode 5 by Soap Opera 46. Well, time to get in there. We've reacted to the previous episodes. We might as well do this one now. Obviously, I'm gonna skip the intro because I ain't doing that to me. That's the perfect point. No! Yes! No! Did she receive a DLC? She was never kicked this up. Holy fuck! Bro downloaded the Booba DLC. Who installed the mods? That's crazy.
Raku-chan. Oh, konnichiwa, Koneko-chan. How are you doing? I'm doing just fine, Raku-chan. Well, I was gonna take you to the vet today to see if you're doing alright.
Why are tits suddenly so massive? For no reason. Actual content peak. Peak fiction. Hero. Why is the tits so ginormous? What the heck?
Sounds like a plan to me. Well, we gonna go and see if I'm doing alright, yeah? Oh, I hope it was just a short illness, yeah? Oh, it's Hitoshi-san. He's here at the room. So surprised.
Well, hey there, Neko Bros. I was just about to go to your house, Raku-chan, to see if you were.
They fucked up the audio here. They fucked up the audio incredibly because he's so silent while everyone else is so loud. They fucked up the audio. They should have re-recorded this, not gonna lie. Also, she just, the bigger the better. I ain't complaining. I know that you aren't complaining. I know that you aren't complaining. I know. You don't need to tell me that. That was obvious from the get-go. I know what you are. It was a project between friends. They didn't get paid anything to do this, I don't think. I don't know. She got a DLC.
Doing A-okay. Yeah. Roar.
Konnichiwa.
Nya. Roar. What the fuck, dude? That's crazy.
Hitoshi-san.
And it's not getting better. It's just not getting better when he does that. I'm like, bro, no.
Hitoshi-san.
Is he gooning about him? Wait. Gay. Gay? Bro.
Come on, Raku-chan. Let's go, Nya.
Obligatory panty shot. We needed that. Puts my collar and leash away. Run the other way. Bleach no acid for my eyes.
What seems to be the problem? Raku-chan's been
Holy shit! What the fuck? That's his kid now. Oh, that's awful. Panty shot behind me. Hot nurse.
the problem. Raku-chan's been feeling really weird lately, so we decided to come here and see what was wrong. Yeah, I got really sick, but Koneko-chan and Hitoshi-san pulled through for me, yeah? We're gonna take some tests on you, Raku-chan.
Oh, fuck! That is crazy! I know some of you would hit that. I know that some of you guys would absolutely hit that. Definitely.
Just sit still for me. Thanks. Okay, yes. I'm sorry to tell you this, Raku-chan, but you've been diagnosed with rabies. Is there anything that may have caused this? No, I don't think so. I can't remember anything that might have caused rabies. Yeah. You'll be okay, Raku-chan.
Don't worry, Raku-chan.
It's a cat. Get, put her down. Put her down. It's a cat. What can happen? Put her down. Put her down. Just use enough to put down an elephant. I don't care. Put her down.
It's okay, Raku-chan. You're not alone, and you'll never be alone. We're always here for you. You know that. You know that. You know that.
I really believe in you guys.
How often is he repeating it? I know that. I know that.
Thanks so much. Yeah. Hitoshi-san. Hitoshi-san. Who wants mochi ice cream and green tea? Huh?
Her friend just cock-blocked her. Her friend just cock-blocked her. That's crazy. Or vagina blocked? I don't know how we would call that. Poor Raku-chan. Guys, she has rabies. Show some compassion. Nah. No more compassion. My compassion has ran out.
I love Samadeko Neko-chan, yeah?
That sounds pretty filling.
Pause. 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 What is filling? Wait, are they even bigger now? Yes, they are. She's growing? Yes, they are. Look at it, how massive. I could disappear in those. I could.
I'm so glad we could have fun, just like old times, yeah? Oh, Raku-chan, wasn't that just 5 days ago? Yeah, it was, Hanya. Neko-chan. Oh, for some reason I feel really strange right now. Yeah. I really hope it's not the rabies. Yeah. It's like nothing I've ever felt before. Yeah.
Put it down for this world. Her mochi's balancing on her table. As a furry, I hate this. I reject this. This is horrid, dude. This is horrid. But that is the peak. That is the peak internet brain rot. Old age brain rot. Oh no, you pause just to goon. Ah, sure, dear. Sure, dear. Weren't you fantasizing about buck incest with your mom? With your art mama? I remember that. Should I tell her? That was the worst shit ever. Never again. Never again. Never again. Never again, but there's 5 more episodes. It is what it is. Crazy. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. I have to do that as a compilation. Eventually. That's terrible. No, yes, I have proof. Literal proof. Also, Deer really loves to be, shoved around. I'm so glad I missed the majority of this. He also likes to... That's no mom. What the hell? Yes, exactly. That his art mom, he goons with her. I have proof. Please, one more episode. Come on. I hate you. Fine. Frogger, interesting? Nah. Not Kiko, you moron. Absolutely Kiko. He told me. that one of his art girls is supposed to bounce on him like the Pixar lamp. That one. Like on the eye, the Pixar lamp. That's what he wanted. Anyways, Neon Necker Sugar Girls episode 6 by Soap Opera 46. We'll just get into it. Family gooning. Exactly, keeping the family. Good old. We're skipping the intro, absolutely.
I feel really weak.
Just put her down at this point. She has rabies. Just put her down. Bro, I'ma tell Kiko. Exactly. Tell her that dear wants this. I'm disappointed in you, child. I can live with that. You have to watch this next episode or you have missed too much. What?
Maybe I should get some fresh air. This.
Are we sure that she has rabies and not uncontrollable tit growth? Are we sure that this is rabies?
I hope Raku-chan loves my present. Raku-chan, what happened? Hitoshi-san? Oh, it's Koneko-chan. Yeah. Are you okay, Raku-chan?
Rip Bozo! Rip Bozo! I can live with that. Okay, I'm not staying for this. Goodbye. Goodbye! It's just 2 minutes. Don't worry. Sway's here. We can go back to normal finally. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Thank you so much. Thank you. Diagonal.
No. I'm gonna go make you some green tea, okay, Raku-chan? Okay, yeah.
I don't want to anymore. I don't want to watch this anymore. This is torture. This is actual torture. It's so terrible. It is. Weird Mama messages are getting removed. I'm just asking to check the Twitter DMs. I have checked that. Her name is Watermelon. Ah! So that's the girl you said you want. Ah, you actually said that on stream, that you're no longer into pumpkins. You like watermelons. Interesting. Well, I guess I shall be informing. We should be informing that woman. I think. With that exact clip that I have.
Nandesu? Where's Raku-chan?
Nandesu? Straight up just throwing it in there.
Oh no. Raku-chan is gone. Gone with the wind. I'm too much of a burden for Kon.
Look how these bounce. Look how these bouncy bounce. Look at these honkers. These knockers. These badonkers. Jump up and down.
Neko-chan and Hitoshi-san. Hitoshi-san, it's Koneko-chan.
Moshi Moshi, Koneko-chan. What's cooking? Good looking.
Raku-chan has gone missing. We need to go and find her.
I'm invested in the story now. It's peak. Peak. Actually peak.
Yeah.
What? We better go find her. Yeah. Roar.
Huh?
Don't go into the light! Actually, is she dying? Don't go into the light. Don't go into the light. Also. This is what I mention most Blue Sky users look like, but without tits and a lot more retarded.
Huh?
Raku-chan, where are you?
Raku-chan! 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 Come on, Itoshi-san, we have to find her.
Wait, is she getting isekai'd? Finally. The peak isekai.
Yeah, let's go.
That was terrible. That was again terrible. Ah, man, this is just so terrible. I swear to God, these episodes. Her tits, like I said, I don't think she has rabies. She has serious back issues. That's what it is. My dog just gave me the look of what are you watching? Bro, like, what is this freak watching again? Crazy. Enough of Nickers. No more. Let me jump back. No! No more! That's enough for one day. Anyways, we got people to farm. Next one that I need to do.
Massive.
Massive! Is it massive day or massive news?
Massive day for the...
Okay. It wasn't enough. I'll do two more tomorrow. I'll do two more tomorrow. The one I sent right now is actually good. Nah, I need to do WestJet. No more RAR, no more RAR. I also need to do what also kind of gives views. And those always do good. Anyways, massive day for the unemployed. 37-year-old Genshin virgin gets banned off Twitch. Well, Tectone got nuked again. Also, if you like this kind of content, please consider liking and subscribing. Yes, Tectone got nuked off of Twitch. A fourth time. Number one, he told somebody to delete themselves. That was 100% deserved, yes. Number two, he called a fat bitch a fat bitch. Number three, he called horse. And now we have number four. We'll look at it. Also, he reached 1 million subs. Congratulations. Well, time to get into it. WestJet video.
Massive day for the unemployed. 42-year-old Genshin Impact player gets...
I mean, he does no longer play Genshin Impact. If anything, he just reacts to people, doing, like, criticizing the game because the game is ass. Fun fact, I will not continue to play Genshin Impact. Reason being, this game is, in fact, one of the few games that is straight up just pay to win in the end game. Like all other gacha games, you can clear end game content without like going overboard. With this game, in fact, the most current difficulty for the end game cannot be beat by free-to-play players. Not supporting that. Since that update, I decided nope. Before that it was possible, but with that new endgame content, it is no longer possible to beat the entire game free-to-play. It is what it is.
Banned off Twitch, but what did he do?
Probably any contentless content creator goes live and reacts to it.
Alright, buddy, speak for yourself. Not all of us got time to react to Genshin Impact videos.
I'll fucking kill you, WestJet. That is fucking 5 years ago!
Bald! Bald! Bald. Just straight up bald. I'm a free-to-play player. I just did. You did not beat the true endgame content where you need to have at least C2 characters or C0, but your artifacts need to be perfect. There's only one man who did it currently, and he's in Japan, and he did it with like 1 second left. You are not beating that new endgame mode free to play. You're not doing that. I saw you play once, and I wanted to throw my laptop out of my house. It just doesn't feel nice to play. I'll be back. I want to listen to the music. Take care. Bald but nice bald. Bald but nice bald.
That is 5 years ago. Oh, I'll fucking kill you.
Anyway.
This is not my first. This is not my second. This is not my third. This is my fourth fucking ban in the past 90 days.
April.
Imagine getting banned 4 times. Imagine getting banned 4 times in 90 days. That is crazy. You gotta pull that off. You gotta pull that off. Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious.
27th. Tectone's been banned for calling Frogan a fat piece of so he called a spade a spade.
Over what? Might you ask? Well, guess what? This is by far the worst one ever. And this one laid forth a little trap that I set for you, Twitch.
So One Punch Man over here schemed up a trap, and apparently Twitch fell for it. Let's see.
Bro baited Twitch into getting... Bro baited Twitch into, like, banning him. That's kind of weird. Do I believe you in this situation? Is that clickbait? Like, Ryan got C6. Nervy. Is that a 4 or 5 star? Because to clear that, you need at least C2, all 5 stars. At least. Or, well, perfect artifacts.
Let's go ahead and talk about the hypocrisy, the double standards, and the preferential treatment of every single person on this goddamn platform.
What the? I didn't do shit.
Who do you think got me banned? Yet again. Yep, there it is. That dumb bitch who's getting her ass sued, and I can't wait for her ass to get permanent. Yeah.
Is it because of denims? I don't think it's because of Hijabba the Hutt. I don't think so. I don't believe him. Yeah, I don't know. It's denims, isn't it? It's gotta be denims.
Yes, I have been mass reported by Denim's community once again for calling her a whore.
Wait, okay. Let me run that down. Let me run that back and down. Banned for telling a viewer to delete themselves. Banned for calling Frogan fat. Banned for calling 2 women. That's also denims. Whores. And now mass reported and banned for calling denims a whore. That's 2 for 2 in this situation, kind of. 2 times because of calling her a whore. That's very interesting.
So he called a spade a spade. Anyway, Vitality's coach here got mass reported and got his Twitch taken down.
I got banned because she said she was upset that she was being called a whore. And then I said, if you don't want to be called that, don't have an OnlyFans.
You can't have your pie and eat it too. If you have an OF account, you are a whore. That's just objectively true.
I mean, he isn't wrong. He isn't wrong. If you have an OF, you are. You are. Offense user a whore. Be accurate. I mean, it is. It is accurate. That's the truth. Like, it literally is. It is the truth. Like, it's true. It is.
If I was a woman doing that, I'd own up to it. It's like, so what? I saw my pooper for $5 on the internet. I'm a millionaire. You know what I mean?
There's this girl called Denims who keeps on calling me a sexual predator.
Well, that escalated quickly. Why, yeah, I'm asexual. Asexual.
I can't talk about.
Well, we know that's a lie. We know that's a lie for Tectone.
Rogan. I can't talk about Hassan. I can't talk about Denims.
Why you pull up Destiny? Okay, so I've saw Jabba, Destiny, and I think that was it looked like Idub's husband, but I could be wrong.
I can't talk about any of them.
With age comes wisdom, but I don't think Tectone's beefing the right people on Twitch. He's literally beefing their protected class. He's literally willing to be a martyr for the cause, because at this point...
He died for their sins. Interesting.
We all know Twitch's hypocrisy. As soon as they did that standing ovation for Hassan Piker's birthday, it was over.
That anybody pushing extreme leftist agenda, these extreme libtards on the internet, I think someone on Twitch agrees with them.
Twitch probably classifies the flag to his left as a hate symbol.
I set up a little trap.
What's this dude waffling about this trap thing? What are you, 2 steps ahead now?
Inside of this.
That's a very fitting comparison. It's not a fitting comparison, but it's very interesting. But yeah. I don't think you're 2 steps ahead. I want to see the proof of that.
Folder that I made with the help of my mods, I had a plethora of videos and screenshots that went on for quite a bit.
God damn, bro did his homework.
The reason Tectone can't sue me is because he did that shit.
Clips where Denims is saying that I'm a rapist and I can't sue her because, well, she believes that I did it.
So let me get this straight, you know, they're allowed to call him a rapist on Twitch, but when he tells Frogan she should opt for a Diet Coke when getting a triple Whopper meal.
Very true, very true. She should get a treadmill instead of, you know, a quintuple cheeseburger with a large extra sweet Coke and extra oily fries. Yeah. But they can call him a rapist. Very, very interesting. Very interesting. Twitch chooses side regardless of the site's actions. That's how it seems. That's not just how it seems. That's how it is actually. That's just not just how it seems. That's how it is actually. Like, again, the CEO is a leftist gooner who goons to his own Twitch streamers. Cause we saw the tabs. Hello, what's happening? Tectone's 4th ban.
Well, he's bad?
I call these people fat. I call a girl with an OnlyFans a whore. And I get banned now for a total of a month.
They did my boy Dr. Eggman dirt.
Holy shit! A month? Oh wait. For calling a whore a month. But if you can get your back blown out in the background, and you get 3 days. What? What the fuck are we doing? How does that work? How do you can get your okay? How do you, if you are one of the minorities? Yeah, women are minorities regardless, even if they're not. If you're one of the minorities, you can do whatever you want, except when you're a VTuber in the minority. That doesn't count anymore. But regardless, if you can get your dick sucked, you can get dick down in the background. But hey, call a whore, you get a month out. Month. That's crazy.
Birdie, you know, Twitch. All my homies hate Twitch.
And they are okay with all of it as long as you are pushing a leftist extremist agenda.
Whether you're left wing or right wing, it's the same bird. Other than like maybe Destiny, I don't think I've seen a single leftist squat 200 pounds parallel.
See that as a reflection of who I am.
I love our troops, and I don't take their sacrifices for granted.
I'm sorry, but if he was black, he would never get banned on Twitch for that. And I'm just saying facts.
I wonder. It's interesting that he didn't get banned for his pro-life thinking. Very interesting. Should happen. I'm waiting for it. I don't know how Denims is looking to ban people instead of focus on defense and wise choices. She's walking on a thin rope right now. The thing is this. Legally, if that goes through, the only one I think who's genuinely financially ruined by Ethan's lawsuit is probably Casey Tron, because she just got recently out of debt and she will go back into debt if it actually works. Does he get off on getting banned or something? This man cannot stay on Twitch to save his life. The thing is this, he's like a martyr. He loves to he died for our sins kind of thing. Also, he just doesn't shut up anymore. Like, in fact, I feel like he gets more unhinged every single day with each upload. Because, like, before it wasn't such a big deal because like because of OTK. Like he couldn't say what he just wanted. He just said what was good for like OTK. And now he doesn't have to do that anymore. So now he just says stuff. I mean, I'll be honest, I'd probably get banned from Twitch pretty quickly.
Here, he's the most oppressed kind of phenotype there is. He's a middle-aged white guy who's bald.
Why is Tectone's egg ass trying to say you ruined your life, Lamau? Why are you openly admitting that you watch the child of a
What Destiny's bringing up here is
that's new information. Straight up child. What the fuck? What the where are these people getting this? You know how much Ethan lawsuit may ask them, the 3 or 4 at this point, San Orbitus? Potentially over $150,000. That is a lot of money. For each person. As far as I've heard, up to. That at least that's what I've heard.
that Tectone's dad isn't a good guy. He's a criminal. Yeah, because as a child, you are 100% a reflection of your parents' choices. What a moron take. And you betcha Hassan would be jumping hella loops, doing some mental gymnastics, talking about Osama bin Laden's children, being like, oh, they're not involved, man.
And the only thing that you're doing is you're going to make me grow and get bigger and bigger and bigger.
God, I hate autocorrect. Never once have I tried.
I mean, very true. Thanks to all of this, he's finally cracked a million, which is really interesting. Why is Hassan acting like he didn't go to a brothel that got busted for child trafficking? Very interesting. I do not know. I do not know. Because it's rules for thee and not for me. You can say, like I said, you can do the most horrid shit as long as you have the right opinions, you're protected. As long as you have the right opinions, you are protected. Like I said, in the VTubing space, we have people who literally protect people who have great fantasies for women. Because they're leftists, they are protected. If they abuse and harass, disable women, they're still fine as long as they have the right opinion. That's the double standard. I do this. I'm the worst man on the planet. I do it. I'm not. It's just odd. But completely off topic, but you can now catch your own kind in Power World. AK Slimes, perfect. Perfect. I think they'll ask more since I heard 2 or 3 Orbitus open donations to help them and gain 100k and 200k. Yeah, they gain money to give it to H3 again.
I had to spell bigger.
What a fucking
big. Anyway, Denims herself quote tweeted Tectone's ban and said, "Do nothing and win," and fitting communist meme. But then people found her alt account, which wrote, "The funniest thing about this is the fact that I only asked people to report him once for the jerk-off comments about me. After Twitch didn't do shit, I literally gave up on the Twitch report system. Now that I'm doing nothing, he can't stop getting banned." You know what? Valid crash out, to be honest. If a 35-year-old said they were jerking it to me, I'd be pretty upset too. Obviously, Tectone was joking, but the ironic thing is, she's accusing him of gooning while sending her own army of gooners to report him. At Twitch support, isn't this brigading? Valid question. She legit sent the whole gay pride parade to take him down.
So here's messages with official Twitch staff. Obviously, I've blurred them out.
Basically, she said the leftist Rainbow Brigade after homie. And they actually won. But to be fair, again, they're just making him more money. Like, he's still gonna make more money. Regardless. Because of Kick and YouTube. Like, he made more money on YouTube than he had made probably his entire life of probably soon. Soon he will make more money off of YouTube than he will have probably ever on Twitch, because YouTube just pays better.
These are messages with official Twitch staff.
I like how he blurred the Twitch staff's name because it'd probably get his ass fired, but this guy looks like he's actually, looking into it.
And I pride myself by always telling you guys.
Wait, I didn't read that. I want to read that. Yeah, 100%, but like, bro, her tweet had 1 million views out of nowhere. It's hard for me to ignore something that big after she went after me and my family. Same thing with Denims. And you've reported them both on Twitch with the links and stuff, because it is according to our guidelines, we will action on off-platform behavior if it's egregious enough. I'm compiling a folder right now and submitted an appeal. Okay, he's compiling things. He's compiling things. Okay, interesting.
Into it.
And I pride myself.
I mean, I kind of can't take this seriously. You know why? They banned a VTuber for her VTuber model before she even started streaming, which is kind of odd behavior. That is very odd behavior. I don't think that it has to be egregious enough. I think that if it's not the right opinion, or you're not doing the right thing, they'll just nuke you before you even do anything. Which, I'm gonna be honest, if you say things on Twitter, that should not affect your Twitch. That should not affect your YouTube. If you don't say it on those platforms, you are not breaking the platform's TOS. You should not be able to break the platform's TOS. I think this idea that you can say something off a platform, off of the original platform, and get banned for it, I find that so horrid. That's so retarded.
By always telling you guys the absolute truth and providing you proof with absolutely everything that I possibly can.
But what did like Tectone do to be so hated on Twitch? Like, all I know about him is that he's like 40 years old and plays Genshin Impact.
I'll fucking kill you, WestJet.
His last ban was pretty
pushing the idea that he plays Genshin Impact still. Nah, he hates that game and the community, kind of.
well deserved. Wonder what this one is for.
I'll be real, bro. Minx is such a nasty bitch. I wouldn't f that whore with Russell's dick.
Accurate. Truly accurate. Also, isn't she an alcoholic? Also, I've heard. Isn't she exactly that?
I'm good, bro. Absolutely not. Hell nah, bro. You can track like every single... Bro, like, you have with Minx, and then your STD list starts to look like one of these Pokédex bios in Twitter.
I mean, I'm not really shocked that Twitch banned him for that, but there is a double standard. The fact that they don't ban the people that are calling him a which, you know, is...
Yeah, that's the double standard. React to the one I send. It's so epic. I will not react to this because this is the Megamind movie, and I'm gonna get DMCA'd. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. Partly it's a wake-up call. The world isn't that forgiving. There will be times people will have to take accountability for their words. Very true. Now, because if you did something really horrible, you should lose all platforms. Like if you're, I think there is a degree, right? It depends. But if it's just words, I think if it's just words, I don't think you should be banned of a platform. Again, it depends on what it is, but I don't think calling somebody a whore is a good enough reason. And the way Twitch acts is not when it's too egregious, it's just when they don't agree with you. Like, I don't think VTuber hips are necessarily a reason for a ban. I don't think so.
Marginally worse is the issue here. In general, people would respect OF girls a lot more if they were honest, you know, instead of calling yourself an entrepreneur.
Not really. Not really. I would not respect them. In fact, probably I would respect them less. Because now they're full on admitting it.
Or, God forbid, a content creator, you know, just call yourself what you are.
I think I'm a whore.
Everyone's a whore, Bryce. We just sell different parts of ourselves.
I'm not even 14 and this is deep. God damn. Now that we're on...
I'm not even 14 and this is deep. I mean, kinda true, but not really. I mean, if you look at female content creators on Twitch, you might be correct 80% of the time, potentially, or you're just a fucking steam engine like Caseytron, Remember, guys, a reaction is when I cough and smoke for 18 minutes.
On the topic of Twitch, Denims was getting a decent amount of trolling. Yo, W Denims, at least he's not on the verge of losing everything in court.
Nux! Hello, Nux.
And then a bunch of people called her a lovely lady.
They have been sent videos, they have been sent screenshots. Everything has been sent and received via off-screen violation or on-platform violations and on-platform violations. They have all received them based on their own words, labeling people pedophiles, abusers, going after Asmongold's dead fucking mother.
I mean, they're doing a great advertisement and scaring every single dude who has any self-respect away from their political cause. But any good faith person can see the hypocrisy of Twitch and be like, huh.
I mean, the reason why the left is currently losing is because they're retarded. The reason why Pride Month fell off is because they're retarded. There is an ongoing trend that if you are retarded, you lose the public support. So here's my advice, kids, don't be retarded. Everyone is a slave to something, Askeladd Vinland Saga. I mean, hot take, we are still in slavery. We just call it a job. Father, I'm sad. What the heck? Why you're sad? I'm gonna scare you, dear. There's something really scary I could do to you. I could send to you. A job application.
Why is this double standard here? Very weird. And honestly, the people are feeling it. Twitch is literally a shadow of its former self. Like, genuinely, anyone who still supports Twitch at this point is delusional. Rules for thee, but not for me. You know, if they want to ban Tectone for being brash, then be consistent with your rules, because some of these other people are literally calling for violence.
30K to anyone who'll make this dipshit disappear and make Eve's breasts bigger. Okay, you have to do both.
What the actual
Literally, put a, you know, get this guy dead, I will give you money. That's literally, like, that's also, by the way, a crime, I think. I think that is a crime. Okay, I have to be retarded, I have autism, I don't get a choice. Okay, we can make differentiations. Don't be retarded if you have the choice. If you don't have the choice, that's different. Watermelon and pumpkin are the same. They go into the bathroom while you take a shit. You're that close already? That's very interesting. Well, then pick one. Can't be worse. Just pick one at that point.
did you just say to me right now?
Honestly, at this point, Jeff Bezos just needs to pull the plug.
You follow me and you say you don't know who I am. Caught red.
I have a bunch of new people following me. A bunch of ginormous VTubers, by the way, following me. I'm like so scared. What if I tweet something and they see it and like,
Handed. I'm gonna send him an angry DM right now. Where is this? How dare you bring up my shady past of playing Genshin Impact?
Not one, not two, not even three, but 8 Genshin Impact videos.
So today,
this deserves a perma in itself.
I don't know.
Damn, bro still had a little bit of hair back then. The bald man.
What the fuck, you anti-American read? But I suggest you try enforcing your TOS equally. That way you get some of the credibility you once had back. Twitch, go fuck yourself. May God have mercy on your soul.
But unfortunately, we ran out of time for this video.
That's pretty much the end of the video. That was interesting. Well, 4th ban for Tectone. How many more shall it be? Well, now it's a month, so we have to wait at least a month. Well, he could get banned 5 times a year, 6 times a year. We will see. Twitch is never going to be consistent. Their goal is not to be consistent. They will protect their radical leftist shithole. That's it. And their prostitution ring, whatever you want to call it at this point. I think Twitch fell off the moment they allowed failed chatterbait women and failed OF women on there. That's just me. And a video with a literal bomb. Noted. Yep. That's how WestJet does it. Nice. Let's do the one I send. I will not do that because that's Megamind. That's literally the part of the movie. It doesn't matter if it's voiced over. If it's audio visual or if it's visual copyright, I will get nuked off of stream. I can't do that. If it's like longer than 10 seconds, I get anally fisted. Like, do you not get that? If you already enter the subject, maybe enter the ref collection. Ah, yes. The ref collection. Right. I need to look which video is the first one, actually. Or is it in there the way I added them? I need to check. We need to farm this. The first one I don't need to watch because it's literally about the H3 video, so that's fine. The first one I don't need to watch. Ah, perfect. Yeah, perfect. Fine, let me replace it. No, watch it, it's different. It's literally from the movie I Don't Want to Die. Well, we'll start with this one, I think. Is it? Is it this one? Yes, it is. This one.
Hey, what's up, guys? Up here. Sorry for the lack of a VTuber. Hey, what's up, guys? Up here.
We have small ref down here. That's interesting. Well, that's interesting. Alright, let's go. She is so freaking stupid, by Ref says Desu. Well, this is probably about Denims. Let's see what Denims has done. Good old Denims. Also, if you like this kind of content, please consider liking and subscribing. It would be a huge help. Well, let's see what Denims has done. This is about Denims. So let's see. Let's actually see. Well, let's go.
Hey, what's up, guys? Up here. Sorry for the lack of a VTuber model for this video. I'm not in the usual humble abode. I'm currently traveling and using my potato laptop over here that cannot handle the tracking app I use for my model, but nevertheless, the show must go on. Today we're going to be going over some hilarious updates regarding the Ethan Klein.
Look at that like-dislike ratio. Look at that. 140k basically, versus 9k. Very interesting. Also, 1 million views. That's not bad. That's not bad. Not bad. Well, it's very much deserved. It just makes sense that this would happen.
Lawsuit, or should I say set of lawsuits he's filed against 3 different creators for copyright infringement. To sum it up very quickly, what we talked about last time, that is, essentially Ethan Klein released a content nuke on Hassan Piker. It was supposed to be an exposed video, but there was a second layer to that. He officially copyrighted that video, and some of the people who reacted to it maliciously, including those who are trying to act as a market replacement for the video, meaning they wanted people to go to their streams to watch the video instead of watching the video.
Basically, they made others, like, they literally maliciously said, don't watch his video, watch it with us. There was an entire rate thing. The huge problem was that they maliciously did, like, they straight up admitted that they just didn't want other people to watch the actual video, the video here, right? Makes sense. Is logical. Makes sense. Not only that, but the reactions, and that's the main problem, I think, which is going to kill all of them, is that the reactions weren't particularly good. Like, they aren't, like mine, where I just, like, double or quadruple sometimes the video. Caseytron did, like, half an hour reactions, 13 minutes were, like, yapping, other 18 minutes were, like, smoking, and she doesn't even remember the video anymore. Denim just sat there, looked at it. Same goes for Frogan. So yeah, they are in fact cooked.
Itself, they are now being sued by Ethan for those exploits. Now, the subjects of these filings, of course, include Denim's TV, the Hassan Piker waiting room, who speaks at a 0.25 speed. Then we have Frogan, Twitch's 2-time rising.
Why does she even have this unflattering banner? Why does she have this unflattering banner? Why does she have that? Why does she have that? That's so unflattering.
Star. And then we have, well, weed smoker Caseytron. I don't really know what else to say about her. That's pretty much all she's got.
That's all she's got for a simple reason. As far as I'm aware, Casey Tron was in fact a fairly renowned streamer back in the day, like a fairly renowned female like a gamer girl. And then she fell off. Now she's doing this, falling off even more.
But there's been some funny discoveries since the filing of the lawsuits, including some unearthed footage of the Take podcast, which apparently included all 3 recipients of these lawsuits from Ethan Klein. And the title is very funny given the context of the lawsuits. But also, this comment right here I've seen make the rounds on social media. It's on Ethan's video. This sums up everything perfectly.
Ethan unfollowing Frogan is the Franz Ferdinand of the internet. What the heck? What an interesting comparison. Whoever made this is great. That's an interesting comparison.
Ethan unfollowing Frogan is the Franz Ferdinand of the internet. But yeah, that's all it was. That's how all of this started. All the dominoes of this lawsuit, which is the final result, began with a simple unfollow and Frogan taking it very, very personally. Now, ever since the filing of the lawsuit, many people have been running defense for the people who are subject to this lawsuit, including this Dexertonox account, which I don't know if that's like a side account of Dexerto or this is a parody or whatever. It reads like a parody.
It has to be a parody. Dexerto isn't particularly super political. They're mostly neutral, except when it's like very obvious that there's no need to be neutral. That's the perfect description, actually. Kinda, yeah. Kinda, yeah, sure. I mean, that's how it all started.
Where they say Ethan Klein reveals he created his content nuke to bait Hassan into watching it so he could sue him for copyright. Because Hassan never finished the video after spending 9 hours reacting to half, Ethan is suing 3 smaller female streamers instead.
Because Hassan never finished the video after spending 9 hours reacting to half. Are you telling me homie went online for 9 hours reacting to half of the video? Okay. Sure. That's interesting. Also, I find it funny. Ethan's doing 3 smaller female streamers. I wonder why that's put in there. Smaller and female. It feels kinda a setup here. Can we do a funny one off this video? Sure. I just don't know if it's gonna be yours, cause there is stuff in there from the original like actual scenes from the original Jurassic Park or Jurassic World, and I don't know if I can react to that without it killing me. If you mean yours.
What a dishonest representation of this entire situation, which of course a lot of the people involved in this are retweeting this in support of it, but we all know this wasn't because these streamers were females, it was because they maliciously tried to act as a market replacement for his video.
Pretty much. How the fuck do you react to 9 hours and not finish it? Bro edged himself with a video. Probably 9 hours and 6 were just his chair. Probably. Very likely. Yeah. And you're blocking my man Ref. Well, he is blocked behind me because he's not even moving. Cricket! Thank you for the membership. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. What the fuck? How much was bro yapping? I have no idea how much he was yapping. I don't know. It's just crazy. He spent 9 hours. 9 fucking hours. That makes no sense.
They didn't just have lazy reactions, like, literally leaving the room and letting the video continue playing. All 3 of which, who are subject to these lawsuits, stated clearly their intent was to act as a replacement for Ethan's video. Instead of watching Ethan's video directly, people could go to their stream instead. They made their intent very clear, and that is very important to a copyright infringement case. But here's some more stuff, including a repost from Hassan Piker, where this person says, I'm not a legal expert, clearly, but posting a video admitting you intentionally targeted specific creators, that you laid all this out as a trap seems like it will lead to an automatic loss, right? No. And also, it's really funny. They're worried about people intentionally doing things. All three people who were hit with these lawsuits made it very clear.
Yeah, I don't think so. I'm not a legal expert, but posting a video admitting you intentionally targeted specific creators and that you laid all of this out as a trap seems like it will lead to an automatic loss, right? Not necessarily, no. Not as far as I'm concerned. Nah, I don't think so. Because that's like, those are separate, right? And while you can, like, would it be like that argument? I think that argument wouldn't count. Like, if you set up a trap for a I don't know, somebody that's committing that is committing a crime, or does something wrong, does something that you can sue them for, and you lay out a trap because you know they're gonna do it. Like, how would that? Exactly, when the police set up a bust, do they lose the case for setting it up? Yeah, that's exactly the point I was trying to make. You made it very, very much more simpler. Yeah, pretty much that's what it is.
Their intention was to create a market replacement of his video. But on top of that, any sort of people saying, oh, he can't lay a trap. He can absolutely lay a trap. First of all, this is not entrapment. This is not an issue because he's not law enforcement or working on behalf of the government. That's a completely different thing. But if you're saying like, oh, it's going to get thrown out because he made it easy for them to commit a crime, that's not how it works. If I go to a tough part of the neighborhood and leave my car unlocked, the people who steal my property from that car are still breaking the law. That's not how this works. Very desperate attempts here. Here's another one trying to shame members of Ethan Klein's podcast. This person named Mail Slayer. Makes sense.
Oh no. Yeah, you're not slaying any males. The only male that's gonna be slain is the male that these three will be receiving from from their own lawyers and Ethan's lawyer. That's the only male that's gonna be slain.
They say the fact Ethan Klein is suing her and AB, a member of the show, and that AB has said nothing, done nothing, and didn't even warn her is disgusting. And then tagging him, they say you're a fraud, a sellout, and a effing disgusting person, and your wife isn't any better. Yes, because this guy had to warn completely unrelated parties not to steal from his boss.
Yeah. Yeah, the police should warn me when I'm about to commit a crime. Yeah, sure. The only man who will be slayed is the one marrying her. I don't think she's gonna marry any man. I think she's gonna end up with like 15 cats in like a one-bedroom apartment.
And now you're shaming him, calling him disgusting, and his wife as well. Nice. And then this Connor Eats Plants or Pants individual decided to tweet this and quickly delete it, where he said, maybe another lawsuit will fill the void in H3H3's heart, normally reserved for Palestinian children. This is a stunning and brave post, and I'm shocked they deleted it so fast. And here's perhaps the most controversial response before we get into all the...
Oh no! Oh no! It's Anissa! Well, good it didn't come from iDubbbz. That would have been worse. The cucktress herself. The woman that cucks.
The developments going on with the three recipients of the lawsuit. Anissa Joma, of course the wife of iDubbbz, says Casey
husband. He's the wife.
Tron is objectively the funniest person on the internet. And notice how there's a proposed community note that needs more upvotes before it goes live. That is very funny. Pursue the truth, guys. Just pursue the truth. Now, looking at Casey Tron, there is something that is very...
Wait, they're gonna nuke her with a community note and be like, no.
funny about her situation. Her GoFundMe. It's very funny. There's been like a sort of like almost sports commentary like coverage of the.
There's 312 donations. I'm curious. How much is that? Like, it's $8,000, but even under these 300, how much would each have to be donating? Let's assume, right? That's at least, everyone has to at least donate 26.67. But I don't think everyone has done that. So there might be people throwing hundreds at her. Hundreds! Bro has no concept of humor. Probably not. There must be people who threw like more than like possibly 1,000 even throwing at this loser herb smoker.
These 3 GoFundMes, because now all 3 recipients of the lawsuits have filed GoFundMes, and we begin with Casey Tron, the last horse in this race right now, who has raised $8,300 on their $100,000 goal so far, a couple days in. That's 8%. It's not looking great. Next up, we have Frogan. Now she has
200K. 200K, huh? Does it look good? That does not look good. 24,000, 12%, 467 donations. That does not look good. Maybe if she stopped buying weed, she wouldn't need donations for defense. Maybe she made a proper reaction to the video. If she didn't, maybe would have not needed that, because, you know, then it would be fair use.
The highest number of money raised so far with 24,000. Unfortunately, she was feeling a little extra with her campaign. Instead of doing 100,000 like the other 2 girls in this, she did 200,000 because apparently she's twice as important as them, and that unfortunately leaves her at only 12% of her GoFundMe defense fund. Not good. And then we have Denims, who's sitting at 23,000, which constitutes
100K. 23,595 donations. Interesting. So, why does Frogan need 200,000? Interesting. Second of all, she wearing a hijab? Yes, Hijab of the Hut is wearing a hijab. Interesting. That means Frogan got more support than Denims financially.
24%, putting her in the lead currently because she only has it at 100K, but you look at the whole spread here. They are hundreds of thousands of dollars short. And the ultimate irony of all this, right, is that all this money, Ethan wants it. He wants all of these fundraisers to be fulfilled because that gives money into their pockets, which will then be something he can sue them for and collect if he wins this case. So he doesn't care if they fail, and he doesn't really care if they win either because it all goes to his benefit. Now, one of the funniest people, or I would say the funniest person involved in this set of lawsuits is Denims TV, who's clearly not...
Yeah, like he's literally just gonna collect the money. Just make Hassan for money that work out better. At this point, yeah. Literally. Just ask him for money. That would work out more. She's smoking normal, but wearing a hijab while asking for help. Yeah. That's very interesting. That's very interesting.
Hired a lawyer yet because she is absolutely dismantling her own case in really bold and stunning ways. Beginning with this clip, basically it's massive denial and copium, where for the months leading into this, she was trying to make it very clear to her audience and her detractors that she was not going to get sued by Ethan Klein. And also keep in mind, by the way, she did a fundraiser, a GoFundMe fundraiser, a previous one, to try to raise $150,000 to sue Ethan Klein. That failed. And now she's responding with a GoFundMe when Ethan files one against her.
Huh. Does she really believe that if the first one failed, the second one's not gonna fail? I don't think so. The one who smokes a lot and the one who wears a job at different people. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Casey Jordan is the one that smokes. Frogan is the one with the hijab. Though, funnily enough, what are the chances? What are the chances of Frogan doing something that goes against her religion? Probably pretty good.
But anyways, this is the level of denial and copium she had up until this point.
How's the lawsuit going? Nowhere, because Ethan Klein's too much of a sue me because he knows he'll lose. I love these people though that are like, any day now, he's gonna sue. He's gonna sue. Chat, just a reminder, by the way, just a reminder. After he paraded on the internet about how he was gonna sue me and he wanted to sue me, guess what? Still no lawsuit. Oh my God, he's so bitch made. I'm actually pretty certain that his lawyer told him to stop going after me. His lawyer most likely said, dude, like, you, like, need to stop. Like, you actually need to stop. Whatever, you think I'm an idiot? You think I'm the dumbest person alive? That's fine. Go read the lawsuit. Maybe if you don't want to respect me, you can go respect a judge and a lawyer.
Yeah, if it wasn't copyright, I'd be playing the Curb Your Enthusiasm song right now. She is facing something that she felt would never happen, and it's chef's kiss, man. It's great. She also had this very wild...
I just googled, in fact, Frogan could be called Smogan, because yes, she smokes, in fact. Or she has smoked before. So, yeah. Interesting. Very, very interesting.
Decision. Again, she clearly doesn't have a lawyer with her right now. She announced that her original reaction to the content nuke, which is the subject of this entire thing, is available and highlighted on her Twitch profile. Ballsy move. Unfortunately, it appears
very much caught in 4K. Respect the judge, boy, you are dead. You're dead, man. Cooked, in fact, finished. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting how she can still have it up. That's a very bold move. If that backfires, you're actually cooked.
Here's, and I checked through this myself, she has cut a great deal of the video, including some of the most important highlights of this stream that is in question, including the statement where she says, well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, and throw up Prime if you like the content, if you enjoyed, and like the content if you enjoyed your time here. Which is important because the
caught in 4K. Straight up caught. These people just don't learn. They just don't learn. They just do not learn.
Shows the intent that she wanted people to not only watch her video or watch her stream as a market replacement for Ethan's video, but also she wanted to financially enrich herself in the process, making this even more egregious. On top of that, because we now have this lawsuit in motion, this easily could be considered deleting of evidence. She is trying to hide evidence against her. She's messed.
Oh no. Oh no, this could be actually worse. This could go much worse. This could go actually much worse. This could in fact go much worse. Oh nah, dude. Well, she actually is fucking stupid. She actually is. You cannot just delete evidence. Bro.
Around with it, and that's something that Frogan did as well. She completely nuked all of the videos on her Twitch channel right when this lawsuit was announced. Not a good look for these two. It's a somewhat of an admission of guilt, and it could be, potentially, the deletion of evidence, which, by the way, Ethan's lawyers are going to have. Like, are you kidding me? Here's another great take from her, where she said,
very true. I could assume that the moment... I would assume that the moment one of those streams where the streams were over, they were downloaded immediately. They gotta be downloaded immediately. It just makes sense.
As stealing from a corporation is the same as stealing from Ethan Klein because he's rich. So it doesn't count. Brilliant legal defense.
Here, we'll make this a grander, on a grander scale. If you check your bank account and like Chase accidentally refunded you an extra $50. You might look at that and be like they were supposed to refund you for some charge or something, and then they accidentally gave you another $50. And you see that and you're like, I didn't see anything. Well, listen, they can correct it. They can find it themselves. They can correct it. I don't really care that much, all right? I don't really care that much. If some old lady on the street is like, hey, you know, do you have change for a $10 bill? Nobody carries cash around. But like, do you have change for a $10 bill? I just need to pay the meter. And she hands you a $50 bill instead of a $10 bill and says, oh, you know, times are so tough right now. But, you know, got to pay the meter. And you keep the 50. See how one of those feels morally worse? One of those feels like.
But they're both the same. You're just admitting, like, they're both technically the same. They're both morally questionable. Would I keep the money? For the company, probably. Usually not. Like, if it happens, I'm like, hey, something's wrong. Except when I don't notice it myself, which has happened a couple of times. But, like, even when I'm, like, shopping and I have, like water bottles into the lower part of the cart, right? I'm like, hey, yo, there's water down here. Don't forget that. In the court, still, it's the same. One feels worse, but the core's still the same.
You're stealing from someone who does need it, or you're stealing from, I don't know, not a corporation. One of those feels worse. We're not talking about legality. It's theft regardless. We're talking about what is morally worse. It's theft regardless.
It's theft regardless.
Yeah, that's it so far. Some very funny updates on this entire situation. These people are absolutely cooked. It's looking worse and worse each day for them because, well, they're just making it worse for themselves by acting like this, deleting things, trying to cut things out, and being brazen in their belief that this whole thing is just a big joke. And it's not. It's not a joke. It's going to be an uphill battle for Ethan Klein and his team. Obviously, copyright infringement is not the easiest thing in the world to prove, but they're making it easier for him. That's for sure.
Yep. I really hope. I do, in fact, hope that he wins this. He should win this. Just because it would be funny. It would be like, you know, that one thing, that one meme with like Timmy Turner, like praying and being like, I hope this happens. It would be so funny. Yeah, that's me.
Their actions are making it easier for him, and absolutely nobody who is sentient in any sort of a way feels bad for these subjects of litigation here because they've been really messing around and just waiting to find out, or in this case, really never expecting to find out. And now that they are, panic is ensuing, and these GoFundMes are hilarious. And whether they get fulfilled or not, it's all going to go to the benefit of who else but Ethan Klein. But for now, that's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comments.
My view is very simple. My view is, in fact, very, very simple. Get them sued. I will enjoy it. I will relish in their pain. He will win unless the judge is his son's father or simp something, because money do its magic even in court. Yeah, very true, but yeah, I hope he wins. He just sues them into the ground. Well, Casey John, welcome back to debt. And maybe even Denims. And maybe even Frogan. Yeah, but Denims has the ability to slot herself out on a whiff. So there's that. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Anyways, guys. Next up, a recommendation for sure. Fuck around, find out. Very true, very true. Alright, which one are we doing? We do. Ah, yeah, perfect. I will do this. Why, I'm just sick of it all. Anyways, we'll do this one.
Everyone wants.
The Dangers of Looksmaxing! Story of James Sapphire by DC1. Well, let's look at some looksmaxing. The lookening maxers. We'll look at that. Well, I've seen some horrible shit for like looks maxing and stuff, and like people black pilling and doom pilling and shit. And the funny thing is, you know what? With the funniest part of all of these is, it's literally just the people that you know, looks maxers on TikTok are a special type of breed because of they themselves looks maxing. They go make edits about looks maxing, which is very interesting, because why are you glazing another man's looks? That's kind of gay. But regardless, we'll look at it. If you like this kind of content, please consider liking and subscribing, and we will jump in. Nice, Doug, you're a very good boy. Doug is indeed a good boy. You motherfuckers. You're a very good girl, Samax. Very good.
Everyone wants to look a little better. Maybe you just want to shed a few pounds, hit the gym, try a new hairstyle, maybe.
These want to do a little bit more. They want to get the leg lengthening surgery. They want to break their bones to, like, get them, like, regrow in the right way. Break the nose, whatever it is. Yeah.
Switch up your wardrobe. Everyone just wants to look good. But how far are you willing to take it? How far would you go to...
What? Whoa. This is crazy. This is horrid, bro. What do you do? And let me guess, he probably looked better before that. Because why does he look like? He reminds me of something. Ah! Dragon Quest! The guys in the starting areas that kiss you while attacking. Well, that was uncomfortable to listen to. Yeah, that's the point.
Look as good as you possibly can. Are you willing to take the black pill? James Sapphire is the epitome of everything that could go wrong with male self-improvement.
Why does he? Those lips. Yeah, he can give you a kissy. That's terrible. Hamza. I think Hamza stopped though. I think Hamza stopped. If I'm not wrong. Like, he's burned out of it, which is why he has stopped.
Movement and looks maxing. Not only did this at the time 14-year-old child ironically lose any normality he had to his appearance in the attempts to look as good as possible, but also completely lost his sanity.
He actually looks like he lost his sanity. That's not... Yeah, that's... The problem is not the body. The problem is also up here.
Along the way. From permanently destroying his face with surgery to getting addicted to various types of drugs and even eating his own feces and
Why? Let me guess, next you're gonna... Here's my other stuff of me eating my booger... Drinking my own piss because it's tasty AF. Bro, that's crazy. Anybody vouch for me? There's gotta be someone else that can relate to me. Yeah, the furry who shit on his shit on a piece of paper and ate it too.
drinking his own urine. James Sapphire is someone who has lost everything to the black pill. With his notorious lolcow status across all depths of the internet, coupled with the fact that he...
You cannot tell me nothing is more homoerotic than a dude sticking out his tongue like this. I think you're look-maxing for the wrong gender. You're look-maxing for the dudes.
He has not only destroyed his appearance, but destroyed any chance of him ever having a normal life again. Serves as a cautionary tale of just how dangerous taking the black pill can be. Something I should preface before starting this video is that James is a pretty huge troll, and it's hard to decipher what is embellished and what is true about him. I've done quite a bit of research for this video and have spoken with many people who are or were close to James at different points of his life, so I feel like I've got a good account.
You know what the funny part is? These black pillars, the people say that, oh, looks are the only thing that matters. You know what's funny about those? Why are all y'all motherfuckers single? Like, Please explain to me why you take the black pill, you look smacks, and you still get no coochie. Or if you get the women, they're like not good for any relationships. Like you couldn't turn them into a mother even if you tried. Even if you used all the money in the world, you couldn't. Like at some point, you gotta realize if it's not your looks, it's who you are. He looks like the Night Stalker. That's accurate.
Of what his story is, but it gets pretty convoluted at points, so take everything
So cringe with the hammer. Like that's gonna help. Like that's gonna change your facial structure.
I say with a grain of salt. Also, James is extremely racist.
No, I need to do something real quick. I cannot just sit here 5 minutes and wait. I'm sorry. I cannot just sit here 5 minutes and wait. How am I supposed to do that? How am I supposed... Gumper, how am I supposed to do that? How is that supposed to work? Like, how am I supposed to do that? I can't just sit here for 5 minutes and wait and not do anything. How is that supposed to work? You know, special child, chat Nepo baby. Straight up. The chat Nepo baby. I've granted her too many rights, and now she's abusing her power. Watch another one. You're a bad boy, Duck. But we're already invested! And I don't have another one. If I start on another one, then it's gonna be... Woman. Women. Women. Fine, I'll jump to a different one so we can continue this later. Bro gave himself the Michael Jackson treatment. I'll jump to another one so you shut it. And we'll continue there later. Because of you. I have to make a weird edit because of you. You know what? I'm gonna find something special. I'm gonna find something special. I'm gonna find something special. I'm gonna find something special real quick. That people have recently reacted to. That's not a long one, but we can react to it. Thanks to you. Yes, head pads.
Everyone wants to look a little better. Maybe you just want to shed.
You get no head pads. You get bonked on the head. You get bonked on the head. People have recently reacted to this. People have recently reacted to this one. I will watch this one. People have recently reacted to this one. Which is Bisexuality Isn't Real by Shoe on Head. Yeah, people are pulling out Shoe on Head videos to react to them, and I will so too. If you like this kind of content, please consider liking and subscribing. We'll jump in. Here's my take. Here's my crazy take. Here's my take. Bisexuality isn't real is really interesting, because when we look at fiction, when we look at people, and like shipping, and like all the other stuff, right? In like media and stuff, right? Right? That's really interesting to look at, because when we look at that, bisexuals don't exist. You're either gay, like either a gay man or a lesbian. Like, you couldn't be both. Like, even, like, characters that aren't confirmed, people go like, oh, she's for the girlies, he's for the boys. Like, you don't have any right to decide which one it is. Like, it's immediately decided when a character appears. It's very interesting. So, bisexuality doesn't really exist in fiction, at least. IRL, obviously. But in fiction, it's kind of getting eradicated.
Identity politics are the bane of my existence. Nobody cares what your sexuality is. Nobody.
They're the bane of the existence. For everyone, I think. Identity politics are the bane of existence for everyone. You can't make female on the same time. That's right. Also, here's something funny. Here's something funny that I'm gonna say, whether people like it or not. Pansexuality is just woke bisexuality. Gonna be honest. There is no such thing as I like everyone. You just like both genders equally. You just don't have any sexual preference. There's just two biological genders. Therefore, you can only have attraction to two different body parts. Hate to break it to you.
Cares what your gender is. Shut the hell up. Nobody cares. Focus on the
True, that's also true. Shut the fuck up, nobody cares. Nobody cares what you do in your bedroom. People start caring once you start doing it outside of the bedroom, like pissing in each other's mouth on a pride parade or sucking each other's dicks. That's when people start caring. Especially if you take minors to pride parades.
real issues.
Was that just Shu? Yeah, that is Shu. Well, gay Shu confirmed. Well, why are you married?
Hello, gays, lesbians, bis, pansexuals, demisexuals, asexuals, and queers. Hello, queers. Hello, f***its. And if you're not LGBT,
Based.
well, I have some news for you. Yes, you are! Everyone who watches this channel is gay. Congratulations! Get yourself checked for monkeypox. So I'm working on the new Hell World.
From when was this video? 2 years ago. I guess monkeypox were a thing 2 years ago? Yeah, they must have been. Should look like Sam from iCarly. And VTubers. Yeah, VTubers really like shoe on head. That's very true. That's very true. By the way, while we're at it, Shu, where is the VTuber video? Where is the VTuber video? You said you were working on a VTuber video. Or like you wanted to make a VTuber video. Where is it? Woman, I'm waiting for it. Where the heck is it? Lock in.
Currently, but I've been sitting on this video for like 3 years now. This is the year I'm gonna do it. F it. So the LGBT community is always at each other's throats. The gays don't like the lesbians don't like the gays, nobody seems to like the trans, but I wanted to talk specifically about—
That's kind of very true. That's kind of very true in a way. There has been a certain... Something has developed in this community where there has been a certain disdain for everything that comes after the B. There has been movements started with called LGB without the T. And I can kind of see it, because remember, Pride Month was originally because of sexuality, not gender. There were no trans people when it originally started. There was no QIA+. That wasn't a thing.
About the weird the B gets. Specifically, the B gets from the other letters of the alphabet. So who doesn't want to see some classic
The B gets this. The B gets this, in fact. You're bisexual. Why you're not with the same gender? That's what it is. That's what the B gets. That's what bisexuals get. Oh, you're bisexual, man? Why are you not dating men? Why you're with a woman? Billie Eilish was one of those recently that got shit for her being with a man instead of a woman. Cam quality like you're in 2009 probably. LGB without the T kind of rhymes. Yeah, that there is more interesting that has formed. There's also a movement called or like a like yeah, movement, can you call it movement? Like a group called Gays Against Groomers. And guess who they're mostly targeting? People in their own space.
gay infighting. But first, let me talk about today's sponsor. It's really cool when sponsors actually want to work with a channel like mine, a channel that gets cancelled often. So without further ado, today's sponsor is Crown News, the revolutionary new app that lets you see how a news story is being.
For once, I'm skipping. For once, I'm skipping. She wouldn't get anything out of this anyways, because that's an old sponsorship.
They're confused, and alright, fair enough. But you're gonna see some uniquely unhinged here, so let's dive in. Happy Gay Month to everyone except bisexuals. Well, off to a good start. Bi people are.
What the fuck? Oh yeah, Diagonal would have to say a few things. Yeah, you heard that? Happy Pride Month. Except for the bisexuals. Yeah, the bisexuals are the straight people of the community. That's very accurate. Shoot, every channel today is often cancelled. I've never seen a proper cancellation for Shu. Like, there was never a proper, like, crazy video or like a crazy post on Twitter, like a ginormous one.
The straight people of the community. Happy Gay Pride! Bisexuals are the white people of the LGBTQ community. Ukraine flag. Because why wouldn't they have that? White bisexual women be like, I love my boyfriend.
These morons. Okay, once again, I have to use it. It is the word of the year for me. Retards. These retards. Once again, cannot comprehend that bisexuality means I want to stick or get my things, like, or get something sticked in me from both genders. Like, these people don't get that. They just, like, lesbian, gay, off-brand gay.
What's wrong with... What? I feel like white is like the silencer on a gun whenever you want to be like homophobic, transphobic. As long as you put white in front of the group you want to make fun of, then you won't get cancelled. Bisexuals and hetero...
Or, there's two categories of people you can make racially fun of. White people, Indians. We're all in the same boat.
Relationships have no right to invade LGBTQ spaces.
But the B literally stands for that. Also, would a trans person, right? Because, remember, a trans woman being with a man isn't gay. Which, spoiler alert, it is. Sexuality-wise, it is. If you suck dick, you're gay. If you're not a woman, that is. I'm sorry. May hurt your feelings, I don't care. Wouldn't they belong here either? Because, like, they want to say, like, a trans woman being with a man is straight? Retarded.
First of all, I don't want to be in your spaces, bitch. Imagine the smell! Bisexuals are not valid, sorry. And this person is apparently non-binary saying this. Might not want to throw stones in that glass house.
Isn't it odd? I'm gonna say this. I will never see non-binary as a thing, and you know why? You know why? Because humans aren't androgynous. Humans aren't. We are not androgynous. Spoiler alert. In fact, whenever you see non-binary people, they are, fun fact, 75% of the time women. In fiction, they're mostly biological women. Isn't that odd? Could it be that non-binary is actually not a thing, and the truth is actually that it's just confused women most of the time? Because you don't fit into either category, and since you don't fit into either category, you don't feel comfortable.
Maps are valid and bisexuals aren't, whether you like it or not. Cool. Maps are valid.
You can't like both genders. but I can't be neither. Makes perfect sense. Yep. Imagine the smell. She has smelt stuff. Yep. Maps are valid. Valid, and bisexuals aren't, whether you like it or not. This person literally said, pedos are valid, and bisexuals are not. I'm quitting.
Valid and bisexuals aren't, whether you like it or not. Cool. I love where society's heading. What the f is this? A few more.
With every addition to that flag, it gets more fucking ugly. It gets more, with every addition to that flag, it just gets flat out more ugly. Just give the regular fucking rainbow. How is it that hard? Like, this shit looks ugly. Also, why are P or C in there? Like, is that a new thing? Like, why does trans need 3 colors? Can you just be represented by one of them? Isn't that... I guess that's a sign for how this part infiltrated this part slowly.
Sexualities, and we got a gay Confederate flag. It's Pride Month, and that means bisexuals need to sit down and shut up and let real LGBT people.
Real LGBT people. Bisexuals need to sit down. Real lesbians, gays, bisexuals. What? Maps aren't. Maps should be in prison, for sure. What's wrong with a rainbow? I have no issue with the rainbow. It just gets more ugly when the more colors get added in. Just keep the fucking rainbow. Like, I don't want to get a stroke looking at that flag. What's next? Neon colors?
We'll celebrate. LGBTQ. What the hell does the B stand for? Bionicle? Bisexuals can't.
Chat, I identify as a bionicle. If I were bisexual, that is. That is crazy, bionicles. Oh, that reminds me of some memory. That reminds me of some memory. Bionicle, what's her B then? Bimbos. Yeah. Just keep the fucking rainbow. Just the rainbow. The rainbow would be enough. Why do they keep including the B in the acronym if they don't like them? Because these people are retarded. The truth is that no matter how much they want to call themselves the LGBT community, they are not a community at all. There is plenty of trans people who are ultra mega super homophobic. There is plenty of gay black people that are super racist towards other LGBTQ members. The truth is, there is no community. There never was a community. LGBT suggestion, did you try UV neon colors? Crazy. There's plenty of LGBT people who don't like trans people. It's not a community. They want to put it like that, but it's not a big, comfy, cute family. It's not. Never has been. I know plenty of LGBT people that don't want the T. They don't want anything of the T. That are strictly saying it's about sexuality, not identity.
Can't say the D slur. It's a word meant to attack a lack of attraction to men, which is why it's only for lesbians. Even if you've been called it and you're bisexual, you still can't use it. Come.
What?
Men, which is why it's only for lesbians. Even if you've been called.
Bisexuals can't say the D slur. It's a word meant to attack a lack of attraction to men. Which is why it's only for lesbians. Even if you've been called it and you're bisexual, you can't use it. Dick? Wait, that's a slur? I'm gonna say it. If you are part of the LGBTQ community, start an exodus. Kick out every retard, exile them. Not gonna lie. Do what the furries did to the zoophiles. Kick them the fuck out. Straight up. What are you doing? What is this? When people say, "Oh, you don't like the LGBTQ community," yes, this is the part I do not like. These are the people I'm talking about when I say some of these people are retards. There they are. Dig, I have a slur. Dyke just means lesbian. Dig, I have a slur in my bands. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay, I didn't know that. That's new information. Liberally guided brain dead turds. The worst that happened. And it's probably a liberal white woman too. The worst, nobody can tell me. The worst that happened to society is a liberal white women. Straight up. Nobody is better at making people conservative than liberals. Not even conservative politicians are.
It and you're bisexual, you still can't use it. Come kill me. That just made me realize there's no slurs for bi people. You know what, everybody in the audience? Come up with a slur for bi people. You have my permission.
Let me Google. Slur for bisexuals. There's not really anything. There is, in fact, not anything. Sadly. Is there anything? Interesting. I guess there's none. I guess there's nothing. Chat, there's nothing. Yeah, there's nothing. Guys, we need one. LGBT exodus would be the wildest take of today. It's not an LGBT exodus. It's a retarded LGBT exodus. That's different. I liberaled so hard I turned myself conservative. I just said straight up. Said nah. I was apolitical for a while. Mostly centrist. Until these motherfuckers brought politics to me and I said, you guys are all retarded. You're pushing me out of my spaces. I can't. You're trying to control what I can and can't say. So I'm like, yep, full on. You want my retarded opinions? You're gonna get them. Bisexuals only takers, I guess. All you can say, they have to broaden their range because they can't get anyone anyway. Yeah, very true.
You have the pass. Semi-bisexual. Bisexuality, but with attraction to only one gender.
So either straight or gay. How can you be bisexual and only have attraction to men or women? How does this work? These people are... Oh my goodness. So woke they fell off. When Finding Sky said... Pride Month fell off, and that's a good thing. I think she wasn't wrong. How?
You know what? Yeah. Have fun. Sure. When a woman claims she's bisexual, she's often trying to be cool. When a guy claims it, he's gay. #BiVisibility.
Steven Crowder. You kinda retarded sometimes, too. A classic Crowder.
Day. You know what? That's pretty funny coming from you, Steven Crowder.
I'm afraid, frankly, I used to have a bad temper. I'm afraid of it coming back. I'm afraid of Mr. Hyde rearing his ugly bisexual head. That was a short phase. No, I'm afraid.
I think we need to take the B out of
Steven Crowder was bisexual? Or is bisexual? What? Did I misunderstand that? Did he say that? Admitting to having anger problems, and the fears about having children. That's interesting. He's afraid of his bisexuality. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Interesting, Steven Crowder.
LGBT. Bisexuals have it way better than most of us in the queer community. They have straight privilege and ride on the coattails of the gay community.
You wanna know why there's discrimination of minorities? Because you dumbasses simply cannot manage to throw off the cloak of, victimhood. The reason why people are still suffering from racism is because you yourself are the racist. Because you yourself put yourself in the position and say, I'm a victim because I'm a minority. That is the reason. The reason why that is still persisting is because you are doing it to yourself. This would all disappear when this victimhood mentality would just disappear. But because these people keep keeping it up and keeping this victimhood culture alive, you're never gonna be free from discrimination. Because you discriminate yourself. And others do it as well. The problem is not only people discriminating, the bad people discriminating, for example, against gay people. It's also the so-called good people putting this entire victimhood on gay people, which they cannot break out of because it's always perpetuated and continued. Your own greatest enemy.
As Pride season rolls around, let me remind fellow het-partnered bisexual people, Pride really isn't for you. So don't act like you deserve to be there as much as lesbians and gay men. Really, just don't go at all. If you are bisexual and willingly enter into a straight relationship, you are disowned from the queer community.
Like not only do they have to come out as bisexual, but they also have to come out if they have a partner of the opposite gender. Wow. 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 These people are so damn... Like, I'm not surprised that you lost the public support. I'm not... Like, looking at this, I am not surprised that you lost the public support. I'm just not.
You no longer matter. You are disgusting if you enter into a het relationship when you have the option not to. That is a fact. Nobody loves calling themselves gay more than a bisexual girl with a boyfriend. Alright, kinda got my ass. Most bisexual women have only been with 1 or 2 women. I have been with about 20 women and 16 men.
So what you're saying is... TLDR, I'm a whore. TLDR, I'm a whore. This entire post can be summed up in one word, in 3 words. I'm a whore. A lesbian I used to be friends with would call bi women strap seekers because she thought they wouldn't get off without one if they also liked men. You know what's even crazier? Bisexual people can even have preferences. They might prefer men over women, but they may date a woman. Some might prefer women, but they might also, in some cases, if it works, date a man. Isn't that crazy? They can have preferences too. It's like not perfect 50-50. The only ones where it's a perfect 50-50 is kind of Pan. But even then, I don't, like I said, it's just, I don't want to offend anybody bisexuality. Maybe most bisexual women haven't been with many women because the women didn't believe them. Or that. I also heard from a lot of bisexual women that women are way harder to date. Like, by far harder to date, as far as I've heard. Like, I heard that from like 2, 3 bisexual women and some IRL and some online stuff that if they had to choose which one was easier, it would be men. Wait, don't include all the lesbians and gays in their stupidity. They're always minority of dumbasses. Yeah, when I say I have issues with the community. I mean, in fact, just these people. I literally just mean these people, these retards. So no, some fine people from those groups, although I don't know what the pronouns anymore. Yeah, like I said, I specifically mean these type of people. You know, the ones with the white savior complex, the ones that are discriminatory, the ones that are, you know, the ones that perpetuate the same behavior that they're against. Men are simple creatures in relationships. We quite literally are. We very much are. I'm an incredibly simple creature. Scratch my head and I'm yours. Kinda, well, I'm waiting on the marriage, so difficult.
All these fake bisexuals with 1 or 2 partners. I'm the real bisexual. I'm a f***ing whore. I'm the town bike. The people like this are what sort of
the mattress. She is the mattress. But at least she doesn't discriminate.
Adds to this like stereotype of bi people just like always sleeping around or something, because like what the f. Also 20 women and 16 men? Come on, pump those numbers up. It's gotta be 50-50 or you're not a real bi. Everyone is bisexual. Everyone. Sexuality.
Huh? Huh? Yeah, chat, it's over. Everyone's a faggot. Everyone. Without exception. That is crazy. That is crazy. How can you put out a take like that? I wouldn't know that. I have no attraction to men, and I never will. I never will. I'm sorry. Also, sexuality isn't a Kinsley scale. There's no scale. There's no scale. If you're not attracted to a thing, you're not attracted to a thing. I'm sorry. I beg your pardon, everyone? Yeah, everyone, apparently. I'm gonna shatter people's dreams about me, what I think. Not even gender is a spectrum. Hot take, there's male and female, and that's it.
Sexuality exists on the Kinsley scale. Nobody is 100% straight, so I don't want to hear that you wouldn't date a trans person because genital preferences. That is a lie. You are just transphobic.
The thing is, I don't even react to those, right? I don't react to transphobic, homophobic, bigot, I don't react to those. I don't, like, okay. I guess so. Like, I don't react to this anymore. Like, these terms, they hit around, like, 2010, 2015. They no more do, because they're so overused. They're now just I've heard a new term, buzzword slop. And that fits it perfectly. It's buzzword slop. I don't care. I don't care if you call me racist. I don't care if you call me a bigot. I do not care. That it doesn't. I feel nothing when you say that to me. The only thing is you get the blocker and hide button. That's it. That's what you get. I have no time. And in fact, I have more the tendency of when you do that to double down, actually. Because I'm not trying to disprove or win an argument. I just want to make you mad at this point.
Oh my god. Is it 2015? I hate this shit that's like everyone's secretly, but no. As a matter of fact, there are actually some heterosexual people. I've heard rumors that some may actually be in this very audience. Hot take. You're not bi unless you're into masculine dudes. Wanting to women and twinks is the same as being straight.
If you're XY and you fuck XX, you're straight. Or if you are XX and you fuck XY, you're straight. If you're XX and you're with XX, you're gay. Lesbian in this case. If you're XY into XY, you're gay. And if you're into both, you're bisexual. Again, bisexuality means not only a preference, also in genitals. Very simple. Which is why trans women who are into men are not straight. Very simple. Straight up brain rot. Straight up. Too much LGBTQ TikTok consumed.
Or lesbian if you're a woman. These people just say shit, dude. These people just get on the internet and say shit. I don't think it's biphobic to critique bisexual people who are invested in the patriarchy and harm others by centering men in their lives. Having a boyfriend, being with a man as a bi person is invested.
What I've seen recently is kinda crazy. Where we want to make it that when a lesbian does not want to sleep with a trans woman, she is transphobic. Because she's a woman. Why do you not want to sleep with a woman? This entire thing falls apart when you take sexuality into consideration. Because the moment you say that you can choose what a woman is, the moment then lesbians fall apart, gays fall apart, the entire thing falls apart. You do not mix sexuality with gender, in quotes. That does not work together. Like, I've seen stuff where, like, when you remove the idea what a woman is, things like being lesbian, being gay, they just fall apart. They just do. No.
In the patriarchy and harming others. Alright. Crackhead. So bi people are mad because I consider getting into a straight marriage after a gay relationship.
What? Interesting. Remember how their motto was love is love? Love is only love. Until I don't agree with you anymore, huh? That's interesting. Long live the patriarchy. Long live the patriarchy. I don't know. The good old patriarchy talk. Love to see it.
To be acquiescing. Well, nobody watches me because I'm smart. Most bisexual women I know have never even dated someone or kissed another woman. Why is that? Oh yeah, because it's fake. You just don't want all the baggage that comes with being a full lesbian.
I found that very interesting. Because there are many videos of lesbians out there who literally said, fuck women, I'm no longer doing this. The only ones who truly understand how men feel in this day and age are lesbians and bisexuals. Some lesbians and some bisexuals. Because they see what the other side looks like. There's plenty of women out there, plenty of lesbian women out there who said, fuck you, I want to switch teams. What is this shit? I can't deal with these women. The hard truth is that even if you are bisexual, women are harder to date. Men are easier to please in a relationship. Because women have a lot of sets of criteria, which, good for you, that's your gift. Do with that what you want, just don't overdo it. But that's just the harsh truth. I feel like women are harder to date. Not all women. Some women are incredibly simple. They don't need much to be happy. But that's more on the rare end.
If you're a bisexual woman dating a man, you're straight in my book. I don't care. If you're a bisexual woman who doesn't see herself marrying a woman, you're straight. Bi. I've only been in 3 relationships. All were long-term, and all were men. Should I just be like, hi honey, sorry, we have to break up because like these random people on the internet won't think I'm a real bi. Unless you're polyamorous at heart, you usually end up with one person who will be of the 2 genders. These long-term relationships are usually formed by your gender preference, which everyone has.
Polygamists are not long-term relationship. They are not long-term reliable. They are not. And our definition of long-term is incredibly fucked. 5 years, I do not consider that long-term. I'm sorry. When looking at our parents and grandparents, long-term would be something like 20, 30. When we go even further back, 40 years. I do not consider, if you tell me we're in a relationship for 5 years, that is not long term. To me, at least. I don't consider that long term. I'm sorry. That breaks your will hard. The right woman will be easy to date. If it feels like more trouble, then it's if it feels like more trouble than it's worth than it is. Yeah. Yeah. Like comparison to like old relationship with older people that like 40, 50 years. No. No, not 5 years are nothing.
Thus making you either straight or non-straight. Let's say you are a single straight man. You are a single straight white cis man, the most oppressed class in society today, and you're single. Does that mean you're asexual? No, that's not how sexuality works. You're still straight when you're in a relationship. You're still straight when you're single. Bisexual people are still bi when they're in a relationship. Is it time to drop the B from the LGBT?
I think it's time to drop everything after the T. That would help the community tremendously, at least until they fix themselves.
Yes! Please! Please do! Free me from this hell! Coming out as bi at age 50 doesn't make you part of the queer community. What is this f***ing gatekeeping? Whoa.
Gatekeeping. Ah, yes. That's also part of that gatekeeping. Ah, yeah. Makes sense, makes sense. Enjoy the rest. I may come back near the end. Take care, Cricket.
Freudian slip. I understand the argument against biphobia, but I also understand the argument for lesbians not wanting to date bisexual women. Man residue is a real thing that affects the relationships of all women who deal with men romantically.
What? 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 Oh my goodness. These people are not okay. These people are just not okay. These people are just not okay. They just aren't. They just are not okay.
Man residue! Bi women end up in relationships with men because they fall victim to heteronormative culture. There are—
Hey, I'm gonna straight up say it. Bi people. We'll take you. We'll take you. I don't think we mind. We'll take you. As long as you don't act like that, we'll take you. We'll take you. The normal bi people, you are happily taken by the straight people. We have no issue with you joining us. You can still do your thing with each other, right? But we'll happily let you join. It's incredibly simple. I don't mind, because at this point, we're just allies. We're fighting the same demon. It's time to drop the entire community to literally separate themselves and then the man integration. I don't even want to know what man residue is. What would that be? Even the translation in German. Okay, let me check. Man residue. Interesting. What is the definition of that? So now I know what it's in German. You are basically, what they mean is that you are fucking contaminated. Lingering or residual effects from previous relationships with men. Basically, you're contaminated, is what they're saying. You're contaminated with man. Damn, I'm a virus now. That's crazy.
There are more straight people than gay or bi people. There are more straight men than there are gay or bi women. So the probability of a bi woman ending up with a straight man is way higher than a bi woman ending up with another woman. This isn't hard. I'm like half retarded and I understand that. Sure, love who you love.
For example, women are less likely to ask somebody out. So as a woman, you would need to grow the pair to ask out other women. That's the first thing. Men are more likely to ask you out. Second thing. Men are hard, like germs or spunk. basically just leftover, like, emotional attachment, wherever you want to call it. Like the AI definition of this. Literally the meaning of this. Wait a minute. It's basically just the remains of what a relationship with a man was, basically. Like, looking at the meaning, it doesn't really give something working. Maybe if I add bisexuals for googling it. Yeah, it's basically just that. Leftover experiences. I don't know how to else to call it. That's what the internet gives me.
But you can't deny the patriarchal influence that pushes bisexuals into getting in relationships with the opposite sex.
What if, I've proposed this idea before, but what if it's actually not a patriarchy, but a dominator society, where the strong and powerful will dominate the weak? I can guarantee you that if you reverse the roles and give women more power than men overall, you will still see oppressed women. You will see much more oppressed men. Is it that it is a patriarchy, or is it that the powerful abuse power? Because the way I see, that's that's how I see it. We live in a dominator society. The strong dominates the weak, even if it should not be like it should not that it shouldn't be like that. It should not be like that, but that's the current reality. Just like we aren't we aren't equal. There is no equality. We live in a meritocracy. The one that succeeds gets praised. The one that fails gets shamed. Another one. It is what it is.
Hot take, all women are naturally gay. Society tells us we need to be with men. I love how they just—
And will never achieve equality, because I'm not even equal to other men. A woman might not be equal to other women. Equality can only exist among equals, and that will never happen.
Just cannot fathom women liking men. They have to like make up all these conspiracy theories. You know, some men are okay, not all men are your father. Bi girls saying they want—
The vast majority of men. Basically, they say all men grape. Yes, the vast majority of grapes are by men. But the amount of men it is like 0. something? Like 0.3? Something like that? And the overall crime, I think, is not even 1%. Like, overall, that means all crimes, which is very interesting.
A girlfriend so bad is literally just fetishizing women loving women relationships. Lesbian relationships aren't a fantasy, stop treating them like it. So if they want a boyfriend, it's heteronormative culture. If they want a girlfriend, it's fetishizing women. Stop worrying about other people's relationships and worry about them not.
Just don't date is basically what these people advocate for. Just don't date. Also, I've learned a new term. I've learned a new term that I have not anti-natalism. I've heard. That's a new term, natalism. I did not know that these terms existed, but now I do. So here's a little lesson in between this video by good old VTuber here. Anti-natalism is the belief that making babies is wrong. I did not know that it exists, and ever since a VTuber I follow on Twitter posted a guy writing literal essays about anti-natalism, I was like, there's no way. Like, if you are at the point where you say reproduction is bad, I have to ask you, and I'm not interested, like, I don't want a children, like, literally saying Making babies is wrong. What kind of childhood trauma and copium do you have and mental illness do you have that makes you believe something like that? Just on that note. Never heard that before. Completely new. But I'm like Shinzo Abe. Marry and reproduce.
Eyebrows. Lesbians know that even having a bisexual woman in the room changes the vibe. Throwing off the vibes with our man residue. Call me biphobic or whatever, but I would never date a bisexual, they're just gonna cheat. Bisexuals cannot be trusted by their romantic partner. Every other sexual orientation has a gender of which they are not attracted to. This means their partner can trust them alone with that gender. There is a guarantee that there will be no cheating going on. With bisexuals, no such guarantee exists. They are attracted to both men and women. Straight men can be trusted with men. Gay men can be trusted with women. Straight women can be trusted with women. Lesbian women can be trusted with men. Bisexuals cannot be trusted with anyone! Think twice before dating a bisexual for the sake of your own anxiety and peace of mind.
What the fuck? Huh? What the actual shit? What the fuck? These people are retarded. Mass retardation in this on Twitter. I have not seen one sane person here today. Congratulations, Dream Warden. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Bro, bisexuals are in fact the straight people of the LGBTQ community if you make that kind of post. That is diabolical. That is diabolical. Yeah, just throw the entire community away at this point. Restart, reset, reset.
First of all, straight men can be trusted with men? Absolutely not. I have seen what the homies get up to.
There's nothing gayer than straight men with their homies.
You literally just have trust issues. Go to therapy. If you're a man in a relationship.
Disagree. Therapy does not particularly help. I don't know. Fun fact. Instead of therapy, work out. That does better for you. Much better. That's much more healthy.
With a straight woman, are you constantly worried that she's gonna leave you for like every man she sees? But why is it different when it's a bi person? Because there's like more of a chance? It's like 50-50? I don't know. Bisexual attraction.
If somebody wants to cheat, they're gonna cheat. If they want to cheat, they're gonna cheat. Gonna go again. Don't really like reaction con. Have fun though. Take care, Dream Warden. If somebody wants to cheat, they're gonna cheat regardless. It doesn't matter. And I would say though that outside influences can make somebody more likely to cheat, right? That can happen. I've experienced it firsthand, where like NTR'd. I got NTR'd without being there, though. Basically, yeah, that can happen, and I feel like it doesn't matter whether you're gay, bisexual, or lesbian. I think that if people want to cheat, if people aren't loyal, they aren't loyal. There is a missing. Somebody explained it. Your impulse control is just not there, and fun fact. This can also biologically, brain wiring, this can never be corrected, in fact. If you're a cheater, you are very likely to be a multiple time offender. Which is why I'm saying, when somebody tells you they cheated on their partner, you drop them immediately. I do not get how women and men can get into relationships with people that have cheated before. That they are likely to cheat again. And if they cheated on their previous partner, what makes them not do it to you? It's like the same with the people that want to be like, when they get together with their affair and it's like, oh, so they left you for another... She left her man for you? What, like, are you sure she's not gonna do it with you as well? That's why I'm saying, it doesn't matter what who they are, what religion they are. If they cheated, stay away from them. Do not get into a relationship.
Attraction to one sex. Pansexual is attraction to more than one gender. No, pansexual is when you are attracted to pans. You like that?
Like I said, I believe pansexual is just non-offensive bisexual. You just have no gender preference. Like you don't care if it has a dick or a slit, basically. Because otherwise it just makes no sense, because you cannot be attracted to somebody's brain. That just doesn't work. You just don't have any preference when it comes to body parts.
Like that, you sick fucks. Bisexuality infers a gender binary that doesn't exist. It's an outdated
Gender binary doesn't exist. Why when there's trans people, they either want to be the opposite sex? How does that work? That invalidates, in fact, if you take it as far, that would invalidate trans people, which is transphobic. Yeah, it's a binary. It is a binary. Man or woman. I don't care what anybody says.
term and frankly should be removed from the LGBTQAIA plus acronym. Holy it's like a cat walking across a keyboard.
It's more like it gets DLCs every single time, and I also think that the LGB should go back to just LGB, because that's what it originally was. It was about sexuality, not the other nonsense, and it shouldn't be. You should have gatekept better. You should have gatekept better and kept the people that are now ruining everything because they put a spotlight on you. You should have not let them in to begin with.
Bisexuality often doesn't include trans people and non-binary people. There's only queer, there is only love. I don't trust bisexual people. Something about them seems panphobic. Oh my god. There's like no difference between pan and bi. Just pick a flag that you like. I dislike bisexuals. Like, choose.
There is no difference, actually. In fact, there is no difference. It's the same thing.
LMAO, it's not that hard. When people say they're bi, it bothers me. Like, you should probably pick one and stop being gross. Bisexuality, the refusal to pick a side. That is being said by Boy George. So when we eventually do pick a side, aka get into a relationship like any other normal person or get married or whatever, then they're mad at us. Then we're oh, we're just straight. Oh, you're just gay. You can't win! It's like the only way to be real bisexual in the eyes of all these people is if you're like polyamorous and dating a man and a woman at the same time, or you're just like constantly jumping.
We call that a disaster.
Vagina. Like, can bi people not be in just like normal monogamous relationships? What? When she says she's bi, when he says he's bi.
How is that different? How is that different? Are you basically saying that bisexual is just gay? Like, refusing gays? Bro, these people are all retarded.
I wish guys could just be honest and say they're gay, but we gotta do the bisexual in-between step first. You identifying as queer when you're just gay/bi is creepy and homophobic. You identifying as queer when you're just gay. What the f*** is queer? Have I not been has it changed? Bi men are gay. Bi women are cool as f***. Ain't no such thing as a bisexual male. My gentleman, you—
Is there like an oppression Olympics? Is that what is this a oppression Olympics? Like, is like at the top of the game you have like trans, then you have lesbians or non-binary, I don't know. And like something like queer, and then the AI plus. And then, like, at the bottom, you have, like, gay men and bisexuals. No, you have gay men, bisexual women, bisexual men, and, like, completely at the bottom of, like, the oppression Olympics. Who has it worse? In that case, they should sort it. Who has it, like, from, like, best to worst.
You like dick. You gay. I love how it's like bisexual women are either like straight and just doing it for attention, or they're lesbians, but the heteropatriarchy is brainwashing them to be with men, and with bi men it's like they're just gay. God, who gives a fuck? Who gives a shit? Why can't we all just get along? Why can't the LGBT community all just get along? We're all going to hell anyway. So that was my little video. I hope you liked it. If you didn't, understandable. Have a nice day. I am currently working on Hell World. Sorry, it's taking a little long. I thought that...
That's pretty much the end of the video. That was interesting to look at. I didn't know that it was that bad. At this point, I'm just like saying, be who you wanna be. Don't be stupid. Don't be retarded. Be gay, be trans, be whatever, right? Do whatever you want. I particularly don't care. Don't discriminate against each other in your own community. That makes you look bad. Don't be weird. Don't behave weird. Be a normal citizen, a civilized citizen of society. Keep your bet stories where they belong, which is just for like everyone into room, and just be the sexuality that you want to be, and don't act like these people. I know for a fact that the vast majority of LGBT people are not like this. It's just that the internet people, your representatives, you should get new representatives, by the way, are like this. And if you don't change anything, we will absolutely and 100% lose the support of the public. And when you lose the support of the public, you are in fact cooked. Hi, Psyduck. Welcome back. Welcome back. Alright, chat, I need a quick bathroom break. I will be right back. Just don't be deer. Or that. That could be a solution. Don't be deer. Alright, I'll be right back. Hello! I'm back. Hi. I'm training my septa. Nice. I'm training a horse girl. Hey, at least it's the horse girl, not the horse training a girl. Right, Vosh? Ah, it remembers me of the good old times of Vosh. Training his lollies. For sure. Crazy. Anyways, I think we're moving this. Right? Yep. And nope. Stay there. We're gonna remove this from the playlist. As we should. Just like this one. And next up, I think we're gonna watch this one. I haven't reacted to a Sydney video in a while. I in fact haven't reacted to a Sydney video in probably months. So I think it's time to react to one. Our good old friend Bonnie Blue, the good old. Well, Bonnie Blue, A Bleak Picture of Modern Women by Sydney Watson. Base Sydney Watson. I think she's great. Also, if you like this kind of content, please consider liking and subscribing. I post daily reaction content. Slop! Let's go! Well, let's see. Yeah, it is in fact bleak with women. According to statistics, we have numbers that range to up to 10% of women between 18 and 24 in the United States have an OF. I don't know how it looks for Europe. It might show similar tendencies. Which at this point, you are more likely to encounter an OF lady in that age group than, by the way, a teacher. Which is ridiculous. And fun fact, it's kind of not worth it because you make like $180 a month. And with more people, it's going to get much worse. I'm back. Sorry, the medication made me fall asleep. It's all good. It's all fine. It's fine. Also, just missed the shoe on head video by bisexuals. I didn't know that you guys were basically the straight people of the LGBTQ community. Very interesting. Didn't know you were getting that much hate from Twitter 2 years ago.
I am going to do a world record of 1,000 men in 24 hours. Do you share me with your dad?
I wouldn't share you with my dad, no chance. Is that fully married?
That's a red flag for me. No one is happily married. To pleasure as many uni students in 2 weeks, I want to sleep with one.
I'm in a happy relationship. I would never trade this for anything. Definitely not for this woman. Huh. It's like throwing a hot dog down the hallway. Actually, not. It's like throwing a hot dog down the Marianas Trench. But the Marianas Trench just grew about like 3 kilometers.
130 barely legal 18-year-olds.
Like, I love the idea that I don't know who's going to be inside of me. There was times I was in doggy and I'd turn around and I would have no idea who's in the back of me. And I love that.
That's disgusting.
I love it.
What are we?
Like I said, I think this woman likes to also rage bait a lot. And it's working. But her stunts got so gross that even OF had to pull the plug, so we'll see.
What are we even doing here? Hi, my name is Sydney. Welcome back to hell. And as per usual, before we launch in, today's video is sponsored by Native Path. So the question I originally wanted to ask in this video is, how bad do you have to be to get banned from the platform dedicated to singular fans? Or only air blowing implements? And we know there's a lot more than air blowing going on over there. Sydney, you are gross. Anyway, as it turns out,
Sydney, you are in fact gross. I agree with you. You are in fact ugh.
Answer to that question is pretty bad. For those of you who watch most of my content, thank you, I'm glad you're here, you'll know that I've talked about a mattress actress called Bonnie Blue several times recently. Because every time I log onto the internet,
Shoe on Head clone? Not really. She doesn't really cover the topics that Shoe on Head does, so no sway, not really. I don't think Shoe on Head covers stuff like Bonnie Blue, the fall of the LGBTQ community and stuff like that. Fall of the trans community, trans movement. I wouldn't say we're straight people of the LGBTQ community. There's a reason my username is Mr. Diagonal Yips. No, but in the video, basically, they were saying that bisexual people, basically denying the existence of bisexual people. And it was a lot of gay and lesbian people doing, saying this stuff. It was crazy, actually. It was crazy. Like, stuff like, there are no bisexual people because you're just scared to go full gay or full lesbian and stuff. It was crazy. And like there should be a slur for bisexual people. Very interesting. But ignore me, I'm just a troll. I always ignore you, don't worry.
I see her butt. I see her doing something outrageous or insane in order to gain more market share of the OF platform, such as...
Well, she is no longer getting that the market share. There's nothing to gain anymore. If OF says you got to be banned, then you know you are cooked.
Reportedly doing the Devil's Tango with over 1,000 men in 12 hours. How that is mathematically possible, I don't know.
You've had 1,000 men inside of you today.
Yeah.
What hurts more? Your...
Okay. Let's do the math, right? I've never done the math, actually. So we have 24 hours, right? Huh. That is... how many minutes? That's 1,440 minutes, right? Right? Okay. Let's divide that by 1,000. That means that everyone would have a minute, at least. Let's divide that into seconds, right? Actually, let's divide that into seconds first. That's 80,640 seconds. 86,400 seconds. Let's divide it by 1,000. That means everyone would have 86.4 seconds, right? That means you'd have about a minute and 26 seconds to goon inside this woman. Here is the math. Here is the math. A minute and 26 seconds. Those are quick shooters, chat. Those are, in fact, those might be the Flash. That is some numbers.
Mouth or your...
Probably done that a little bit. I don't need a wheelchair. Like, I am fine.
She's also bragged about playing hide the sausage with newly graduated, barely legal high school boys for educational purposes.
Okay, so it's no secret I have a hobby, which is pleasuring barely legal 18-year-olds, and I cannot wait to be doing the same in just three weeks' time, and it's going to be in Surfer's Paradise.
She's also upset the internet on more than one occasion for saying that she supports cheating and endorses it, and if women can't satisfy their husbands, then she will.
I'm more and more in the support of annihilating retards. More and more. Like I said, I plenty of times said what I think of cheaters. I'm not gonna elaborate anymore. I'm not going to. It's just these people are just so damn retarded. It's actually diabolical. It's actually crazy. It actually is.
How can I ever say women are anything but lazy and poorly educated?
So there's a lot there. There's actually a lot more. And, you know, at this point, it was really just my fault for having...
Well, technically, you could be considered poorly educated because you had to resolve the core, and I'm back with Miss Bonnie Blue again.
Having eyeballs. But it seems that in recent weeks, she has taken things far enough that even the OF platform itself has deleted her account. It is gone. I checked. And she knows...
It is gone. I also checked. I checked when I had this news. It's actually gone. No more OF for Bonnie. Not that she needs to care, really, because considering that, she probably had made enough money so that she does probably for how many, I don't know how many generations in that time. Also, it's just like, you're way too late. You should have stopped there at the 1,000. You should have stopped there at the 1,000.
it too, given that she's been throwing shade at the platform and promoting a new one.
OF wanted me to not be open to the public, but that's why I get off to. So my main thing I wanted to do is remain open to the public. But luckily, I've switched to...
How literally does she take that? How literally does she take that? Does she take that way too literally? Does she take that like, I want to be open to the public? How literally do we take that? Because I think you can't be more open to the public than this. Also, Fansly would pull the plug on you too, don't worry. I'm not sure I can endure any more information about this woman. Well, Eliza, it is what it is.
Fansly.
If a single one of you go and look up this new account, I will maim you. But here you might...
I'm gonna say this right now. If you happen to come by this video and watch it, and you look up her platform, and you go into it, I will come through your wall and stretch your peepee like your Luffy. I will stretch it around the world. Don't worry. It might be painful for a second, but once it's off, it's off.
Might be wondering, given her track record, what precisely she did in this case that got her a permaban. Well, her suspension from the platform seems to hinge on an announcement she made during an episode of a podcast, I think, on June 1, 2025, where she announced that she would be doing a petting zoo. It's as bad as it sounds. What is this? I am uncomfortable. During this episode of The Standoff, Blue said that she planned to be tied up and gagged in a glass box and allow...
Bro, I didn't even know that she would get gagged. I already had this pleasure of seeing Lily Phillips leaks on Twitter. I'm not looking for Bonnie. Yeah, I've seen plenty of stuff. I mean, I'm constantly barraged with corn anyways because I'm a VTuber and like they will literally like, I will give you a sword, use that, or that, yeah. Like, I've literally been barraged with, like, corn because I'm a VTuber and I see a lot of VTuber corn. I'm so desensitized to this, I'm like, oh. Corn. Cool. Mute or block. Muting is better than blocking, by the way.
Upwards of 2,000 people to do whatever they wanted to her.
Well, I'm actually doing my own theatre next month.
Oh,
so
yeah.
maybe you could come to that and you see the amount of men that pay to watch me be in a glass cage for 24 hours. I'm going to be tied up in a glass box for a couple of days and my body is for everyone. It's happening in June.
So you're going to get paid to be in a box and just let anyone do whatever they want.
This is just ridiculous that she even had this plan. You cannot tell me that this woman... it sounds... It would not surprise me if in a few years she goes like, I'm gonna baptize myself, I'm gonna become a Christian and find a husband. And the problem is that that is so common for corn stars that I'm starting to not believe it. Like, even when I look at Nala, I'm like, I don't know if I can believe you. I do have my doubts. Like, she seemed genuine, but even then, I just don't know. And every time when that happens, I'm like, are they really genuine? Or is that, like, the path Is that like the path to power? I don't know, to a family. It's just like, bro, I just don't see it. She's a public urinal. She's a public cum dumpster. That's what she is. Straight up. She's a walking... She's a dick guzzling trash can, basically.
I get paid once I make the video, but the actual act is completely free.
Well, this is alarming. The good news is I'm 98% sure that this never went ahead. Because I'm sure, given the UK, this is probably illegal. Except for her posting photos of an actual petting zoo with actual animals. But from the initial announcement, some people immediately associated these antics with a Serbian artist called Marina Abramovic.
Yeah, now I know this. I know this now. I was told this. That was a thing. That it was in fact the thing. I don't think she's gonna find God. I think she'll just off herself when she finally comes to terms with it all, and people were actually praising her. Yeah. The thing is, yeah, there's two routes you can go, right? Either for these people I've seen, they end themselves, or I don't know. I've seen like two versions: end themselves, find God. And always I'm like, I don't trust you. I don't know what to do with this. It's just like, nah, dude. Nah, dude. It's just, man. We need to have a serious discussion about corn in our society. Like a really serious one. I don't think this can go any further soon enough. We need one. We desperately need one. I think in some, they made something new. In some states, you actually now have to have ID to go on adult website, like 18 plus and stuff.
Movic, I don't know how to pronounce this, I'm sorry, who did something similar in 1974, except her point wasn't to make corn, but rather to test what people were prepared to do to one another when there weren't any restrictions. She laid out 72 objects on a table, like a rose, feather, grapes, nails, a gun, a scalpel, just to name a few, and told viewers that they could use these objects on her as they wanted. The whole thing started off pretty tame, but by the end of it, Abramovich had been essayed, someone...
Holy shit, they were actually doing horrid shit to her, what the fuck?
Had cut her neck and drank her blood. Ew, why would you do that to a stranger? Another held a gun to her head. With relation to Bonnie Blue, some people immediately...
Bro, that's crazy shit. That's actually, wow. And nobody stopped them when they saw this?
Immediately said that her petting zoo stunt was asking for a similar outcome. Basically, allowing anyone off the street to do anything they want to you is insane, as Abramovich found out. People are sick and weird. I think that all of recorded human history has proved that. Anyway, sometimes...
That is crazy. Nobody stopped them. Nobody stopped this? Were there no people waiting there, sitting there, looking at stuff? Like, did she have any people watching over her? Did those people join in? What the heck? Like, I've heard that they abused her, but I didn't hear SA that was part of it. Drinking blood of hers was a part of it. That's crazy.
After this announcement until mid-ish June, it seems that OF actually caught wind of this plan and decided to suspend Bonnie Blue's account from their platform, citing that this goes against their community guidelines. Editing Sydney from the future here, I forgot to say that you want to know what doesn't go against community guidelines? Being healthy, which is why today's video is sponsored by Native Path. I often have icy witch fingers. Yes, it's exactly what it sounds like. My hands are often frozen popsicles. But some of you might also get swollen limbs, joint pain.
I never have that. I don't have that. Frog does have it though. She always has cold fucking hands. Crazy. Yeah, they torture that woman, stayed still through it all. When she finally moved at the end, everyone left because it suddenly hit them that she really was the person. The people saw her as an art exhibit more than a person, like a statue, until she started looking at them. That's crazy. That's wild. Nah, there's a new video. I'm not skipping it.
Maybe even brain fog. Unfortunately, these are a handful of the awful symptoms of poor
Like, that's the least I can do when I react to stuff.
blood circulation. I would know witch fingers. But before you go after some expensive and ineffective solution to these issues, it's worth checking out Native Path's krill oil, which you can get at getkrill.com/Sydney and get a special 66% off offer. I have cut down my supplements to a handful I find work best, and this includes anything with omega-3 fatty acids, which is what krill oil is packed with. Native Path's Antarctic krill oil is sourced from wild-caught krill, and its omega-3 content has been shown to promote healthy blood pressure, circulation, brain health, as well as reduce inflammation, swelling, and joint pain. I'm pretty picky about the supplements that I take generally, but I really like these because they don't have that gross fishy aftertaste. They're small and they're soft gels, which I really like. Not like the regular gross fish oil horse pills. This formulation is also better for absorption into the bloodstream. So if you too want to fight your own witch fingers and help your circulation, then click the link in the description or go to getkrill.com/Sydney. When you use my link, you'll get up to 66% off as well as free shipping. And once again, that's getkrill.com/Sydney. According
There you have your ad, Eliza. To take random supplements. I will take all supplements. I'm a bit late, aren't I? 5 minutes! 5 fucking minutes! Those were the longest 5 minutes in my entire life, Samax. The longest 5 minutes in my entire life. Those weren't just... Were those 5 minutes with extended time? Like they do in football games? Like, I wouldn't ever take any supplements unless my doctor tells me to I ain't taking unnecessary drugs. It happened, Duck. Yeah, it happened. It happened, Gumper. Also, you missed the shoe on head video. Gumper.
to the Metro, an OF spokesperson said that extreme challenge content is not available on the platform and is not
Funnily enough, Fansly has beat down on a lot of fetish stuff, right? Fansly said, no more furries, F off. Fansly said, no more hypnosis stuff, F off. And there were a bunch of other things where they said, yup, this howl has to go. We do not want that anymore. We don't want that anymore. Duck time works different in Apple World. It quite literally does. Are you saying, like, I'm gonna be in a date, I'm gonna be there in like 5 minutes and it's gonna be like 3 hours?
permitted under their acceptable use policy and terms of service. Never thought I'd see the day where a platform like OF would do something rational, but here we are. Blue responded to this herself, saying that she was being unfair.
Bro, is that her boyfriend? Is that her cuck boyfriend? Either way, is that her personal puck? Yes, it is probably.
Fairly targeted by the website, and that other women were doing things that were just as extreme, if not more. I mean, to a large extent, she...
To an extent, yeah, considering that, the Bob House literally had a minor there. Interesting. I've noticed since I quit smoking, so I was back in my teens, my hands are extremely warm and people are being close with, especially during colder months, like when I massage them. That's interesting. Yeah, for me, I have in general like fairly warm hands, and like for Frog it's completely the opposite. Like she has ice cold hands. Like you can eat something fresh with those hands. Like they're so damn cold. You can give it like chicken breast and hold it for like five hours and still be cold and frozen.
Is probably not wrong, but Bonnie, honey, let's be real. You wanted to put yourself in a glass box in the middle of London to let people do to you whatever they pleased. How did you ever think that this wouldn't be an issue? I really hate living through this time of great disappointment. Maybe one day our ancestors are gonna look back on this time and be like, ah yes, they had the boom of technology and they used it to put feet on the internet.
I'm gonna say this will be worse. This will be worse. This will get worse. And I'm gonna assume that by the 2050s, every fifth woman will have, every fifth woman between the ages of 18 and 24 will have an OF or will do sex work. That's the future that I'm seeing. That's what I assume is going to happen. And if I'm correct, I'm gonna get $1 million in the $1 million in the fucking bank. Yeah, that's my prediction for 2050. Every fifth woman. And I'm gonna say this. If this degeneracy continues, we will see a lowering of age of consent. I'm gonna straight up say it. We're gonna see a lowering of age of consent. You will see minors exposing themselves for money on the internet. That I see it happening.
I would like some money for these. Now, when I initially started writing this video, I wanted to exclusively talk about this OF ban and the extremeness of Bunny Blue's behavior. But the more I watched her interviews and observed her in clothed content and looked at her normal everyday videos, the more I realized that the story of Bunny Blue is about more than simply an outrageous mattress actress on the internet. It's about a woman who is somewhat responsible for accelerating the adult content culture that has put a tremendous amount of money in her pocket, but simultaneously misled thousands of other women. She is a marketing genius who turns clicks into cash, and the truth is, we don't even know if she's truly doing half of the things that she claims. But the joke is on the women trying to emulate her, because they don't seem to have cottoned onto that. Listen, sometimes we're not dealing with the brightest bulbs on the Christmas tree. If you guys can cast your minds back, I said a little while ago.
Yeah, Lily Phillips with her 100 men already was like, already was like done with after like 100 men. Then the country made it legal age of marriage 9. Yes, and it was the usual suspect, which is a country where Islam is very prevalent. Unfortunately, they're not beating the allegations. They're not beating the allegations. Who's gonna be the lucky Chad to get a gifted sub? Don't. I said don't! Wing feather. Ah, okay. Yeah. Diagonal, thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you so much. Thank you. And congratulations on Wing feather. They are occasionally here, so that's cool. It's at least somewhat active chatter, which is cool. I don't think that'll happen. The age of consent won't change because people are so woke. They're mad about a 19-year-old and a 70-year-old dating that might just be schoolmates, blah blah. Anyways, nah, it won't change. Who teens will figure out different sides like that Piper Rockwell thing. Yeah, it actually worked. It actually, fun fact, it like, we already have that, right? It's not just Piper. It's multiple girls on that website. So I'm definitely seeing this get worse. You will not see, like, I could definitely see, like, 16-year-olds straight up just doing corn. Not gonna lie. With this progression, I could see that. Because they're already on the verge on, like, softcore, right? And the government hasn't clapped down on it yet. Possibly if they haven't, because they haven't noticed it yet. But I have terrible predictions. I have really terrible predictions for that. I have all for predictions for sexualization of minors. Remember, one of the strongest parties here in Germany, not too long ago, was okay with pedo shit. Just saying. Remember, we're here in Germany, some schools have done or had the concept for exploration rooms where kids can explore their bodies. I've told this before. I've told the stories before. It's in plain sight. It's in plain sight and nobody's doing anything. Pakistan has only outlawed child marriage this year. Crazy, crazy shit. Crazy shit. And government got backlash for it. Surprising. Not really surprising. Teens already do it. The stories I could tell from when I was younger are actually sick. This stuff already happens. It's scary. It truly gets scary once it's publicly accepted. Right now, it's like in the background and shunned and disgusting. But if this gets pushed further, give it a few years. Then you might see it in plain sight. And when you are seeing it in plain sight, it's over.
That women on OF were going out of their way to do more and more extreme things in order to carve out a greater market share of the platform. This is because, as the space has become more competitive, it's important that these women stand out.
Miss Amaranth, I was abused by my husband into OF. Now I'ma do it myself. I do remember hearing that poke, and that's still crazy to me. That is the idea of what's going on. The moment you're fine, that we also have that here. In Germany, we have a gay lesbian kindergarten. Don't explain to me how that happened. Don't explain to me. The funny part is that the founder of this kindergarten is a known PDF. Writing a PDF book. Isn't it crazy? Fuck, she dropped out. I think she was a... yeah. But I think it was AI, actually.
From one another. Because, as many of you likely know, women have joined OF en masse since it began in 2016, with the platform subtly advertising the ability to make thousands of dollars. Although the sad reality is that the average monthly payment totals about $150 to $180. Which, if you ask me, is not enough to justify putting your pink bits on the internet. Forever. Seriously.
No amount of money should justify it. No amount. And I'm gonna be straight up on it. Bring back shame. I'm gonna be honest. Bring back shame. Shame these OF creators. Shame women, shame men for this as well. I do not care. Bring it back. Bring back shame. Straight up.
If your future offspring can Google what your ham sandwich looks like and actually get results, that's not a good thing. But as this space has gotten much...
Yeah, there are plenty of stories of kids getting bullied into self-deletion. There's plenty of stories of kids getting heavily bullied. Like, imagine you're a son, right? And you can constantly send pictures on any social media website of your mother's genitals. Or your mother getting her back blown out. That would not be healthy for my psyche. I do not think so. But hey, I can cry enough for your Ferrari, huh?
Much more saturated, and really at this point it's very oversaturated. It's become so much more important.
Corn was already oversaturated. Like, what makes these people different? Like, in the beginning, sure. But what makes it different now than any other website? I could just go to the hub and get the exact same stuff. Especially if it gets leaked. Alright, Duck, you didn't do the Tate versus Bonnie either today. Very true, very true. I hate when they lie about being forced into it. Some of them might be, but the majority do it willingly. Such an insult to actual victims of exploitation. Yeah, they act like, you know, a woman from, like, Africa having to, sell her body so she can feed her children. I'm gonna be honest. You didn't have to do it. You wanted to do it. Because it was the easiest thing to do. You were not an innocent, like, little sheep that had to do it to get food on the table. I do not believe you. There's plenty of ways to get food on the table without selling your body. Plenty.
To be able to stand out. And unlike tradition...
Especially if you're a good-looking woman. Especially. You cannot tell me that you are a good-looking woman and you can't find somebody to hire you for something. I don't see it happening.
additional adult content, getting eyeballs on OF was about more than being young and hot. I guess, thankfully, the Bonnie Blues of the world were given something of a blueprint to navigate the great OF migration. Thanks to women like Belle Delphine and Mia Khalifa, those who followed learned that controversy was the way to build a brand. But soon, a little controversy wasn't enough. Then
Yeah, Belle Delphine started all this. She is the patient zero. She's basically patient zero with her bathwater and all her lies and all that shit. She is patient zero. Clearly. I would say that Mia Khalifa is much so the patient zero for like regular corn. More so, Lily is pretty. She's got that cutesy look, but she wasted it. She absolutely wasted it, and there's no way she can recover from it. These people will never understand what grooming is like. I don't want them to understand that feeling either. I just want them to lie and say they do. Yeah. They do not understand how it feels to do something willingly, like unwillingly. Being forced to do something that you don't want to do. I understand that all too well.
came this newest iteration of online ladies, those who were prepared to go the extra step, who understood that manufacturing drama and conflict and extreme behavior, extreme antics, was a way to drum up a significant amount of media attention. And I don't know about the rest of you, but after many years of this, it's very hard to tell which of these antics are real and which are manufactured. I'm starting to get husky, I'm sorry. Oh my god. Unless, of course, you guys like me sounding a little husky. Don't answer that. The thing about Bonnie Blue is that she is aware that the more extreme her actions, the more eyeballs. She said as much herself. In February 2025, after the media reportedly suggested that Blue was pregnant, she admits that she took that rumor and ran with it, admitting she used the stunt to gain media attention and—
I'm so happy that this woman is not pregnant. I'm so damn happy that this chick never got pregnant. Too bad. I'm like, unfortunately very disappointed she actually was not arrested.
And raise money for IVF, which I'm not sure I believe you.
And then a few days had gone past, and I was like, actually, why don't we use this to our advantage? Why don't I hint the fact I'm pregnant? Because the media is already doing that. Like, why don't I actually take control from this and feel empowered from it, as opposed to letting the media run with stories which aren't correct? And the plan was from that was, okay, in 24 to 48 hours, I'm going to release a video to say this extra income I've earned and attention I've had from hinting at pregnancy, I'm going to put towards somebody else's IVF journey.
No, I am not pregnant. Yes, I have hinted at it. And the reason being is I'm going to use the media attention and the extra income I have had over the last few days because I want to pay for somebody's IVF journey.
You couldn't just donate some of the bajillions of dollars that you make in a month to someone on their IVF journey? Just generally? Yeah.
The bajillion of dollars you had, you could have used already. You could have not done that. That's not working. That is just not happening. It is what it is. For me, for example, my Costa Rica experience yeah, and for me it was sister leveling. Yeah, I'll make jokes about this.
You had to do this in the most self-serving way humanly possible? Yeah, I'm definitely buying the altruism. In another interview with Holly Randall from June 2024, Randall told Blue that it was clear that she was very into marketing. That's certainly one way of putting it. Blue confirmed this, saying that anyone can make an adult tape, but getting big is about how you market it, how you go about selling yourself.
I mean, really, it's all, you sound very driven by marketing.
Yeah.
And that's a thing, like, being a sex worker and making a living online.
I would never use the word sex worker. Never. You are a prostitute. It is exactly that. Others are paying you money so they can see you naked. That is prostitution. You're selling a body. That is prostitution. I do not care. I will not call it sex work because that's not what it is. She's probably had a hysteric to me to avoid having an unexpected pregnancy. so she doesn't have to pause content every month. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Probably. Yeah, that makes sense.
In the way that you do is
Yeah.
you have to be really keyed into marketing, because that's what it is.
Yeah.
It's actually not as easy as people think it is. Like,
No.
you know, so many people are like, oh, I can just show my feet and make all this money. It's like,
Yeah, I'm just gonna like, I get the comment all the time is you only have what you earn because you're like, because you post tapes. It's like, you only have that because you do it. It's like, you go and post a tape then and see how much money it earns you.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't. You can't just post a tape. There's got to be more to it. Like, people don't just go on. Like, people have got to subscribe. They've got to put their bank details in. Like, it's a commitment from the subscribers. So it's got to be worthwhile. And just uploading some shitty tape ain't going to get you anything.
I'm obviously going to link these podcasts for you all in the description box if you want to watch them, but this one was particularly illuminating. There's this part where Bonnie Blue is talking about how women have to understand their niche. They have to understand how to pop off online. And I feel like I'm living in a dystopian, weird world. I have no idea what I'm doing with my hands. And in case you needed further confirmation, Blue reiterated these points again in late 2024 on a podcast, The Briefing. She articulated how the hate she gets, petitions to shut her down and so on, allow her to promote her content further.
Anytime there's a hate comment, I use it to promote my next video. Like, the current petition to get me cancelled is the promotion for my OF video. The more taboo they're making it sound, the more it boosts me, especially the women saying, oh my God, this girl's content is so out there. It is pushing their husbands and their sons to be more intrigued and want to watch it. It does nothing other than drive my money up, and my bank balance is going through the roof. So
Just throwing so much money at this shit. They're just throwing so much money at this shit. We need to definitely shame the more shame the men that are in fact paying for this, because if we do not, because they are just as of an important factor in this. The women making it and the men consuming it and paying it, the men participating in it. We need to do the exact same thing. It's irreversible sterilization is the one men have. Yeah, pretty much. Just had to block somebody for supporting on one of my videos, supporting Niara giving HRT to children. You know, the basic human right is giving HRT to children who can't consent. Alright, they can also not consent to puberty. Immediately blocked. I have no time for this.
honestly, it's more thanks to my subscribers, but thank you to the haters, because you really are making me rich.
As an aside, I find it so funny that she went from saying that her content was supposed to be educational for teenage boys to fully admitting that she does insane things to get attention and more subscribers, which she said during this podcast. Gee, I wonder what caused that shift. No, I really do. If someone knows, I'd like the answer. These admissions from Blue are honestly nothing new, and we've seen similar things articulated by former bed dweller Nala Ray, who—
Former bed dweller Nala Ray. Yeah, she found God. I still don't know if I can trust her or not. She seems genuine, but I don't know. I hope she's genuine. I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt and think that she's genuine. I gave away my shiny, useless stick to a new player. Did I do the right thing? Never give away a shiny. No, you didn't. But hi, Kokos. How are you doing? Pretty good. Hello.
also admitted during appearances after her conversion to Christianity that she would lie relentlessly about her antics to paint a specific picture of herself to her audience.
As a viral creator I went on so many podcasts because I knew the only way to grow my was to be viral, and it's such an oversaturated platform right now, and I've been on it for like 5.5 years. So everything I've said on podcasts is complete clickbait. I did it to go viral to then make money, and it worked. I said whatever I needed to because I understand the male brain.
So now your brain just thinking, how can I make more? If I made this much,
That's it.
How can I make more?
That every month was like, how can I top last month? That was my brain. Like, I fed off of that thought.
Bonnie Blue, at least to me, seems to be the exact same way.
I mean, it could very much be. It could very much be that they're lying, right? They're not doing as extreme as they say they do. Do we have actually, I'm not gonna Google, but do we actually have video evidence that she did 1,000 men? What then? Imagine, right? If she if she lied that she didn't do it with 1,000 men. Let's say she didn't even do it with 10 men. Imagine how Lily must feel if she actually did it with 100 men. Just imagine that. Just imagine. Just imagine that. I'm just thinking about that right now. What if she's lying about the 1,000 men? And Lily Phillips fell for the bait? And did it with 100 dudes? Isn't that crazy? A shiny's never useless. That is slander towards shinies.
She's saying she's doing these things, behaving as if she's been deported or arrested, when these aren't even real police officers.
Sorry, Daddy, but I finally got caught out for taking all of those barely legals.
About time you got caught, you filthy predator! You little groomer! Yeah!
Okay, so we all know how much Fiji loved me sleeping with schoolies. And next up is the Australia Border Force. Are you ready?
They do not act like this. Or maybe they do. Honestly, I don't really want to find out. This guy makes me feel like I need to take a shower. And not in the good.
I definitely need to take a shower. Hey, that was the same one with the... That was the same one with the, That reminds me a little bit of the Content Cop intro. Ugh. Crazy. Here's Croc. Hi, Croc. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Lily did it first, yeah. What are the chances if Lily actually is the record holder for between these two? And Bonnie just straight up lied. That'd be terrible. I think so. If you want the proof, just give her money. There would probably be leaks. Hearing barely illegal actually triggers my fight or flight. Oh my god. Yeah. It's also like it has this creepy thing, like, right? It's not like, oh, I happen to sleep with an 18-year-old, right? It's like, I need to sleep with an 18-year-old on their birthday. You can't tell me that's not predatory. Like, that's straight up predatory. Police is full of cribs, but not this much. Yeah, it's just interesting that, how... It's just weird. It definitely has something predatory. They can't do 1K and I'm happy for her. It isn't worth it ever. It's not even 100 were worth it. Not even 10 were worth it. Not even 1. Should have never done it to begin with.
Good way. The point is, Bonnie Blue says a lot. She talks a lot. On every podcast she goes on, she tells us how—
Yeah, she yaps a lot. She yaps so much. The question is what she yaps is true. She's like Sumax, but without the corn. Yapping a lot. Sorry. You need to catch strays.
how she did the higgledy-piggledy with 300 men here, or 50 men here, or 37 at once.
I mean, how many 18-year-olds have you slept with?
Hundreds and hundreds now, must be like 400.
And the most I want to take in one night is 25, but I'll let you into a little secret. I did 30 on the first day alone.
I did 1,057.
She tells us how she played on the merry-go-round with a father and son.
But I'd actually slept with the son a few days before, and then he came back with his dad, and I thought, oh, the dad's coming to tell me off. But no, his dad wanted a turn as well.
But really, outside of a couple promo videos on social media, and I'm assuming a few adult fun time tapes on her Spice platforms, it's not like we know definitively that she's doing what she's saying. It's basically—
Exactly. We do not know what she says she actually does. She means. That was a bit far, Poke. Bruh. Hey, I can have my moments too. I like to shot fires. Don't let them get too spoiled. Exactly. Shade's been thrown. Nah, I like the Gumper. But appled orange. Was it orange appled? Will never be a thing. I'm sorry, Gumper.
one giant trust me bro. I don't trust you. You put strange things in your body. For money. Even the admission—
Hey. The amount of strange things that VTubers put up their ass is questionable. There is a monster energy incident that I will not elaborate that happened to a VTuber. I shall not elaborate. I shall not elaborate what happened.
That she made during the standoff episode are crazy and sound more like they're designed to make people angry than.
Or was it a Red Bull? I do not know, but something happened. A Red Bull or monster went into a VTuber where it was not supposed to go. That's all I can explain. Let me guess, they were a femboy. I don't even know if it was a man or woman. But I know it went up the ass. That's what I know. At least they posted that on Twitter. It said, "Yup, I just fell and had a Red Bull up my ass." She's like a duck, but at least she knows how to rage bait. Oh, I can rage bait too. I rage bait all the time.
Actually be admissions about her interests.
It was a lot of work. It was sort of like a rotation. Every 40 seconds, somebody new was inside of me. Like, I love the idea that I don't know who's going to be inside of me. There was times I was in doggy.
Dick roulette. It's just dick roulette. Straight up.
And I'd turn around and I would have no idea who's in the back of me. And I love that.
That's disgusting.
I love it.
Now, let me connect this back to OF for a second. I think that the people who operate this platform have cottoned onto this reality, that this is an oversaturated platform that operates on extremeness and virality. And as more and more women compete with one another to do these radical and unsafe things, it ultimately reflects very poorly on the platform itself, especially during a time where they are shopping buyers. I'm obviously no expert, but I have to assume that it's considerably less risky to ban a top performer than risk a bunch of other women following Bunny Blue down this road of.
Exactly. The petting zoo, probably men are always putting weird stuff up their asses. I've never put anything up my ass. Not really. Rage bait, poke, hard pass. Right, I do not rage bait. That's correct. I just say what I mean. Whether you like that or not. I just say what I mean and I don't care. Like, I'm not afraid of but for me it's not rage bait. Because I actually mean, like, what, I'm like this one meme that I have. So what if it is my dog shit opinion? Then so what? What are you gonna do about it? That's what I do.
Depravity. And if you don't believe me that this is the case, she admits that she's setting the pace for the industry. During an interview with The Sun from a couple months ago, she says that she created the game.
I've created the game, basically. I have changed and completely changed the industry, to put it simply. No one was doing what I've done. I started these stunts, that's what we're going to call them, like back in November, and I've continued to do them every few months.
During another interview with the same outlet from June 18, she said that other creators are mimicking her entire marketing techniques and
do not mimic this! Do not! Don't! This is terrible! No! I can't just see this woman anymore. I don't even see her as a woman anymore. It's just a walking trash can with like a hole for a dick, but that's it. I actually just imagine her as like a dick guzzling trash can.
events. When commenting about her OF ban, she also took a stab at other OF women, Annie Knight and Lily Phillips in particular, saying that OF deemed Blue's content dangerous, although she's the only person creating this content who has never publicly made statements about ending up in hospital or crying after these events. Here, she is referring to
shots fired. Shots fired. You can take 1,000 men, you weakling. Or like, you can't take 50 men up your booty, you weakling.
Annie Knight's hospitalization after the Australian Monster Masher also attempted to do the Devil's Tango with over 1,000 men. Why this is a thing, I will never know. Knight reportedly experienced some bleeding, and her comment about
Bleeding? Bleeding? If you can bleed after 580, I am doubting that Bonnie did the 1,000. I don't think Bonnie did the 1,000. I don't think so. I don't think she did, in fact. I don't think she has actually done the 1,000. I do not think so. At least I don't believe so. No, I don't think so. I don't think she did. The anger this woman fills me with is indescribable. Yes, feel it. Feel it. Let it go. Yeah, it's just diabolical. This is just crazy. We need some serious talk in this society about corn and what we do against it. Not gonna, we actually need that talk. We need that. Politicians, everything, we need that. This needs to be stopped in general.
crying refers to the viral clip of Lily Phillips becoming extremely emotional and saying she disassociated after she attempted to do the naked sword fight with 100 men.
Sometimes you'd like disassociate and be like, you know, like it's not like normal sex at all.
So to reiterate my earlier point.
Diagonal, thank you for that $5 super chat. Thank you. Thank you so much. What's wrong with getting paid that you ass shows your depravity? Pay me. It's just crazy. It's just crazy to me. It's just crazy. It's just I don't feel anything. She has blood. Or where do these dicks have like small little sharp claws, thorns? Like, how does this happen? Yeah, I'm starting to believe that she actually never did the 1,000. Never even did 100.
Blue's antics aren't only a personal cash grab. They are accelerating a toxic culture that is misleading and harming thousands of women who are attempting to follow in her footsteps. And something I really want everyone to
remember, for those who have forgotten it, or those of you who have never heard of it, if you watch this after the fact, remember, they did the backdoor challenge. And basically, they had to rearrange another chick's butt. Because of how violent and how damaging it was to her body. Reconstruction surgery? Yep.
Understand here is that there is a massive public fascination with this woman. She isn't just some passing weirdo. Well, I mean, like, she is, but people really like that. Contrary to the commentary of some talking heads on the right, Blue will not fade into oblivion if we stop talking about her. And she absolutely has not been popularized by right-wing commentators covering her antics. She is part of the cultural zeitgeist, appearing on shows viewed by non-political people regularly. She gets invited on actual news programs to talk to hosts about her escapades. And most don't treat her with derision. I mean, some do, of course, like the host of The Standoff, but many approach her with genuine curiosity.
#1 fan right here.
I don't. If it was legal, I'd kick this woman across her country. I do not care. But wouldn't people expose her then? Surely someone is watching her do the thingy. As far as I'm aware, she does have regular videos where she actually does corn. But she might just pay people really well for the stunt, so they keep quiet. I don't know. Could be. I have no idea. Maybe she did it, maybe she did not. But some of the things that she says she has done, she probably has not done.
So this neutral and sometimes even positive attention, among other things, is spawning a series of copycats like Annie Knight or Lily Phillips. And if Blue can't spawn them, then it seems that she is intent on having a hand in creating them herself, which is just honestly horrific. Not too long ago, Blue posted a series of videos with another young woman called Julie Filippo. Filippo is a member of a bop house, as they're now called, which is basically a house full of young women who live together and make wiggly-piggly content. Most of these women look very young and act very young, Filippo included. During her collab, Bonnie Blue positioned Filippo as barely legal, which is sort of true. She's 23, but she looks like a newly baked bun. Then they proceeded to film a lot of...
And you're kind of not barely legal, but they do look young. But I don't know, I don't want to go they look young so they can't do what they want to do. I don't want to go that. Obviously, they shouldn't do that. They shouldn't do that! Shinzo Abe, marry and reproduce, what are you doing? What are you doing? No. I don't know. And then, like, when these people are old enough and they don't get the same attention anymore, they want a husband. That's the crazy stuff. Or they want a husband while they're doing it. And then they're like on Twitter and like, oh, it's so hard to date when you're prostitute. Nobody wants to date you. We also want to cuddle and kisses and just like feel love. Well, you should have made that decision. You should have not made that decision. You should have found a partner instead of doing that, actually. Would have probably done you much better. Like, I'm sorry that most men are not down to be put into the cuck chair. I'm sorry. Most men are not interested in that. It's not necessarily surprising. And then my girlfriend just goes in, quote, tweets them with her main account and calls them a V-thought, and that's it. It's not that they look young, it's that they capitalize on that. They get adult races, they wear pigtails, they dress cutesy. Yeah, okay, I can see that. The fetishization is what you mean. Yeah, I could see that, Yeah, okay, yeah, I know what you mean.
Weird videos that Editing Sydney has probably tried to put on screen if she can. Blue also did this with another woman whose name is apparently Alice, who said that she has a newly created OF account and is very new to all of this.
Okay, so Alice is a girl I met at spring break and she is very, very hot, so completely makes sense that she's here.
And I just started on and I've never really seen anything, so I'm really excited.
She is barely legal, just turned 18. When did you turn 18?
Well, I turned 18 in September.
Okay.
So I've had a little, you know, but I've never really seen anything.
Now, obviously, two things. Number one, barely legal content is nothing new. It's one of the top-rated adult content types online, and there's a strong chance that the two women I just highlighted are putting on this cutesy naivety thing. And number two, it's obviously very common in the industry to have women collab together like this. However, there's something extremely weird.
If they do be collabing like VTubers, it's kind of crazy. Nah, it's just, oh, I'm so happy I'm out of this. I'm so happy. Looking at this makes me so happy. I hopefully have no longer to date. Hopefully. Please, Lord, have mercy. I don't want to go on the search again. If that's the future, I don't want to go on a search again. I swear. I don't.
To me about an extreme beta taking fresh out of the womb 20-somethings and saying that she wants to corrupt them and traumatize them and then probably subjecting them to actually traumatizing things. Because after teaming up together, Filippo went on a podcast where she joked that the experience traumatized her and she needs therapy.
I think everything happens for a reason, but I'm happy you made a check. I wish I could have made a check off of that, but at the same time, you're in therapy for a reason because what you saw traumatized you. So I'm glad I got to spare my soul and mind of that. No, I don't regret not going. No.
I'm glad you didn't, but I think you should come to therapy with me.
I'll go.
These videos with Filippo are...
Bro, let's put the fries in the bag at this point. What the fuck are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? This shit is traumatizing, and they still do it. These women are not mentally well. I'm gonna say how this happens. I have a strong theory how this happens. There's two options how this happens, by the way. I feel like. Either really weak father figure, or no father figure at all. We have a serious problem of missing father figures inside our society. We have a serious issue with not having masculine men around boys and girls. I feel like that is the reason how this happens. It is crazy. This is ridiculous.
Pretty extreme. Blue says some really, really off-putting things about wanting to be messed up and destroyed by these men, and these are comments that she's repeatedly made during interviews, that she wants to be hurt and disrespected, that she has to encourage men to behave disgustingly because they're too polite.
I'm looking forward to seeing your face. I'm looking forward to seeing their dicks and how much they're gonna, you know, try and hurt me. I'm looking forward to seeing, like, your face.
I'm terrified. I don't know.
What the fuck? Huh? Not to sound soft, but I'm low-key triggered right now. Don't worry about that. If I showed this video to Frog, she would probably vomit. Like, I showed her Love Island, and, like, when the stuff got weird and odd, like, she literally was about to gag. So, you're probably not the softest. Let's put the fries in the bag is definitely a new one for me. If we don't fix this as society, we all can put the fries in the bag. Like, it's over. Like, it's actually over.
What to expect. I don't know how I'm gonna feel. I really don't. I'm gonna stand there.
What's the aggression level? Have you talked to them what they're allowed and not allowed to do?
I've just said no back door, but I've said, like, mess me up. I am a... I'm
cool
your...
with hair pull,
yeah,
slapping.
Okay. I don't want a single bit of makeup left. I don't want a single bit, like, no, take my dignity, take my holes, like, take me.
If I want to do that, it's like my body and I take control of it.
Yeah,
and
of
as a
course.
woman, we all say about how if we feel empowered by something, we should do that.
Yeah.
I feel empowered.
Put the fries in the bag. Dinosaurs, we need one right now. Dinosaurs, we could really need an asteroid right now. Like, put the fries in the bag. We are so cooked. And my prediction still stands. By the year of 2050, maybe even earlier, every fifth woman will be a sex worker, a prostitute. It's just like this shit always reminds me of some not good memories, and it makes me mad to see how casually they're talking about it. Because we've normalized it. We've normalized it, and we don't know what to do with it now. If we're going against it, some retards will pull up and be like, remember when I said in the VTubing space that I find porn gross and disgusting, I was essentially cancelled for saying that I am a misogynist because I want to control what women do with their own bodies. We are cooked when it comes to this weird shit. I had like 400 quote tweets of dudes and chicks calling me that. And then I'm just running with it now because I don't care anymore. Like, that experience, just like, yep. Call me anything. I do not care. I stand by my beliefs. Pornography is evil. And it will always be evil.
When I'm disrespected by over 1,000 men, like, I have to remind them, spit on me, slap me, choke me, pull my hair, because they're too polite to me.
All of this rolls me around to an issue that I have always had with the adult work is empowering crowd. Bunny Blue is a product of feminism that encourages women to view this type of behavior.
Yes. Feminism, men, and feminism are 100%. 100% feminism is greatly at fault for this. Greatly. You feminists were supposed to fight against corn. It was one of your core interests to get rid of corn. You did not do that. You gave up on it. You gave up on it. You gave them. You gave women the pinky finger for sexualization. And they took the entire arm. That's it. That's what it is. That's what it is. You were fighting this in the 80s. And you failed miserably. I'll take some women need what they do to be controlled so this shit stops, the same as some men need to be controlled. Absolutely. I agree. Diagonal, thank you for the membership! Thank you, thank you, thank you! And Jonas, who I do not know, got it. Probably a sub, probably somebody who watches, I don't know. Most like it's a bot. I don't think it's a bot. I don't think it's a bot. It's probably the regular subscriber. It's all good. Happens. YouTube, you suck. Yeah, YouTube system just sucks. Like, you can't even give memberships to people. They need to fix that. Twitch has that. YouTube has that. It doesn't have that. It kind of sucks that they don't do anything like that.
As empowering. She has even said this on a number of occasions herself. Although, ironically, a handful of other OF women have called her out, saying that what she's doing is actually not good for women overall and is setting us back collectively. I mean, they're not wrong, but this is definitely a pot meets kettle moment. The reality here is that OF and similar platforms are selling a lie, and Bonnie Blue is the poster child for it. And what bothers me further is that this is a lie that is leading women to believe that this is a path to financial freedom, and men to believe that it's okay to treat women this way. And I'm not so sure that the women making their own content,
It's also that this, right? It's also that this. Isn't it odd? Causation and correlation might not be as given here. But isn't it odd that ever since corn existed and became free, the cases of grape significantly increased? Isn't it odd? Isn't it weird? Like, when you look at statistics, even old statistics, or when corn was available to the public, you see an odd jump in grape. I wonder, and actually, I'm not even wondering, I think I'm absolutely certain of that, actually. If the overconsumption of corn makes it so that men are more willing to do things to women that they otherwise would not. I'm just questioning. Do you know everyone who joins the stream? Not really, we do not. We do not. They might watch the stream, actually. You don't know. Like, he might watch the stream, he just doesn't know it. You don't know it because he doesn't chat. Happens, right? There's some people just lurk. Right? And I hope YouTube makes it so I choose one day. It'd be cool. I got gifted a membership the first time I joined the Creators Life ones. Haven't gone back since because it was boring. Yeah, because corn is so violent. Yep. It's not odd to see people as objects to pleasure yourself. No wonder what happens. Yeah, I think so. What is odd, I would think that grape would decrease. It doesn't. I would say it does not, because it normalizes much more violent intimacy, right? It normalizes that. Like, men see the things that happen in these videos, right? They see the shit that happens in these videos. And, like, they want to do that with women IRL. Like, just take, like, some corn is literally just taking somebody. Or other weird shit. So I see it actually happening. Because remember, corn literally makes you stupid. Like, it actually fries gray matter in the brain. It's actually crazy. Also, you have to consider this, right? It fucks your dopamine receptors, right? Like, it will fry them so much that you can't do regular intimacy anymore with women because you train your brain wrong. So you have to have this kind of weird intensity. I could see that happening. I've heard from a lot of women that they just can't do what men are asking from them. Like, I've seen relationships fall apart because the man was absolutely corn-brained and wanted to do things that these women are just, these regular girls are just not able to do. It's just crazy. If you see corn without any prior knowledge, they will think it's how it should be. And let's face it, a lot of men are that. 2/3 of men, young men, either haven't had intimacy in a year, or they haven't had any intimacy at all. I think about 1/3 of current young men are virgins. They only know corn because they can't get into regular relationships anymore.
18-year-old boys participating in Bonnies, and absolutely everybody in between, has really thought about the consequences here. Because after all, the internet is forever. We often levy the majority of blame in these conversations at the women making the content, but I'm also squarely looking at the men who are using their wallets to ensure these antics continue. I'll also take this opportunity to say that despite what I probably titled this video, the majority of women are obviously not doing this and obviously not participating in this kind of behavior. And I personally believe that a large portion of women are wonderful people who are also disgusted by what they are seeing here. So I hope that if I have...
Oh, I'm absolutely disgusted by what I'm seeing here. Absolutely. No doubt that I am not. Absolutely. This is horrible. The state of our society is horrible. I just look at it and I'm like, people can't afford homes. They're all corn addicts. Even the women. I'm gonna straight up say this. There is a lot more female corn addicts than actually we believe to know, because the way women consume corn differently, which is books. No more families aren't created. We have a high divorce rate. It is crazy. Oh, by the way, what the hell? This is a really long video. Yeah, Sydney does do quite a long videos. Not to get dark, but I was introduced to this stuff at 12 and I'm nearly 18 now and I'm still trying to fix the effects of it. I was introduced to adult stuff. I was not introduced to adult stuff like when I was 16, but then I was already in a relationship. And regularly watched it. I did it after my breakup, but like only for half a year, and then I stopped immediately. I quit immediately. I think it increases it if all you ever see is the girl can't pay her rent, she blah blah. If you just see demography as material you're off, then that's the result, pretty much. With all due respect, Poke, if I'm not in the mood to seek someone, I'll use corn, but that's usually because I work 10-plus-hour day and I want to release. Yeah. But I think you have game though. You get this. But the young, you're a little older, but the young men, ages between, I'm gonna straight up say 16 to like 24, 25. A lot of those are actually still virgins. They only know corn. They know nothing else. And if they are hooked on it at a young age, depending on it, they might be into very, very extreme stuff. What do you do with those? How do you de-educate them from this? You can't. They're fried. What do you do with those?
In fact, titled this video as I wanted to and planned to, that nobody will interpret that as me saying this is some sort of broad, sweeping indictment on all women, because it isn't. But it is an indictment on the women following...
It's not to that extremity, right? Not all women are like that, right? But it is concerning when one country has 10% of women between 18 to 24 having OF accounts. That is absolutely concerning and a trend that needs to be observed, because if that goes more, hey, we all be cooks. They're virgins because they only know corn. They can't get a woman to actually want them because they don't understand real intimacy. I wouldn't say that. Nah, I wouldn't say that. The real reason is young men get into corn, it is because it's like a loop, right? They can't find the partner, so they get into corn. That's the problem. Like, they can't find somebody, so they get into corn. And then corn is the reason why they can't find somebody. That's the problem. Because I know a lot of dudes, they are good dudes. Genuinely good dudes. But they're corn addicts. Because they couldn't find because they never got into a real relationship. It's also when I see dudes say, oh, once I'm in a relationship, I'm gonna stop. No, you don't. It's an addiction. It's like saying, oh, once I get into a relationship, I'm gonna stop smoking. No, you won't. No, you won't. You're addicted to it. So I wouldn't go along with that it's that. Not necessarily, at least. Could it be for some? Yeah. Yeah. But I don't think that goes for the majority of men. It's just that nowadays it's just hard to get in relationships. We don't even have any... like, how are you supposed to get into a relationship if you don't have any third spaces? Like, how many of us join, like, a club or a hobby, like, cooking, music? How many of us do that nowadays, us Zoomers? It's less and less. We don't have any third spaces. And the third spaces we have are not good for finding a partner. You won't find your husband or a boyfriend in a bar, in a club, at like a festival. That would happen. Like, it's unlikely. And then you have online dating, which is basically useless. We don't have any third spaces for people to meet. And a lot of people are cooked, that goes for men and women, are cooked once they're done with school or college. Straight up. Then the only hope is work.
The Bonnie Blue path. A path that is, in a lot of ways, contributing to the overall degradation of our culture. And some of you might blanch at this kind of terminology, but this just isn't empowerment. It's exploitation dressed up as feminism. And in my view, this is just not the way Western women. I think something that's worth remembering is that just because the structure of OF and similar platforms looks different than those ladies who frequent the streets, doesn't mean that they're actually dissimilar. The mechanisms here perform the same as that of traditional adult work, and these women end up existing not for themselves, but for the men who pay them, despite what the Bonnie Blues of the world might have you believe. And many viewers are all too happy to watch these women do more and more extreme things for their viewing pleasure.
Yep, because the addiction made it so that you need more and more stimulation before, so you can continue gooning. That's a huge problem. That comes with that addiction. Again, I don't want to call them viewers at this point. They're all just addicts. You're the drug dealer, and they're your addicts. That's what it is. That's really what it is. I don't like how wet Bonnie's face always looks. Oh no. Ugh. Ugh. Horrible. Horrible. What are you... Ugh, no! No. And the thing is also this. If we don't fix our family policy here in the West, we're genuinely doomed. Like, we're actually doomed. We really are.
It is a weird, uncomfortable, vicious cycle.
Wait, I love this. Go back.
Believe. And many viewers are all too happy to watch these women do more and more extreme things for their viewing pleasure.
I love Sydney.
It is a weird, uncomfortable, vicious cycle, and the addition of these extreme marketing tactics have really only served to pave a road into the depths of hell for everyone involved. In the end, the acceleration of the degeneracy Olympics is not going to end well on a long enough timeline, and all the while women are being put in harm's way, young people are participating in things that will exist on the internet forever, and the likes of Bonnie Blue, and Bonnie Blue specifically, quickly is laughing her way to the bank. Now, open the floor to all of you. What do you all think? Are you on my side of this issue where you think that this is very, very bleak and not so great culturally? Do you think that this is fine and that Bonnie Blue and the likes of Bonnie Blue are really just independent businesswomen who are just getting that bag? Do you think this is a good thing? Do you think it's a bad thing? Do you think socially and culturally we are heading in a scary direction? Do you think that this was all inevitable and honestly we were going to end up here anyway? What do you think of the men who subscribe to these women and pay these women? Are they at fault? Are they not at fault? And what do you generally make of this issue overall?
That's the end of the video here. Can't take any more. Here's my view. I'm anti-Corn. I think the access to Corn should be the access of getting into Corn and actually making Corn. Like, wait, what am I saying? Making Corn and watching Corn should be significantly harder. In fact, I don't want to ban it because banning it would remove it out of sight, but it won't resolve the problem. I think, I'm gonna straight up honest, government ID. I want these motherfuckers registered. It's very simple. Because with that knowledge, oh, I have to register my ID. The government knows that I watch this. It may deteriorate, may push some of these degenerate losers away. Very simple. These are not empowered business women. These set women back 100 years. This degeneracy will move us into a weird direction where eventually everything's fine because you can justify it with freedom because we already have minors exposing themselves on websites like like websites. I think this needs to be stopped. I think so. And we need to all collectively work together. The men obviously are scum. The men that watch it are like pay for it are absolute scum. Not gonna lie, straight up. You're a loser, and that's the reason why you have to pay for it is because you're a loser. Very simple. Done. Finished. Teeny tiny bit of politics. Hey, I'm gonna watch that. Looks funny. It's just 2 minutes. It's just 2 minutes. We can look at that. We can look at that, sure. Alright, where is it here?
Today,
Senator delivers brain rot speech in Parliament, Skibbity, 6 News. By, well, 6 News Australia. Well, time for a little bit of brain rot! Well, let's go, let's see, let's look at this.
I rise to address an oft-forgotten segment of our society. I speak of Generation Z, who will be playing a substantial role in the next election, and Generation Alpha, who will start to come of age the election after. It is for this reason that I shall now render the remainder of my statement using language they're familiar with. To the Sigmas of Australia.
Oh no, no, woman, no! No, no, you're not gonna do it. You're not gonna speak like this, aren't you? Actually, Cornup requires you to enter your ID to enter the website in America now. Incredibly, unfathomably based. At least right now we know the government knows the Cornadix by name. Cornup has been busted for having minors in videos. The ID viewers means nothing. Yep. No, but at least knows we know who the names of the people that are consuming it now, which is really interesting. Hey, works. To the Sigmas of Australia, yep.
I say that this goofy-air government have been capping.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Not just now, but for a long time. A few of you may remember when they said there'll be no phantom tax under the government I lead. They're capaholics. They're also yapaholics. They yap non-stop.
What the fuck? Woman, no! Yeah, sink Australia!
About how their cost of living measures are changing lives for all Australians. Just put the fries in the bag, little bro. They tell us that they're locked in on improving the housing situation in this country.
Is this bait? Is this a parody? This can't be actual news. This can't be an actual senator. This can't be a senator. I'm sinking Australia. I need to get Aitsu out of there real quick. And Scruffy.
must have brain rot from watching too much Kaisenat and forgot about their plans to ban social media for kids under 14. If that becomes law, you can forgo skull emoji all about watching Duke Dennis or catching a dub with the bros on Fort. Chat, is this Prime Minister serious?
I hate that I understand this. I hate it too because I know what she's yapping about. I know it. Yapaholic. I know what she's talking about. That's what makes it bad.
Even though he's the Prime Minister of Australia, sometimes it feels like he's the CEO of Ohio. I would be taking an L if I did not mention the Ops, who want to cut WA's GATS and services tax. The decision voters will be making in a few months' time.
Why? Why do we have this? Who allowed this? Why do we have this? Who made this? Who fucking made this? I want to look up the senator. I need to. The skibidi brain rot speech. Why? I don't believe this is a real senator. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. The kids, the alphas, and the late zoomers be like, our senator. Our senator. Our gyat. Terrible.
Will be between a mid-government, a dog-water opposition, or a crossbench that will mog both of them. Though some of you cannot yet vote, I hope when you do, it will be in a more...
I hope that you don't vote. Everyone who completely understands this, maybe you should not vote. This has to be a joke. I hope it is a joke. It's gotta be a joke. I'm gonna be honest, everyone who completely understands this and is of the younger generation, like late zoomers and alphas, don't vote ever.
Go to Australia for a government with more aura. Skivity.
A government for more aura. No, that's Fatima Payman. She's a real senator. Also, no government on this. Old governments had old governments had aura. Modern governments do not have aura. Like, not World War II Germany, but like World War I Germany. That one had aura. Russia oftentimes had aura. But this has not aura. She has my imaginary vote that'll never reach her. Nah, bro, this is crazy. This is actually real. This is actually real? Like, real? It's actually real. What are the comments saying? Or goofy governments in an Australian accident last thing I expected today. Imagine having future lawyers in court speak like this. Your Honor, he's capping. Hey, Joe, if you're still here. Your Honor. You must say that, Your Honor, he's capping. One day this will be considered Old English. Oh god, this is terrible. This is actually awful. To all the Sigmas of Australia, chat, is this Prime Minister serious? I hate the fact that she used all the terms correctly. That's crazy. This is funny. I like this. I want the British Empire. We had insane aura back then. Yeah, definitely. Putin stole all the aura. Yeah, took all the aura. Well, I can remove the bisexuality video. Do we do a final video for today? What do we do for today? I want to do the jock video today. As a final video, have Deadass said, yeah, Cap in the moot court. That's crazy. Yeah, Cap! A shorter one, not a long one. He isn't bad to considering the other options. He's actually good. He's funny. Funny! We'll do the shortest one I have, which is this one.
Joshua Weissman has been...
I think that was recommended by Somax. I could be wrong. I think I am wrong. Yeah, we're gonna do that as a final one for today. I think. I don't know who this is. The Mr. Beast Beastification of Joshua Weissman. I have no idea who this is. I don't know. I've never heard of this man before. By J-O-He? So yeah, I've no idea who this is. We'll just look at it. Because this video seems fairly normal, and I need something normal after this one. So yeah, let's look at this. I have no idea who this is. Also, if you like this kind of content, please consider liking, subscribing. Yeah, let's just get into it. I have no idea who this is. But I have a general issue, which not just goes to Joshua, but in general. The entire issue I have recently is that everything is getting slowly Mr. Beastified. Fast-paced, high saturated thumbnails, quick edits. I just don't like it anymore. Perk, I have a request, also I'll do one more gifted membership if you allow it. Sure, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll do it after this one. But yeah, let's go. I just can't consume that kind of content. This Coco Melon energy content, it's just not for me.
Joshua Weissman has become the frontman of culinary YouTube, boasting almost 10 million subscribers. His
Holy shit, that's actually good for a cooking channel? I didn't even well, there is a niche always. They didn't even know that that's a thing.
Series have taught millions of viewers how to cook, from something as basic as an egg to as complex as a 100-layer lasagna. So what could have happened to make his dedicated community of hungry viewers turn on him? I was scrolling through Reddit and I saw this post. This is the...
Why does he look like long-haired Ludwig? Why does he look like that? Why does he look like that? Long-haired Ludwig. And a little bit of a puffy face. 10.3 now, he's popular, yeah. YouTube needs to bring back long-form content. I mostly really just watch long-form content because I just love video essays. I love video essays. I watch mostly video essays.
Top post on Josh's subreddit. It's just this picture of Josh's channel where the videos are clickbaity, I-tested viral cooking gadgets, 3-minute versus 3-hour. You can tell that these videos seem closer to like a Mr. Beast type video and less like a cooking show. And obviously, as you can tell from the response, Josh has not always been this way. The comments from his community are like, I miss the old style videos. I just hope that he's happy. Die a hero or live long enough to become a YouTube clown. It's a little harsh. I'm sure he's making bank, but it is a bit sad if you used to be a fan of his recipes. And there's so many more comments like this. But I think to talk about...
Like, it makes sense that her own old fans would be disappointed or annoyed. I've seen the same sentiment with, like, Mr. Beast. I've seen the same sentiment with, like, streamers that have been around for a bit where, like, you have changed. I don't like your content. The problem also is sometimes, though, that some people also grow out of it and then be like, yeah, that was cringe when I watched that. It happens, but yeah, in general, I'm not, it's okay. I believe the dramatic OST from a moment ago is from ReZero. Could be, I don't know. I've not watched ReZero.
Really where the point was where Josh's community turned away from him, we have to go back to the beginning. About 7 years ago, Josh Weissman started his YouTube channel, posting this video called the Slim Palette Paleo Cookbook. It's a video about a cookbook that he created when he seems to be a teenager about cooking under the paleo diet. He talks about his struggles with losing weight, eating healthy, and how he wanted to make that more accessible for people, and this kind of unlocked a love for cooking in him.
Being overweight was a huge hindrance on my life, and eventually I lost over 100 pounds, and I'm healthy, I'm happy. So I started cooking. I started writing down my recipes and all the different...
Really cool. Really cool. Interesting. Maybe I should move myself to the side. But yeah, really interesting that kickstarted this. Really cool. But what happened? I guess money is the reason why I lost his original way? That just makes sense, though. That's a lot. That happens to a lot of content creators. It just does. It sucks, but it happens.
Dishes I was making, I would keep them written down so that I could revert back to them. And then eventually I lost over 100 pounds. So I started Slim Palette to share not only my recipes, but my story.
After that, Josh tried a lot of different content. Originally, it was just cooking with the recipes on screen, no talking, little music in the background. It was very aesthetic of like 9 years ago. And these videos did pretty well, getting him a few thousand views and starting to build his audience. He then also made a commentary type video on something that he saw online that really bothered him. It was about a company that posted something about real food. It was an anti-preservative kind of post. And in this essay video, he goes through and talks about why he thinks that's a problem.
The fact that that sentence said that because something lasts on the shelf beyond 6 months is not real food. Prosciutto is real food. Those are all things that are made from real food.
Yeah, you can also just preserve things for very long. That doesn't mean they're not real food. Now, American food is, to some degree, not real food. Frog made a post on Twitter literally saying, like, she does not want to, she's afraid of going back to the United States because of the food. Because she actually feels healthier from eating, like, European German food. Like, she literally saying I should send her food and, like, ingredients so she can make food. Because, like, yeah, apparently it's not that good. Never mind, that link, okay. Like, she actually does not want to go back. So we said, yeah, we're gonna cook as much as we can. I'm gonna show you what can be done and stuff. It's like crazy.
Real ingredients. The coolest thing about prosciutto is most companies that produce prosciutto in a traditional fashion literally just use pork and salt. So you want to talk about real food. How's 2 ingredients sound to you? If you're a huge person in the health community, when you say something, people will believe it, and you have to be really careful, and that type of stuff is not going to fly.
You see in that video that Josh really takes a stand against kind of this gatekeeping of food, this elitist movement in food, this ignorance in food, talking about how big creators or big people in the health or cooking space need to watch what they say because it can have a real impact on people. They can start boycotting foods. They can start shying away from
boycotting foods. They may do things that might be unhealthy. I've seen, like, that even works for, like, the fitness industry, right? When they are like, oh, eat raw food and like raw honey, raw milk, and it's like, bro, shut the fuck up. Put the fries in the bag. You're just lying. You should stop lying, or go don't eat any meat at all, or don't eat any greens at all. When we here in Europe suffer that we don't get enough like carbs and stuff, right? Let's open a cooking show. Hey, I mean, I definitely would do cooking videos if I had the possibility. For now, I don't, but we will get a mic upgrade. I will sound more crispy on probably Wednesday, though we will play around with the mic a bit to get the proper setting. Gatekeeping food is a funny term. Okay. We're actually go snap a video sure on your end. Yeah, we can do that. Liver Kings enter the chat. Raw meat. Don't wash your chicken and don't eat it raw. Yeah, and don't fry it in orange juice.
Foods that maybe they shouldn't. And I think it's very telling that Josh in his earlier videos felt very motivated to talk about this, and we'll kind of come back to this a little bit later. Josh then proceeds to start a series called Cooking Isn't That Hard. In this series, he teaches you, the viewer, how to cook very basic things such as, you know, steak, fried chicken, shrimp scampi, things that you've eaten all the time, things that your mom or dad knows how to make and made when you were a kid. It was a series geared towards teaching you how to cook, and I think this is really where Josh started to find his love for both being on camera and for outreaching to people and teaching them how to cook in a new medium. I mean, he talked about having a blog before, he had then moved into a cookbook, and now he had created a YouTube channel to foster and build that community. And you can kind of see from this that these videos, they did.
It is really true. You live long enough. You're the die hero, will live long enough to see yourself become the villain, or a slop tuber, whatever you want to call it. I have to say that there is certainly definitely an issue recently with content creators abandoning the ways to do what works better, which I can understand. Like, I get it, right? It's your job. You need to adjust course, right? If something goes wrong, right? But the problem, huge problem, is that your core audience might not like that, and that's a problem. Cause you wanna have your people. If your people don't like you anymore, you might face some issues later. But I love carbs. I used to eat noodle sandwich when I was fat. I loved eating noodles when I was a kid, but I was underweight actually. I was the exact opposite. I was Diagonal, thank you for the membership. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And yes, Ghost Nappa will be is added to the list. But yeah, I was the exact opposite in that case in comparison to you, because I was really underweight. Like I was really underweight. I was a stick in a field. I was really scrawny when I was a kid. It was crazy. But yeah, noodles are nice. Noodles are nice. I've so many. We eat a lot of noodles actually.
Pretty okay, and they improved in quality. I mean, the thumbnails got a lot better. Josh became more comfortable in front of the camera. One of his staples is his intro where he opens up a cupboard and you're inside. And it was just this cheeky art kind of intro that really showed that Josh started to develop a vibe for his videos. And Josh continued to kind of ride this wave. There was a real need for cooks on YouTube. There was a real audience for people that wanted to learn how to cook in a nice, accessible way. It only made it better that over this period of time, Josh had already improved his quality. The thumbnails were nice and punchy. The intros were nice and relaxing. He had lo-fi music in the background. It felt like somebody actually sitting down and teaching you how to cook, running you through the basics. We also see that Josh had started 3 new series that did very well, but cheaper, but better, and but quicker.
But cheaper, but better, but quicker. Interesting, very interesting. It's crazy. I'm not on the weight yet, so it's bad. True. Yeah, for me it was I didn't eat anything at all. Like I eat barely a little bit of noodles because that was the only thing I liked. I'd never eat vegetables at all. I wasn't really a fruit eater either. Even though I liked fruit, I wasn't really eating much fruit at all. Meats, except for chicken, I most of the time did not like meat. I like salami. Salami was fine. But most of the time I was like, yep, not a fan of meat. Not a fan of vegetables. Just noodles. And that was what I was living off as a kid. Just noodles. Now I have very much developed a taste for bitter stuff. I didn't like vegetables because they were kind of bitter. But like, yeah. I like spinach, for example. Spinach is great. Can't get enough of that.
3 series were really going to be the hard hitters that were going to skyrocket Josh's career on YouTube. But Better was about how to make different things you'd had at fast food restaurants back home and making them better. But Cheaper was about the same type of thing, except making things that were typically very expensive into cheaper alternatives. Again, the main focus being this accessibility. $14 to make a fancy date night dinner at home. You can see from the thumbnails it's like Michelin star type plates, but it's really, really cheap. And then finally, But Quicker, which was about how to make things that you typically got delivered or went and picked up for takeout at home, showing that oftentimes it's quicker to cook them as long as you know what you're doing. Again, the focus of all 3 of these series were about accessibility. The focus was on how can we bring food, something that is very daunting to people that don't cook, to the people and show them it's really not that hard. And
it really isn't. Cooking food is not that hard. You can do really healthy meals in under an hour. You can do really healthy meals in like 20 minutes if you know what you're doing. It is not hard. And I think we should bring back cooking as a viable skill. In fact, we learned cooking in school. Nowadays they don't do that anymore. Like they don't do that anymore nowadays. To like they didn't do that anymore. Like my middle school, next city where I was in, they removed that. Like they don't have cooking anymore. Also, they don't have sewing anymore. That's also gone. They don't have that anymore. I find that terrible. Also, he has a little Mudkip here. Look at the little Mudkip. Look at my homie Mudkip. He actually used to make really good content, and that's why everyone is so angry. Makes sense. I was a proper chunk as a kid because I have a fat family. I have a fat family too. I was the exact opposite. Sometimes I question if am I adopted because I'm the only one who does not who's also currently not overweight. I'm just I'm strong. I'm in fact strong. I resisted this, but I also work out a lot. What self-hatred does to a motherfucker. But I've noticed the healthy growth of eating habits since I first met you on stream. Yeah, that's like I said. I guess I can inspire people to change. I have that ability, which is good. I learned to make cheesecake in secondary school, but that's it. Yeah, we learned making actually like food. Like we actually learned making food, like cooking meat, cooking fish. Like you actually had that. First cooking is hard, but once your hand is settled, you cook. Yep. He taught so many stuff in school that not anymore. Yeah, a lot of stuff is useless. I'm gonna straight up say it. Even in college, most of it is useless. I'm gonna be honest.
And the community loved this. I mean, he grew from being, less than 1 million viewers to now he's nearing 10 million. But then there started to be a turn in recent months. You can probably tell from the Reddit post, those thumbnails were very Mr. Beastie. The focus was not necessarily on here's something you can cook, whether it's faster, cheaper, or quicker. It was about, oh, you want to click this video? This is going to be interesting to everybody. I mean, even just looking at his most latest videos at the time of recording, we have, I tried every fast food chicken nugget in America.
That's very out of pocket. Like, okay. Also, whatever that chicken nugget is, it's not chicken nugget. How do I know? I've never eaten chicken nugget. American nuggets obviously makes sense. But how do I know? We went to McDonald's. Maybe not all chicken nuggets suck in the United States, but we went to McDonald's and KFC. And she literally said, it is not even a taste-wise, it is not like how it like feels and stuff when eating it is not a competition. Like the American McDonald's nuggets and KFC nuggets, they lose. Like they absolutely lose. It's not comparable. It's not comparable. It's literally mystery meat. I doubt that in the United States it's actually meat. It's just some thrown together thing. You could in fact argue that European fast food is actually healthy in comparison to what these guys have. But you did actually worry me for a bit. You were anemic, and when I first met that you were anemic. Well, when I first met you. Well, I wasn't in the most healthy condition, right? I was very lonely, very depressed. I was just rotting I wasn't rotting all day, but I was like, I didn't feel well at all. Obviously, it has changed now. But yeah.
I tried every fast food French fry in America. I tested viral cooking gadgets. And you can see the videos have less of a focal point on the food and more of a focal point on the fact that, I don't know, it's content and it could be entertaining to anybody. And this, I think, is when we get into the 3 main reasons that Josh Weissman's community has kind of turned on him. I myself am a huge fan of Josh. I found his videos during the pandemic when I didn't even know how to boil noodles. Really, that's a real thing.
How do you not know how to boil noodles? How do you not know? And also, I'm gonna say it. Putting a frozen pizza into an oven is not cooking. You can't cook. You can't. To be fair, my school COVID lockdown hit while I was secondary. They couldn't really run food tech then. Yeah, well, that makes sense. That makes sense. For me, it was like, I was already in high school for my second attempt. Terrible. No one could argue about that. Yep. My Wi-Fi keeps crashing. I'm gonna riot. Burn.
My girlfriend had to show me how to boil noodles. I thought maybe like the temperature of the water was different depending on what you cook. I don't know. I was really ignorant when it came to food. But Josh's video made it really easy for me to move.
Again, how do you boil how do you not know how to boil noodles? It's literally just water. Let it cook. Little bit of salt in there. Noodles in there. Wait until noodles are cooked. Put noodles out of the water. But then again, I know two people that burned water. Actually, never mind. That's actually... Okay, yeah.
From not knowing how to boil water into being able to cook the perfect steak. And now I'm at a point where I love cooking. Cooking is a passion of mine, and I would say that from his videos, I've developed a palate now that I can kind of tell what works and what might not. I don't necessarily need a recipe in front of me. If you were to tell me right before I had started watching his videos that that was going to be the point I was at, I would have laughed at you. But his videos made it very easy for somebody with no knowledge to pick it up, not feel scared, and to develop a love for it. So now let's get into the 3 reasons why I think Josh's community has turned on him. Number 1, I like to call this food content versus content with food. His videos went from being less the content is the food to content also there is food here. You can tell from the videos we talked about that sure, it's about food. He went and tested a bunch of different fast food restaurants, or he tried this really wacky new gadget. But at the end of the day, that is a piece of content that is tailored to just anybody. It's not specific to the culinary genre. It's not about food. His older videos were about giving somebody with no knowledge in the space just enough knowledge to get them through one step at a time until eventually they felt comfortable cooking. And that audience feels kind of confused when you start releasing videos that really have nothing to do with food other than...
Yeah, it would be like, I do reactions, right? And usually I yap a lot. I've been yapping more than before, actually. If anything, I got better at the yapping. You can see that in my video length, like 40 minutes for like a 8-minute video and like crazy shit, right? I think the hero video today was like 40 minutes for like an 11-minute video, regardless. The thing is this, when you start doing something that is completely like, it doesn't fit you, it doesn't fit your content, it doesn't fit your character, people will start questioning it. Absolutely. People will look at it and be like, yeah, something's not right, something's off. And well, they can clearly tell, because these are challenge videos, and not, well, the first one we saw, right, was a challenge video. It's not longer about the cooking. It just is what it is. It's crazy. Well, I warm my food at the microwave, see, I can cook. You can actually cook somewhat well. You can, in fact, cook somewhat well with a microwave. Yeah, like, you can use a microwave to make recipes. Like, I literally made an omelette with a microwave. That works, actually. What? Water, wait 3 minutes and eat. What do you mean burned water? Basically, she let it cook in. Like, she let the water completely get evaporated, which then leaves like a burnt stain in a pot, which is crazy. He's getting stronger, bro. An evolved yapper now. Chat, we should annihilate Poke. Nah, it will be too boring without him. Exactly. Also, why do you constantly want to kill me? Like, just come here. So Frog can pull a few bullets into you. I'm gonna send her after you, actually. Mark my words. You're on a hit list.
Then I guess it's kind of adjacent. Number 2, I would say, is stepping away from tradition. In some of his older videos, Josh gives some more daunting dishes, maybe from different cultures, maybe they're fine dining and require a little bit of technique, but he gives them the respect that they deserve. Whether it's making sure to do them the way that they were intended while maybe showing you a different way of doing it as well, Josh had a certain respect that I see a lot of chefs have when it comes to tradition, even if they're people that step away from tradition. I've seen that rub a lot of people the wrong way when he's cooking dishes from different cultures, but, you know, substitutes one ingredient for another when in that culture it's really important to kind of use that ingredient. And that I don't think is a huge deal, but
That's not a huge deal at all. A lot of people just don't have access to some things and maybe need a cheaper alternative. You have to remember, some people are cooking on the budget. You're not making it more accessible that way. And I think especially food and food culture needs to be shared. I definitely think. Now, should like the original recipe be gone? Like, if you can't, you should do the original recipe. But if you can't, I mean, substituting something, like using something else is not a particular issue. I do that often where I'm like, oh, I forgot this. I don't have this here. Let me Google real quick if there's like an alternative I can use. Oh, I do have that. Great. I'll use that instead. I don't see the issue. Some people are on a budget and they still want to cook. I'll pull up to Germany. You don't. You can't even... You think you could win when you can't win even against the Nintendo Switch? Sure, buddy.
Seen those criticisms. Third, I would say, is the biggest point, and that is just betraying your audience. I see this as the undertone of every single Reddit comment complaint that is from a genuine fan and not just somebody who wants to get mad and spam their keyboard. Josh's channel started with the focus being accessibility in food. The video essay we watched earlier was against this elitism that existed in the culinary space at the time, and that still persists today, but Josh was a champion of fighting back against that. He wasn't going to judge you for using foods that perhaps had preservatives. He wasn't going to make these great big statements about how certain foods are good, others are bad, we shouldn't do this, we shouldn't do that. It was about really educating people on what's the best decisions, but making sure that the community itself was inclusive. There are now videos where Josh is teaching you how to make a pizza, and in the instructions, he's like, put the pizza in your pizza oven. What's that? You don't have a pizza oven? Well, you can do it this way, but this is the right way to do a pizza.
First up, fire a pizza oven to about 700 to 750 degrees Fahrenheit. What did you say, Josh? Not everybody has a pizza oven like you asshole. Guess what? You can either do the pan pizza version, which we're gonna do in a second, or you can follow our New York pizza method if you're using a home oven.
And that mocking tone he uses in the videos really has rubbed his community the wrong way. It used to be that Josh was teaching you how to make the fancy things at home with things that you already had, ingredients, tools. That slow transition into somebody that kind of uses the mocking tone.
Oh, so it's more than just the switch up on the content. It's the mocking tone. It's the I am better. Or is it that? Oh, yeah, well, that is a problem. That's an issue. I would notice that too. That sounds not good. That's not good. That's not good. That's a problem. That should not happen. Oh. Well, that we have probably even the main reason why people are done with him, kind of. Okay, understandable.
With his audience has really rubbed people the wrong way, and I believe has made Josh's content the antithesis of some of his older content. And if you even just go back and watch one of the but better but cheaper videos when they had started, or the videos that were a little bit older, the videos were very relaxed, a little lo-fi in the background, there wasn't a ton of editing. This made people feel very comfortable. It removed the stress that we often think of when we think of kitchens. I know that's maybe a weird example, but if you go to any of his more recent videos, you get quick jump cuts, huge edits with swoosh noises and sound effects. It feels very in your face. Now that we've talked about the 3 reasons I think his community has turned on him, I do want to make sure to call this out. Similar to how Josh did.
I don't really think that that's particularly... I don't think that, like, the editing style it makes, like, being in the kitchen uncomfortable or anything. What I believe is... What I believe is that the weird switch up, he cultivated a community of people that like chill, like probably an older, in fact, it's likely an older audience. So if you have those sound effects, those jump cuts, I would assume that an older audience would just be confused and uncomfortable. So it kind of makes sense that people would not like this. Like, even I have an older, funnily enough, I have an older audience. Like, 18 and younger, or actually, in fact, like, 24 and younger. You're on the smaller side, actually, by the way. My audience is more like 24 and older. Like, my major audience is like 24 and 35. Do with that what you will. Really interesting. It's just you can't have that massive switch up with an audience that just doesn't fit that.
In his essay, this is not a video about dogging on Josh. Again, I'm a huge fan. If you see his recent videos, I've watched a lot of them, whether it's ones that he has that are similar to some of his older videos or ones that are super clickbaity. I'm a huge fan, and I owe my love of cooking to Josh. This is not a personality hit piece on Josh Weissman. Rather, I want to gear the focus more towards the platform. You have this creator who has built his audience in his niche, the niche being cooking. I know it's not really that niche, but it's kind of niche, you know? And it used to be that they could grow their audience.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see anybody who's like, oh yes, cooking. I'm into that. Like, I don't really hear that. I would say it's not, maybe not niche, but it's not really, you know, it's like not talked about, right? Nobody's out here being like crazy cook. That just doesn't happen. That just doesn't happen. 24 older. Yeah, so 34% are between 18 and 24. You're not in the minority, but you're the smaller part. And the vast majority of part is 25 and between 25 and 34. And then okay, so here's it is in order. Smallest part 13 to 17, 2.7%. 18 to 24, 34%, 34.4%. Then I'm wrong. 35 to 44 is 14%, 14.6%. And the biggest amount is 25 to 34, which is 45.3%. So yeah, I even have 2% of 45 to 54. And then 0.4% of 55 to 64. Hack maxing with the chat. Dim, I feel lonely now. I'm the oldest here, Poke. Yeah, in the chat, sure, but in general, you might not be. Because I also know that an older lady, because of her daughter, likes VTubers, also watches me. Who's like in her 60s.
By continuing to make content for that community. That if they continue to just provide quality new content, the platform would push that and their audience would grow. We've seen it a lot recently on YouTube, that Mr. Beastification of a lot of channels. But a lot of YouTube channels have started to make content that is geared more towards like retention, I guess. It's videos that are made to be
retention and also younger audiences. Like me personally, I cannot watch these videos. Like me, I can't sit through a fast-paced edited video. I can't. My brain just shuts off. Like I can't do that. I just can't.
Watched by anybody with the lowest attention span.
Like it makes me tired. I just zone out because like I don't get it anymore. So I don't really like it. And also loud. I'm not picky, like I said, fast, loud, high contrast of colors. It's just nah. The elderly fuck with VTubers. Apparently they do. Yeah, apparently they do. Apparently they very much do. I think somebody from like, Asmongold's chat once said he's like a 50-year-old dude. He just likes to listen to cute women yap. That's pretty much. I think a lot of older dudes are like, ah, yes, cool. Anime woman yapping. I'm a listen. Beastification, but that's what it is, right? That's what it is. You could also call it cocomelonification. I don't know. 31 and you're admin. I'm the oldest who stays around. That's true. That's true. In chat, you're certainly the oldest here. And obviously my oldest admin.
And possible. A video doesn't have to be in a specific niche or have a certain quality or be accessible. It really just has to entertain you. So quick jump cuts, funny little edits, talking about fast food, those are things that everybody can relate to, and that is how you grow your audience nowadays. I think the problem with Josh is not that he slowly became this culinary elite that now makes these videos and has become better than his audience. Even though some people may feel that way, I truly believe that this is just the natural progression, this poisoning slowly from the platform that we are seeing in Josh's content. And I think Josh has noticed it as well. You know, in that Reddit screenshot, you see a lot of...
Like, yeah, it makes sense. This is what is successful. This is what people are gonna be driven to. It makes sense that content creators are going this way. Also, it's just like, yeah. Have you seen, like... Also, it's been more and more clear that a lot of content creators are not good people as well, like the bigger ones. It's been very interesting. I'm getting sleepy. Nighty night, yo. Good night, Sumax. Rest well. Who's the oldest viewer? The oldest viewer I know is like 65. That's the oldest. Actually, not. 68 is my oldest viewer that watches at least the videos. Not the streams, but the videos. I think she was here once, that old lady. That's it.
Those Mr. Beast type videos, but lately we've also had things like trying vintage recipes, every way to make instant ramen, the best KFC fried chicken. We've seen him kind of start to try and return to that. I believe that Josh hasn't switched up. He hasn't betrayed anybody, even.
Of course, it could actually just be that he's experimenting, right? That makes sense, yeah. Yeah, it could be that he's also just experimenting. I feel so young right now. This is great. I'm an old man too. I'm 24.
I made that kind of point of saying, you know, betrayed your audience, because that's what this platform has trained me, a very small creator, to do, when in reality, I think the platform has kind of betrayed the best interest of not only the viewer, but the creators themselves. Now, instead of being able to just teach people how to cook, and anybody who wants to learn can come and find him, if you just search cooking or food, you'll see videos from these creators that are just, it's not about that, man. It's made to be watched while you're eating and be like, "Muh," just like grunt and move on. It's also not a problem that's exclusive to Josh. Another creator that I like, Binging with Babish, he also started from a place of
like I said, I think a lot of people are experimenting and trying to figure out if what they're doing actually works or not. I think it's a lot of experimenting going on currently, which is fine. That's totally fine. My longest viewer, oh my goodness, that could in fact actually be. That could, like, overall, the longest viewer that I've known that's been stuck around could in fact be Frog. Frog is definitely up there. Like, it could in fact be her. Maybe not for streams. For streams, it would probably be, like, Deer. Deer? Yeah, either, it could be Diagonal, Deer, those two. For, like, consistency reasons, right? But I think it goes probably to Deer, actually. Deer? Yeah, I think it could be. For streams, it is definitely Deer. For overall, it likely would, at least for the ones I know, Frog.
accessibility, showing people how to make their favorite foods. And now some of his highest performing recent videos are things like trying every different spaghetti sauce. It's such a sickness on the platform that these creators who came from a place of genuine relatability, trying to make food accessible to people, have been forced to kind of slowly transition into this corporate, retention washed amalgamation of themselves, a total antithesis of what they once stood for. But that's my thoughts on the topic. Let me know in the comments down below what you think of all this. If you think, you know, maybe I'm being too harsh on Mr. Josh. Josh, if you're watching, I'm very sorry. Please don't hate me. Again, I'm a huge fan. If you like this video and you want to watch another video about Josh, I actually have a friend who made a very similar video, and I'll leave a link in the description. I highly recommend it. That being said, I make videos just about whatever the heck I want to talk about as a kind of self-protest to YouTube.
Pretty much the end of the video. I'm gonna stop here. Yeah. I agree that we slightly have an issue with, Mr. Beastification. I mean, Jacksepticeye, in fact, did straight up say it, right? Jacksepticeye literally said it. Like, he literally straight up said that Mr. Beast ruined YouTube because it became more about retention, it became more about views than about content creation or about having fun, which is very, very true. I think these people are just a lot of them are just experimenting, trying to figure out what does work, what does not work. He's not completely left yet. So I think there's a good chance that he might switch around again. But yeah, we'll see. I may look at some of the videos for cooking and stuff. That sounds interesting. I will try that out. Definitely. Absolutely. I only watch the reaction streams. Yeah, you do. And then occasionally you say like hi in some stream, but yeah, you mostly watch the reaction streams. I mean, numbers wise, the reaction streams are also those streams that do the most well. I'll definitely accept third place as far as watching. Yeah, probably. Makes sense. Like, Deer literally, like, watched me. Like, Deer literally watched me and, like, skipped sleep. Straight up. Like, he's been, like, there for this... So oftentimes, there was a period, especially around Xenoblade and Button Kaitos, where Homie just stayed there for, like, 6 hours straight. For all the streams. Every single day. Homie was grinding back then. Actually. Well, next up, Ghost Nappa. We gotta do Ghost Nappa. As, like, the final
Joshua
video.
Weissman has become the front man.
If you don't know who Ghost Nappa is, this was, in fact, back then, with, TFS. Team 4-Star. So that's... I haven't listened to that song in years, actually. I'm too busy on weekdays with schoolwork and chores, so I can't join them. Makes sense. Makes sense. That's important. That's more important, obviously. Focus on that. Anyways, let's go. As, like, the final video for today. By the way, Poker, the book I sent you, it's in the Indian Parliament Library. That's crazy work. That's crazy.
They've broken my body. I failed in my mission to find the Dragon Balls. I even lost my tail. But at least it can't get any worse from here.
Vegeta! This is so retarded that I remember this so well. Vegeta. Vegeta!
What?
I'm haunting you. Vegeta, Vegeta.
This is so retarded.
Ghost Nappa! Yeah, there's something strange in the neighborhood. Guess who it is? Ghost Nappa! There's something weird and it don't look good. Guess
This
who
is
it
so
is?
dumb.
Ghost Nappa!
What the fuck is this? Ghost Nappa!
No, you love me as a ghost. Woo! All right, yeah, come on, sing this. Clap, clap, baby, clap. For the Jada, You're all your things running through your head. Guess who it is? Ghost Nappa! You're a little man sleeping in your bed. Guess who it is? Oh, Ghost Nappa! Come on, baby, sing it. Jada. No, you love me as a ghost. Jada. Woo! Yeah! Think of the song. That's who I'm a ghost, bitch.
Well, that was Ghost Nappa. If you didn't know, that was from Dragon Ball Z, abridged, in fact. If you didn't know that, well, I'm gonna make this my alarm. Poke, it's time to end stream, very much. Poke, but you're dumb retard. We all are new weight music. Oh no, nah, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. Okay, guys, we at break. Yeah, definitely. That makes sense. Sure. Guys, we are, in fact, ending here. We must. Thank you so much for watching today. We'll be back tomorrow with more reactions. I need to catch up on all the H3 stuff happening as well. So yeah, prepare. But yeah, thank you guys for watching. We will be back tomorrow. And yeah, take care. Have a good day or night. And do not goon or gump. Repent from your sins. That was a vibe, low-key. Yeah, for real. But yeah, I gotta go. I'm already overtime 30 minutes. Good God. But yeah, take care, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Poke? Yes. Or what is it? Again. Speak. I am 1 a.m. boys. Good night, homie. I don't want to be around goon time. Hey, nah, bro. No gooning. Yeah, but for real, I gotta go now. I gotta go. I gotta go. Good night, Poker. Good night, Cricket. I gotta go now, for real. I gotta leave. Because I do need to edit some of the stuff already. So yeah, take care, guys. I really need to go. Bye-bye.